Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Carving It Up NBA Draft Reaction Show 2022. My name is Bryson Carver. Yes, I'm on vacation. Yes, I have a shaved face. And yes, once again, my Golden State Warriors are the 2022 NBA champions. But we're not here to talk about that today. Lives are going to be changed tonight. There's no question about it. We got 60 picks in this NBA draft, I believe. You got 2 rounds. And what's crazy about this NBA draft, it's not as deep as last year, in my view. But when you're talking about the top 3 guys, you're talking about Chet Holmgren out of Gonzaga. You're talking about Jabari Smith out of Auburn. You're talking about Paolo Banchero from Duke. All the reports I'm getting right now say the Magic, who have the number 1 pick, the Orlando Magic, have not made their decision quite yet. So this is going to be a crazy draft. There's a lot of guards, especially that I like in this draft. Again, my Warriors pick 28, so I'm going to have to wait a minute to see who becomes the newest member of Dub Nation, and every team for that matter, and even the Los Angeles Lakers, who traded for the number 35 pick in tonight's draft. So, again, what I think is interesting is you have a lot of young players. Again, I think we're seeing the change sort of with obviously the one and done culture that has kind of come in recent years. But it's a lot of sort of unpolished talent, if you know what I mean. Like, I mean, we talk about guys coming in the draft and they're raw and whatnot, but I look at somebody like Chet Holmgren, who I was high on coming in out of Gonzaga. Thought the kid was ridiculously talented. That has not changed at all. I think the kid still has unbelievable talent. His weight scares me, and that's something that he can improve over the course of his career. We've seen plenty of skinny guys come in the NBA. The first one that comes to my mind is Brandon Ingram, right? Brandon Ingram, comes in looking like he's, 170 soaking wet. And, coming out of Duke, goes to the Lakers, doesn't really pan out there, gets an opportunity to truly develop with the New Orleans Pelicans, and all of a sudden he's an all-star player, and we saw what he did in this year's postseason. But enough of my rambling. Let's go and get my guest and my co-host, I should say, who's going to be on throughout this entire coverage, 5+ hours of nothing but NBA draft. My buddy, Mike Guido, is joining the Carving Up NBA Draft Reaction Show. Mike, you ready?
This is Christmas in June, Bryson, for me. I am over the moon right now. This is great.
Oh, I can't wait. Listen, and I got to say, I wish I could show everybody the scouting report that you have sent me, ahead of this draft. I got to ask you, how long in total have you been scouting this draft in terms of the prospects, in terms of, mock drafts and things of that nature?
I'll say this. I've been scouting the draft for a few months, but I started putting together the final scouting report, the final 45-page scouting report for about 3 weeks. It's been about 3 weeks since I've been putting that together. But listen, it's nothing to toot my horn about. I mean, there are people out there. I mean, Sam Vecini, who writes for The Athletic, made like a 136-page scouting report, like full draft guide, like crazy stuff like that. So my little 45-page, whatever, nothing is just, here. But I think it's enough to give some decent insight to people who are not as in tuned with, with the prospects that are coming into this draft and the guys and their landing spots and what their needs are. So hopefully, again, you and I, just like we did last year, we had a ton of fun last year on the draft show also. Hopefully our buddy Barry Grant can hop in every once in a while, but hopefully this provides some good insight on what we could see tonight.
Well, let's see. You're really trying to I guess outdo yourself from last year, because I believe what was it? Did you go like 58 for 60 in terms of players that you
58 for 60? Balsa Koprivica, I did not watch any tape on, and Georgios Kalaitzakis, I did not watch any tape on. Hopefully, now here's the cool part. Okay. There are only 58 picks tonight. There are not 60. The Milwaukee Bucks and the Miami Heat have forfeited their second-round picks this year. I don't really remember what it's for, but they do not have second-round picks tonight. So there's only 58 picks, which means if logic holds up, Bryson, I could go 58 for 58. So we'll see. We'll see.
I would not put it past you. Again, you scouted like 90 players ahead of this year's draft.
Yes.
So again, you're ready to go. I think somebody is trying to crash the party right now. Let's bring on our good buddy who was our co-host last year, bad guy Barry Grant Jr. What the heck are you doing here?
Man.
you guys cannot have a draft show without me. You know that.
Right, right, right.
Listen, I'm only here for the color. I'm not here for the breakdown and all this other mumbo jumbo that you great people do. You're good at your job. You know what you guys are doing. I'm just here for this.
Oh, there you
Of
go.
course you are.
Okay?
Of
There you
course you are.
go. What's a draft night without beer?
No,
What's a draft night without beer? Bryson, listen, you're gonna get there soon, eventually. But
2 years.
you know,
Hey, little
2
baby.
years.
you know what I mean?
I
Well,
seem to remember, by the way, I just want to bring this up before we actually get into the show. I seem to remember that last year on the draft show that Bryson Carver said in about 10 months, the Golden State Warriors will be getting fitted for championship rings. And gosh darn it, he was right.
I mean,
think so. Oh my goodness.
you should have listened to me. So, you
And
know what?
let's point this out too. Both guys that they drafted last year, Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, played very solid roles for them
Yes.
this year in getting them to that NBA title. So if you're one of these people that thinks that the draft does not matter, you're wrong. These are the guys that make your team. These are, even if these guys are not all your star players, these are your role players. These are the guys, these are the locker room guys. Barry, you know this as well. These are the guys that fill out your roster and really give you a chance to compete for championships.
Well, I mean, for people that think that the draft doesn't matter, Mike, I mean, we only have 2 rounds. This is not like the NFL draft where you have 7 rounds and there's so many players to choose from. You have to really do your research and your homework here because you have to hit home runs. If
Right.
you go ahead and strike out here, then it can. Not saying it could really set you back, but think about for a small franchise that doesn't have a big payroll, they need to hit home runs. Teams like Oklahoma City, teams like Sacramento, teams like Orlando, these teams need to make sure that they hit home runs with their draft picks because that's how they produce their stars. That's how they
Yes.
develop their stars. So, it's the draft is always exciting. It's always an important night just to see who's at the top of the draft, who's everybody talking about and there's a whole bunch of talk about Jabari Smith this year. And deservingly so in my opinion. I think the kid is the total package. So we'll see what Orlando does at 1.
Yeah, I think so, and that's what I was going to ask you, Mike. Again, as we sort of talked about, I alluded to it to start the show, and we talked about it right before we went live. That all 3 guys, Holmgren, Smith, and Banchero, all 3 right now, as it stands, are still in the running to be this year's number 1 pick.
Yes.
If it were me, I'm going Jabari Smith. I know we hear all the comparisons to Kevin Durant, but outside of the ball handling, because KD was a gifted ball handler coming into the draft in 07 with the Supersonics. Outside of that, I don't see a weakness in his offensive game. What say you about Jabari Smith? Who would you have being the number 1 pick just in general?
Yeah, I would take Jabari Smith. And make no mistake about it, Chet Holmgren is the number 1 player on my board. I think he's the best overall prospect in the draft as far as upside combined with skill set and all those things. I do, however, think that Jabari Smith is much safer and you still get a ton of upside with him. He's got a big, ready NBA body. I think he's the best shot maker in the draft. He isn't the best shooter, but he's the best shot maker in the draft. And I forget who said it earlier. I think it might have been Jonathan Wasserman of Bleacher Report, but he said, listen, having that kind of size, 6'10", kind of built like a power forward, but with his level of athleticism, his defensive versatility, and his scoring and shooting ability, I mean, that's rare. I mean, you have
Right.
guys that are really legit. Now, I want to make this clear. Chet Holmgren would have been the best player in last year's draft, in my opinion.
Okay.
So I do think Chet Holmgren is that good. But I agree with you. I think if I were Orlando, I would take Jabari Smith. I would kind of take the safety because he's going to go into the NBA right away. And I'd say, anywhere between 17 and 22 points a game right out of the gate. He's going to be a really good player for them, depending on the role that he plays. So I agree. I think I would take Jabari Smith number 1.
Yeah, I agree with you. And again, like you're talking about the shot making. I remember there was a game he played against my Tennessee Volunteers back in February, I think it was. And I mean, it was like a 12-point Vols lead with like 2 minutes left. And Smith just goes on this ridiculous, one-man scoring run, hitting
Yeah.
and 1 threes, getting the basket. Again, there's not much you could do to stop this guy. And I think our man Ryan Flowers, shout out to him. He's back of Clutch Sports Talk. He agrees. He says Smith better go number 1. He says too bad he will be in Orlando. I don't think Orlando is necessarily a death sentence, but it's
close right now.
It's close. It's close.
Well, I mean, Bryson, what I always say about Orlando is always the funny thing, right? I mean, it's there's NBA Siberia,
Right.
there's NBA Transylvania, that's in Oklahoma City, and then there's the other one that I always love to talk about as well, is NBA Bermuda, which is the Orlando Magic. So it's like the Bermuda Triangle. You go there and it just disappears. Nothing happens. So we'll see if Jabari Smith can be able to turn the tide here with all the collection of other talent that they have that they've gotten over the last few years. It's about molding this talent, getting the right coach, getting the right system, getting the right culture, so you can be able to start turning things around, because talent isn't enough in the NBA. You need things to be, you need a perfect system, you need structure, you need organizational stability. All of those things need to be in sync for you to be able to win and win championships consistently, like the Golden State Warriors, like the San Antonio Spurs, the Lakers of old, and all this, all the other great dynasties that have come before. So, that's what's really important.
No question. And Ryan actually agrees with you, Barry. He says, oh, it is. It's up there with Sacramento, talking about, sort of kind of death sentence franchise, if you will.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got a comment here. Paulo going to H-Town. That suit is smoke. He's got easily the best fit of the draft. It's not even close.
Benedict Mathurin, they just introduced him. Benedict Mathurin looks really good too.
I didn't see him.
Nice rosy kind of suit. Looks really, really nice. Keegan Murray looks a little reserved. He's got a very, classic gray suit. I'm telling you, we got some well-dressed men in the green room tonight.
Who's the worst dressed tonight?
See, I don't know. I haven't been really paying attention. I've been paying attention to the show, but I do have it up here. But Ty Washington looked a little reserved as well.
Yeah.
Blake Wesley looks like, Blake Wesley is coming out in a very classic tux. I don't think anybody's really worse dressed. I think everybody kind of looks pretty good. I'm a little confused by Paolo Banchero's suit though. That purple thing with what are they, pearls on it or something?
I think it had something to do with there was a college that a lot of people wanted to go to. It wasn't LSU. I forgot where it was. That I think his dad went to, and because people around him were kind of disappointed that he didn't go there, he's like, okay, I'll sort of pay tribute and wear a purple suit. That's something to do with that. So but I do think
poo-poo it a little bit.
Yeah, but I will say this. I think Houston would be a great fit for him because when you're talking about, I'm forgetting the young coach's name. He was there in Golden State when Steph was there. The head coach in Houston, Steven Silas, yes. Has a reputation for being a really good developmental coach. Obviously, you've got Jalen Green over there already. They just traded Christian Wood, so you can tell they're absolutely going all in on this rebuild situation. I think here's the thing about Paolo Banchero. I wasn't horribly high on him coming into this draft. The talent was not the issue. You're talking about a 6'10" guy that could put it on the floor, score in the mid range. Great athlete. But I think the thing that stuck out to me, and maybe I'm reaching a little bit, but this is one of the only prospects coming into this draft. Barry, I would like to hear your thoughts as a Duke fan. This is one of the only prospects that I heard coming into the draft talking about, I want to be a leader, talking about leadership and what that represents, what that means. Do in your view, do you think that has any impact on either where he goes or even his success once he gets to the next level?
I mean, it's very interesting to hear a kid talk about he wants to be a leader when he wasn't a leader when he was at Duke. So it's one of those things where maybe he understands what he did wrong at Duke and he wants to be better. He wants to, be a little bit more mature, because a lot of times, these kids are talented, but between the ears, they're not ready for that stage. And I think a lot of times Paulo was not ready for that stage. He disappeared too much at Duke. And, maybe he's learned that, and we'll see what happens. I think Houston is a perfect spot for him. And the reason why I say Houston's a perfect spot for him is because there's not going to be a lot of press. There's not going to be a lot of pressure there for him. He can be able to, he can be able to develop at his own pace with Steven Silas there, with the other young guys, and just start developing a different culture there. So can he be a leader of this young team? Absolutely, he can be one of the leaders. And who knows what he can be able to morph and branch into, in the next 4 or 5 years.
Oh, no doubt. And by the way, we're at the top of the hour now. It's 8 o'clock Eastern at the Barclays Center, so the draft is about to get underway. What's your thoughts on Paolo Banchero? Talking about leadership and things of that nature, Mike.
I come along the same line that Barry comes along. He's my 4th overall player. Now, I know he's a part of the big 3, right? As it's known in this draft with Jabari Smith, Chet Holmgren, and Banchero. I have Jaden Ivey ranked 1 spot above him.
Okay.
I love that kid's upside. I'm sure we're going to talk about him a bunch tonight. But Paolo Banchero, I come on the same line of thinking that Barry does. I remember watching a Duke game with Barry, and it was the Final Four game against North Carolina. And we were both thinking, like Paolo Banchero by far right now is the best player on the floor. And he didn't always look like it. That was our problem, right? And listen, Duke had a great basketball team this year. You've got, 3 other guys on the Duke team that are going to get drafted tonight with Trevor Keels, Wendell Moore, and Mark Williams. And Paolo Banchero is the best out of that group of Duke players. Most talent, I think, by far. You have people that are basing it on pure talent and saying that Paolo Banchero is the best player in the draft. And that's not a crazy statement. He has a ton of talent.
Right.
But Barry's exactly right. You wanted more out of him. There are some times where you wanted him to take over a game, and he just didn't. He gets a little passive on offense. Sometimes he gets lost standing in the corner. Like, those are the kind of things that you look out for as a scout, where you're just like, okay, part of the reason why I think Jabari Smith is going to go number 1 overall is a very simple thing. And I think it's a lot of things that, because all these scouts, they get really analytical with stuff, including myself. I do all that stuff too. But they say, okay, bottom line, 10 seconds left on the clock. Which of these 3 kids do you want the ball in their hands? And Jabari Smith is the guy that you want.
Right.
Now, second on that is probably Paolo Banchero based on his talent.
Right.
But if he had shown that more at Duke last year,
he'd be the number 1 pick.
He would be, without question, the number 1 pick.
Right.
So I come along the same line of thinking that Barry does, where that Banchero needs to take that next level mentally in order for him to succeed in the NBA. And I think Houston's a great spot for that because, again, not a lot of pressure. Steven Silas is a good coach, and he's not going to be the primary scorer. It's going to be Jalen Green.
Right.
So I think there's room for him to kind of go at his own pace and play the game that way.
Yeah, and it's a complete change of senior from Duke. I mean, not just playing at Duke, and we know the big brand that is, but it being Coach K's last year, the pressure that came with that. Did that factor in a little bit? Maybe, maybe not. We do have some comments here. Ryan says, Magic have questions. What would they do with Isaac? Talking about Jonathan Isaac and Mo Bamba. I think it's safe to say Mo Bamba, you could say he's pretty close to a bust at this point. He's never really panned out to what we thought that he would be.
He's underwhelmed.
Yeah, he's definitely going to free agency too. I think the Lakers they're in on him and the other teams as well. So
okay. Yeah, I mean, the one thing I would say about him is he's a good shot blocker, so that that'd be good interior guy for your Lakers, Barry. And Jonathan Isaac, good perimeter scorer. Again, I love Jalen Suggs. I think he is, the injury kind of hurt him last year. I think once he develops, talking about the good coaching he got at Gonzaga, I think he's going to be a phenomenal player in this league. Let's see, we got more comments here. We got a lot of comments. Let's see. I hope I'm not butchering your name. Is it Wanu Benavides? But Wanu Benavides.
That's pretty good, Bryson.
I don't.
That's how I would have done it.
I don't want to mess it up, okay? Because he's got a lot of thoughts in the comments. So I really appreciate that.
I would have chopped that name up. That was good.
Christian Woods was a bad locker fit in Houston. Yeah, I did hear that there was some issues with him and
a little bit of immaturity issues.
Yeah, but he's a veteran player playing on a very young, not successful team. That could change in Dallas. Dallas has they're notorious for kind of straightening people out a little bit.
Body language for veteran players who are not used to winning a lot, it can really be something that can really rub people the wrong way. So, I don't think that Christian Wood is a bad guy. I just think that, he's a very good player in a very, very tough situation.
Yeah, talking about crazy stories too. By the way, crazy draft stories. Christian Wood was a projected first-round pick in that year he was coming out of the draft, and he went undrafted.
Right.
So if people are surprised by the level of success he's having, you really shouldn't be. That guy
Right.
was supposed to be a first-round pick that year, and for some reason, he didn't get drafted at all.
I mean, sometimes, sometimes just like you said, sometimes people get a little bit analytical, Mike. It's
Yeah,
that
exactly.
they just pick these kids apart too much instead of focusing on what they do really well.
Yeah,
A kid might be too small, too skinny, too this, too that, too that. Can he score? Can he play? Is he going to be able to fill out? We're judging these 19 and 18-year-old kids, 22-year-old kids like they're a finished product.
yeah.
These guys are not
That's it.
finished products, and we have to try to give them a shot. Now, can we be, have our own opinions about them and how we feel about them in regards to what their games are? Of course. But at the end of the day, none of us really know what
Right.
any of these kids are going to be.
It's
We
up to
haven't,
them.
it's up to them. Exactly. It's up to where they go. I always say it all the time, guys, that it really depends on where you go.
Right.
If you go to a right organization, sky's the limit for you if you have potential.
And there's a perfect example of that, and he's about to get fitted for a ring, and his name is Andrew Wiggins.
There you go.
He is
go.
a number one
He's
pick
right.
talent.
He's right.
With
No, he's exactly right.
with number 3 guy, level intangibles.
Right.
And you put him in Minnesota, you ask him to be the face of the franchise. That's not his role, in terms of his leadership and things of that nature. But you put him in a championship level culture, all of a sudden, the contract that everybody was banging, Minnesota for signing with Wiggins. Now that's like he may get paid more in Golden State because of the impact that he had on that team. So I absolutely agree with both of you on that point. Where you go does matter. Let's see. Complete sports and media coverage, 58 out of 60 is impressive.
What's up, Darren?
Is the guy tonight. Talking about your record, Mike, last year in the draft.
I'm disappointed. I should have gone 60 for 60, but I
Get close.
Like I said,
Look
there's
at you,
only
man.
58 picks tonight. There's only 58 picks tonight, so I got 2 more picks.
Listen, I have a prediction. I think you go 57 or 58. That's
cruel.
50
I don't know why you would say such negative things. That's horrible.
I would not be shocked. Wanu, I'm going to call you JB from here on out because I don't want to butcher your name. I'm going to call you JB. He says Paulo's ready to play. Ryan says Paulo will flame out. So we got two.
We're going to talk about Paulo a lot tonight. I'm telling you,
so. I think we got
Paulo a lot tonight.
Two completely different opinions. Richie Gunter, he says Guido the legend. Let's see. Hold on. And Ryan says not feeling Chet either. Chet, see, I'm skeptical on him, not just because the weight. I know that's a thing that everybody points out.
Yeah.
But you could almost make the same. Obviously, they're completely different players, but you could almost make the same comments about Paulo that you could about Chet Holmgren. In that, in those big games where he's clearly the most talented player on the floor, you didn't always know it, especially in the tournament. Both guys play for 2 well-coached teams, 2 college basketball blue bloods in the last few years. So you can make that case, and we got about 3 minutes to go before Orlando does make that number 1 pick. Before we get to any more comments, I'll start with you, Mike. Gut feeling, who gets taken with the first pick?
I think it's Jabari Smith. I think right now there was a little bit of a Woj bomb that came out that said that Jabari Smith and Paolo Banchero are being considered for the number 1 pick right now. I still think Jabari Smith is the safest bet. I love his shot making, his shot creating ability, his athleticism, explosiveness. I mean, there really aren't a lot of holes to his game. He's a very versatile defender. He plays hard on every play. That I think he right now is the favorite to go number 1, and he should be. Orlando should take Jabari Smith.
I agree with you. I mean, I think when you're talking about and the pick is in, apparently. The pick is in from the Orlando Magic. I think when you're talking about his overall offensive game, again, shot making, being able to, he does it. You put in your scouting report, Mike, that he doesn't like to put the ball on the floor too much. But when he does and he gets the basket, he is an explosive finisher at the rim. He's not your typical 6'11", 7-foot guy who's, this dude has hops. So, you're talking about, I know there's been some comparisons to Giannis that I've heard. I don't know about that in terms of athleticism.
A lot of people have said Kevin Durant. He's a much thicker Kevin Durant, and you can say that. I mean, it's hard to say that because of the crazy career that Kevin Durant has put together.
It's unfair. It's an unfair
I
comparison.
compared him to Jason Tatum a little bit. I think that's a little bit more modest. But I will say this, though. I like Jabari Smith coming out of the draft more than I liked Jason Tatum. So I think there's a possibility that Jabari Smith could be that level of player and more. So there's real upside with him. I know I'm
Yeah.
saying that he's kind of safe, but there is real upside with Jabari Smith.
I absolutely agree. Barry, the commissioner, is making his way to the podium. What's your pick?
Jabari. If they go Paolo, I'll probably fall out of my chair.
Let's see. Here we go. It's Paolo.
Wow. Holy moly.
Wow.
Paolo Banchero goes number 1. Barry,
we got a shocker right off the bat. A shocker in this NBA draft right off the bat.
I'm going to let you take this one real quick.
All right. Here's the thing with me is that the kid has talent. We're not going to dispute that. There's potential there. But the problem with teams like the Orlando Magic that get put into these situations to pick a player, they normally they go away. That just doesn't make sense. This to me doesn't make sense for them. He's not the player that they need in regards to aggressiveness to be able to get everybody else going. This is a guy that's going to just fade into the back. You don't want a number 1 pick to fade into the back and mold into the team. You want him to be assertive and stick out. Jabari Smith sticks out like a sore thumb. The kid is talented. He's aggressive. He has a NBA game. He's ready. He's the safe pick, like you said, Mike. You're taking a risk. It's not a high risk, but it's still a risk over Jabari Smith. And
yeah,
I mean, this is why they're NBA Bermuda.
Now listen, here's the thing with Banchero. And again, I compared him to Chris Webber. And Chris Webber had a phenomenal NBA career. But Paolo Banchero, I agree with Barry. I would have taken Jabari Smith. But here's the thing with him. If Paolo Banchero can put it all together and he's there mentally, then he could very easily be the best player in this whole draft. He very easily could be that. So I'm assuming right now, as ESPN is comparing him to Michael Beasley, he is kind of like that. A very good all-around scorer. I think his perimeter jump shot has some room to improve, but I think he's the most polished post scorer in the entire draft right now. One of the things that I love about him too, good playmaker. He's got, good ball handler, passer. He's a good athlete. He can explode at the rim.
Smooth jump shot.
Very smooth jump shot. And again, sometimes the shots don't always go in, but it's a very good jump shot. One of the things that I love about him too is that he has the most translatable move in the entire draft. And I was telling Barry this on his podcast last week. That little post spin move that he does with one dribble and one quick spin, that's unguardable. There wasn't anybody in college that can guard that. There's going to be nobody in the NBA that can guard that. So you're getting a really talented player with Paolo Banchero. Again, he was my number 4 overall player, and he's going number 1. So I think it wouldn't have been my pick, but you are potentially getting a really, really great player with Paolo Banchero. And again, his one negative is he can disappear. He loses focus. Those kind of things. If you can get past that, then you have an insanely talented player on your hands.
Hold on before you go, Bryson. I just wanted to put this point in, and then we can move on. When you get compared to Michael Beasley, that is a good and a bad thing. Yeah. They're saying basically you have all the talent in the world to be able to be one of the best basketball players on the planet. However, this is going to stop you. And this right here, Mike, I tell people all the time, I don't care if you can jump 70 inches, you can do all of these things. If you don't have what it takes up here, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And that's what I worry about with Paolo Banchero. That's what I worry about. It's the mental.
I think a prime example of that is somebody who they actually compare Paolo Banchero to, and that's Ben Simmons.
Exactly.
He's the ultimate head case, in the NBA. Right. I think, you mentioned, Mike, about the post move, the spin move. LeBron James is knock on wood, he stays healthy, is going to become the all-time leading scorer in NBA history this coming season. I would like to know how many of those points have come on that, post spin move to the basket.
Yeah.
Especially late in his career when some of that athleticism has waned a little bit. He's been almost automatic, in that department. So
it's a move that ages well. It's gonna, if he
does.
can last in the NBA, that's a move that he's always going to be able to rely on. And like I said, look, I told Barry this last week on his podcast as well. He'll come into the NBA right away. He'll score 15, 16 points a game
Yeah.
right out of the gate, because even
Especially
in
on
the
this
games
team.
where he kind of disappears, you still find a way, and you're just like, wow, like he scored 19 points, 22 points, 7 boards, 4 assists. Like, you very rarely saw him have like a bad statistical game. So, even with all of the stuff that you don't love to see, he did plays kind of well. So, again, I wouldn't say it's a bad pick. It's a risky pick, but it's not a
Right.
bad pick.
Exactly.
It is. No, again, I agree with both of you. I would have absolutely taken Jabari Smith number 1. But I got to be honest with you. I agree. I would go with Paolo Banchero over Chet Holmgren with that number 1 pick. I feel like you talk about, Mike, that Chet has the upside. But I don't know, when you're talking about the spacing in the NBA today, I believe the commissioner is about to make the pick for Oklahoma City. Both of you, real quick, who do you got going number 2?
Gotta be Jabari.
I think it's Chet Holmgren. I think their focus has been on Chet Holmgren. I don't think
agree.
they're going to go off the beaten path here. I think it's going to be Chet.
I agree with you, Mike. It's Chet. Yep, it's Chet.
Yeah.
Okay. So Chet Holmgren, now you're adding him to a team that's got, I mean, it has to be the youngest team in the NBA. It has to be. You're talking about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a guy who has all-star potential that we've seen that. You're talking about Josh. I loved watching Josh Giddey this past season.
He's so good.
It's really smooth game.
Yeah.
But I think you add Chet Holmgren to a young group like that, I could absolutely see that working. What is your thoughts right off the bat, Mike?
Listen, OKC is in a position right now where they can swing for the fences, and Chet Holmgren is a swing for the fences kind of prospect. He was my number 1 overall prospect. This is the guy. So I compared him. Listen, if his body fills out, I think he's got all the talent of Joel Embiid. I think he could be that good, that talented. Look, he's going to shoot 40% from 3. He's going to be able to dribble the ball. He'll be able to handle the ball. He's one of the best shot blockers in college basketball last year. I mean, super long. And again, the one worry that teams have is, again, he's 7 foot and he weighs 195 pounds. He is incredibly thin. So I know that people are really worried about that, but he was a stellar defensive player last year. He was a consensus All-American. He was all WCC as a freshman. He was the West Coast Conference Defensive Player of the Year last year. Like, he's had a really incredible career. That 1 year at Gonzaga was still incredibly good. So, and I think that there's a lot of positional versatility that you could have with him too. And especially for OKC, they don't really have a true big. They don't have anybody that can slide in and play that position. I think you can play Paolo Banchero at center. I think you can play him at power forward. I think you can play Chet Holmgren at small forward. I really think you can play him on the wing. So they're getting this is the most talented player in the draft for me. So I think right now OKC made the right move. This is a great, great player that they're getting in Chet Holmgren.
And I think at the end of the day, you saw about his ball handling. I know there was a video from a few years ago of Chet at Steph Curry's camp crossing up Steph Curry. I mean, you're talking about this is a long time NBA veteran, 2-time MVP that he's pretty much driving right past, in a camp when this kid's in high school. The talent is no question the issue, but as you talk about, can his body fill out? They're showing the comparisons to a young Giannis Antetokounmpo. Again, everybody remembers how skinny this guy was coming in, but you saw the athleticism, you saw the ability to get to the basket without any problem. Before I get to the comments, what's your thoughts on this selection by Oklahoma City, Barry?
I mean, it's definitely a development pick for me. It's one of those things where he's going to the place where he can be able to develop with those other younger guys, and there's no pressure. The one thing that bothers me about Chet is that I don't know what position he plays in the NBA. I just don't. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, you can throw him at the 3, but is he strong enough to guard 3s? No, he's not. You can throw him at the stretch 4, but can he guard 4s? No, he can't. You could throw him at the stretch 5, of course, but can he guard on the other level? It's just, he's going to get pushed around a lot very early. And it's up to Oklahoma City to put him in situations that are going to help him mentally, confidence-wise, and also allow him to develop the right way. But he's going to get picked around, and guys are going to come at him a lot. So, most big men, he's not going to have the issue in regards to like slow feet. I think he has pretty quick feet. I think his second jump ability is really good.
Yeah.
But we'll see. This is one of those. He's very talented. He's a moldable piece of clay. But we're gonna have to see how they go ahead and mold that particular player.
Yeah.
And then what it comes down to is whether or not OKC can develop him, because as you talked about, he probably is the most talented player in this draft. I know going into excuse me, this past college basketball season, he was the guy being talked about as the number 1 pick in this draft, and that's obviously that didn't happen tonight. He drops a pick to number 2. Got a few comments here from let's see. Okay, so Ryan says the Rockets are going to be fun to watch. I can't even imagine a scenario where Jabari Smith does not go number 3. It would be we thought the shock of the draft was Paolo Banchero. This would just be unthinkable. Yeah, I think what's funny about Houston is when they're championship contenders, which they were, just 3-4 years ago, and when they're, at the top of the lottery, they're never bad offensively. That's kind of, you go back to the days of Tracy McGrady in the early 2000s when he joined there. What's that?
I said they can fill it up.
They can fit 100%. And again, you're talking about Steven Silas, who's one of the better developmental head coaches in the NBA. I think that'd be a great spot. Mike, it's got to be Jabari Smith, right?
Well, I see him on the phone right now on ESPN, so I think it's probably going to be him. I will say this though, Jabari Smith, it would be a great pick for them. But yes. I've said this from the beginning. A backcourt of Jaden Ivey and Jalen Green excites me. That would be an insane. Jaden Ivey at the point, Jalen Green at the 2. That would be an absolutely lethal backcourt. But Jabari Smith is going to fit into that roster perfectly. You have a lot of versatility with him. Yeah. So I think it's going to be Jabari Smith. But
to be honest with you, too, I think Jabari Smith is more of a Western Conference type of player anyway. He has that type of game.
Yep.
He does. I mean, again, you're talking about his ability to score. It's funny. We talked about last year, Jalen Green being the best scorer in the draft without a question. And yeah, this is probably 2 straight years where Houston's going to be able to sort of claim that title with drafting the best scorers.
Right.
The thing is, can they get stops? But that's, that remains to be seen. JB says he reminds me of Sean Bradley.
He's talking about Chet.
He's talking about Chet. He's talking about Chet. Okay, I got you. Okay, the commissioner has made his way to the podium. Here is the pick. It is Jabari Smith. No shock there. Again, I think this is a really good fit. I think you're talking about his ability to shoot the basketball. I think the comparisons that we see to Kevin Durant, I don't think we're talking about the finished product, Kevin Durant. I think we're talking about,
early days. Yeah.
His ability to knock down the 3 at a high level. You talked about Chet Holmgren's going to be a guy who's shooting 40% from 3, Mike. Jabari Smith, I could argue might be in that category. Would you say?
Yeah, I think Jabari Smith is the best overall shot maker in the entire draft. He finds ways to put the ball in the basket. That's the true part about him. He is a world-class shot maker, great shot creator. I think he's one of the more versatile defensive players in the draft. Very explosive athlete at the rim. He's made some really highlight plays. He can get a little hesitant when driving. He's not a great ball handler yet, so he can get a little bit hesitant when driving to the rim, but he can really finish when he gets there. Very versatile defender. And again, not a great playmaker. He's not a great ball handler. He's not a great passer, but listen, that's how Houston operates. Jalen Green doesn't pass very well either. So, listen, they got a bunch of guys that can play ISO. Jabari Smith is, and you're going to see the highlights right here. Jabari Smith is just a world-class shot maker. This guy puts the ball in the basket. And look, I know when people say, you love his size, he's 6'10", 220, and he can shoot 42% from 3. I mean, that's a rare build. So Jabari Smith for the Rockets here is very, very good.
The one thing that I love about him the most is
this is your guy, Barry, right?
Man, is his aggressiveness.
Yeah.
The one that I always talk about motor with guys. And guys that just go, guys that are just basketball players, they know exactly what they want to do on the floor. They go ahead and they attack. They go ahead and shoot 8 for 24. I don't really care. It's more about the aggressiveness and where they want to be and how they want to go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
He has that. He has that ability where he's like, I'm going to go out and get 30 tonight. And that's what I love about him is that type of attitude, that type of motor where he can be able to he's one of those guys that can be able to block a shot on the other end and hustle down and go get you a fast break dunk.
Right.
He's one of those guys that are just he's just fun to watch. He's very, very fun to watch. And with a team like Houston that has this young talent with a guy like this reminds me of a very young Sacramento Kings team with a Chris Webber and all these guys. Like that's the type of thing that I can see that them do. Like have a high octane offense, have a lot of guys put up a lot of shots and be just very, very fun to watch.
And I think something that's interesting, you talked about the aggressiveness. I think a lot of that was, in college being at Auburn, Bruce Pearl, if he's got a talented scorer,
yeah,
he says, open up the floodgates. This is our guy that, this is our number one option.
He gives him a lot of confidence.
He does. There's no question about it. So I think that's going to serve him well in the NBA. I think it's going to serve him well in Houston. I think of the top three, draft cities, draft destinations, I think Houston's the best.
I agree.
Because when you talk about, again, this organization for its ups and downs has always been one that drafts well, tends to rebuild quickly. And I wouldn't be shocked if 2 years from now, 3 years from now, they're right back in the mix in terms of teams that are perennial playoff teams. As JB says, all we need, I assume he's talking about Houston. Now all we need is a point guard. There's no question about it. And do they take one in this draft? When is Houston's next pick, Mike?
17.
Okay, so there you go.
They have 26.
So they can go get themselves a point guard.
Absolutely.
Now, this is a very interesting pick because Sacramento, there's been so many teams that have been calling to try to trade up to get to number 4.
Let's see if they do the right thing.
And I'm not sure that they're going to trade it, but
let's see if they do the right thing and trade the pick. That's what they need to do.
Their pick is in, according to ESPN. So they are not going to trade it.
Jaden Ivey, but again, this is I heard the Knicks were trying to get up.
I wouldn't be surprised if this pick gets moved.
It's going to have to get moved in the next 2 minutes.
Well, meaning like after, go
ahead real quick. Both of you make your predictions. The commissioners make us the same.
Ivy.
I agree. Keegan Murray.
Wow.
Get out of Iowa. Man, this dude can score. This dude can score at a high level, but he's going to NBA Siberia, and they tend to mess up careers. So I'm happy for this kid, and I love his potential.
Listen. I'm clapping for Jaden Ivey right now. I'm clapping for Jaden Ivey right now. He dodged a mean bullet going to NBA Siberia. But let's talk about this kid from Iowa, man. That's a shock to me, right, Mike? What do you think about that?
Yeah, this is a big time shock. I mean, it's funny because last year when the Raptors surprised everybody, it took Scotty Barnes, Jalen Suggs with the number 4 pick. Everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, what just
Scotty Barnes ended up being the man."
Same thing with Keegan Murray. Yeah. Now, Keegan Murray, I've been told there are a lot of teams in this draft that think that Keegan Murray is the most pro-ready player in the entire draft. He is going to step in day one and he's going to contribute. Now, again, he's going to the Kings. So there's that little caveat that everybody likes to make fun of. But let me tell you a little bit about the player, okay? Keegan Murray reminds me a lot of Michael Porter Jr. He's a very, versatile combo forward, 6'8", 215, great body, really good scorer, Bryson. Averaged 23.5 points a game at Iowa last year. He was one of the best players in all of college basketball last year. Really good scorer from all over the floor. He can finish in traffic. He's another one of those kind of like pick your poison type players where you got to figure out, all right, is he going to drive on me or is he going to take the outside shot? Because he can do both. Really solid rebounder for his size. He doesn't get bullied on the inside. He's a solid, versatile defender. I think that's another underrated part of his game is he can defend. Again, he profiles more as a 4. Can kind of play the 3. He's a bit of a tweener, so that's a little bit of his negative is he's not a super duper athlete. But listen, I've compared him to Michael Porter Jr. He's not a great ball handler, could be a turnover machine early in his career, but you're getting him right now. What you're going to get is scoring. So Keegan Murray's a good player. He's my number 8 player on my board. So again, not too much of a reach. This shocks me though. Jaden Ivey, I thought was a sure thing here, and they go Keegan Murray. That's really interesting.
Well, it feels like Ivy is almost a sure thing now to go to Detroit, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, you think, but here's the thing too with Detroit now is Detroit 2 years in a row they went Killian Hayes and then they went Cade Cunningham last year. Do they really want to take another guard
like that? That's a little bit too much.
That's the thing is
it's almost
you can play Ivy and Cunningham kind of next to each other, but then you're kind of throwing Killian Hayes out.
Right.
So you got to figure out what you really want to do here. And they just also traded Jeremy Grant, so they have a hole here.
I hated that deal, by the way. Hated that deal by Detroit.
Well, I mean, they did it because I think that they have plans on trying to get Ayton. So
yeah,
we'll see.
They wanted to clear the cap space.
Maybe, but I don't know. Is Detroit high on Ayton's list?
Yeah,
I think anybody that's willing to give him max money is going to be high on Ayton's list.
Yes, you're probably right.
Because that's all he wants.
It reminds you a little bit. Well, let's talk a little bit about. Oh, well, let me get to the comments. Ryan says, "I feel bad for whoever gets drafted by the Kings with the 4th pick."
Sorry, Keegan Murray.
And he's Keegan Murray. And then 5 minutes later, Ryan commented, "Too bad we'll never hear about Murray ever again."
That's not fair. He's a good player, man.
He is.
He could very easily make it. I'm surprised though too, because here's another thing that I think most people aren't thinking about is they have Domantas Sabonis over there.
Right.
So
that's true.
They have to be planning on playing Keegan Murray at the 3 and him at the 4, or Keegan Murray at the 4 and Sabonis at the 5.
Right, because remember they're getting rid of Rashawn Holmes. Rashawn Holmes is going to be a free agent, or I think they're going to trade him or something like that. So they have space for this kid to be able to operate somewhere, whether it be like you said, Mike, at the 3 or the 4.
Yeah, they do. And the thing I hated what Sacramento did last year. I get them trading Buddy Hield. He's kind of a good trade piece you can move. Trading Tyrese Halliburton
made no sense.
No sense. I mean,
listen, I don't care how good you're absolutely right, Bryson. I don't care how good Domantas Sabonis is. What Halliburton was doing for the Kings and how he, I always tell people, you look for that year 1, year 2 jump, and that's what we saw out of that kid, which means that he's going to be a consistent scorer and a very good player in the NBA for a long, long time. So but it's Sacramento. I'm not shocked.
No, I'm not shocked either. I mean, trust me, I watch this guy play, 4 times a year against my Warriors, and I'm like, man, this kid might be the steal of the 2020 draft. And then
that's who the Knicks should have took, and they didn't do it.
They should have. The Detroit's pick is in again. I think both. Well, see, I think it's Jaden Ivey. But you talk about it'd be a little bit Charlotte-esque. Remember Charlotte a few years ago? They had LaMelo Ball, Devontae Graham, Terry Rozier.
Very clunky.
I think they had somebody else, and it didn't really work.
Yeah.
So
they're gonna take the talent. I think Jaden Ivey is too talented to just say, all right, we're just gonna keep passing him up.
Right.
Somebody's gonna take him early.
Right.
Well, is it similar to when your Cavs, Mike, took gosh, I'm blanking on the All-Star last year.
Darius Garland.
Darius Garland when they still had Colin Sexton in the building.
They moved Sexton over to the 2.
Yeah. Right.
It's very possible they could do that. Yeah. Listen, they could very easily envision Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham playing right next to each other. And again, that would be a really cool combination. Yeah, but I see them both as kind of lead guards. So
and the thing is too, what's to say, Mike, if they don't really get radical, you can play Cade Cunningham at the 3.
You can.
And you can put Jaden Ivey at the 2, and you can play Killian Hayes at the 1. You can have all 3 of them play in certain situations.
Here we go.
Yeah.
It's Ivy.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah. So I can see a scenario where they play all 3 of them. I don't hate that lineup. Is it a great defensive lineup? No, but it's a very good offensive lineup. It's very good.
Well, listen, here's a fun fact about what happened with Jaden Ivey. Jaden Ivey did not work out for the Sacramento Kings, and there was a rumor going around that he really did not want to go play for the Sacramento Kings.
He's my guy. He's already my favorite player in this draft. Already.
Smart young man.
Already.
But Jaden Ivey's a great player. Listen, I described him as he's John Morant who can shoot. His more accurate comparison for me is Donovan Mitchell. He's a bit of a taller Donovan Mitchell. Right. Super aggressive. And that's how I know Barry Grant Jr. loves him, because this guy plays with a fire lit under his rear end.
You know who he reminds me of, Mike? He reminds me of a young Dwayne Wade.
He does
Dwayne
I can
Wade.
see that. Except he can shoot, right?
Right. It's just the aggressiveness. I'm not comparing him
Yeah.
to a Hall of Fame. I'm just saying the aggressiveness out the gate. Dwayne Wade didn't care who was there. And that's the type of guy that Jaden Ivey is. I love it. I love the kid so much. Love him so
Super
much.
explosive. He is gifted at getting to the rim, finishing through traffic, absorbing contact, all of that stuff. He is a rapidly improving three-point shooter. He shot 26% as a freshman. He shot 36% as a sophomore last year at Purdue.
Wow.
He is a rapidly improving three-point shooter. He's a very sudden defender. He can guard a lot of spots. I think he could probably efficiently guard 1 through 4. He's going to be a really good pick and roll player. Again, he can get too aggressive at times. There are times where he gets a little bit too full of himself, and he's just like, okay, when he starts feeling it, he doesn't want to give the ball up. He's got to learn how to play a little bit more in a system. But look, he is a phenomenal, explosive player, and Detroit could have something really special on their hands with, like we've been saying, Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham playing next to each other. That could be really, really special. So Jaden Ivey is a great pick here. He was my number 3 overall player. I had him over Banchero. So
Really,
listen, Jaden Ivey's a phenomenal player. Phenomenal player.
Yeah, the one word that I have, Bryson, that describes this kid is bully. It's just bully.
I like that.
He's a dog.
I can see that.
He's a
Bully.
dog.
I can see that, and again, they're comparing him right now on ESPN, as you mentioned, to John Morant. And again, like you said, Mike, he's John Morant but can shoot. No, again, I watched the kid a few times at Iowa. Again, I love his aggressiveness. I can see the Dwayne Wade comparison a little bit in terms of his mentality as a young player coming in, and I think that suggestion is interesting. Could you move Cade Cunningham to the 3? What is Cade Cunningham? What do we get him? 6'7", 6'8",
about 6'8", yeah.
So that could absolutely work. I mean, you're talking about his ability to score.
I think you can play all 3 of them. Honestly,
sure,
you can.
I'm sure in certain lineups they're going to do it. So
absolutely,
it's going to be a very interesting thing.
That might be. I mean, maybe Ivy comes off the bench to start. I'm not sure, but maybe they try that right off the bat.
Right.
Indiana's pick is in.
Okay.
They know who they're taking.
They're not trading.
That's crazy.
Kid out of Kentucky, Mike.
Shaden Sharp. I love
Shaden Sharp. I love
Shaden Sharp too. He's my number 5 player.
Gosh.
I love Shaden Sharp. He's Mr. Mystery Man. But I think it's going to be one of the small forwards. I think it's going to be AJ Griffin. I think it's going to be Benedict Mathurin. It'll be one of those guys. Maybe a little monkey wrench might be Dyson Daniels, who played out of the G League last year. So you might see a little bit of him, but I think it's going to be one of the small forwards. I
think Shaden might be one of the ones to drop, Mike. I think he may drop.
Who, AJ?
Shaden Sharp. I think he may drop a little bit.
He's so talented.
Yeah.
I've
seen his tape, man. He's ridiculous.
Listen,
I think he's gonna be a multi-time All-Star. I swear I do.
If he falls to 11 to the Knicks will hit a home run.
He won't.
Oh my gosh.
He won't. I think if he doesn't go here, he'll go next.
Okay.
I think he's off the board quickly right now.
According to Jay Bills, he's the best player available, and I 1,000% agree.
I think he is definitely the best player available. He is the number 5 player on my board.
Right below the number 1 pick, by the way, Banchero.
He was prime Brandon Roy. That's his comparison. He's a super duper player.
Love that.
Here's the pick. Here's the pick. Benedict Mathurin. Wow.
Mathurin. There you go. That's a good pick.
Okay.
Solid.
This is a very good player. Now, we were talking about Shaden Sharp. He's my number 5 player. Benedict Mathurin's my number 6.
Okay.
So this is not a reach. This is exactly where he should go. They are going to love this kid. Prime Jason Richardson is what I've compared Benedict Mathurin to. And he's, like I said, I told you, Bryson, he is very well dressed tonight. But
I like it.
Almost 18 points a game at Arizona last year. Consensus All-American. He was the Pac-12 Player of the Year last year at Arizona. The first thing that pops off the screen, this kid has otherworldly athleticism. He jumps out of the building. Now, last year when he was a freshman, there were so many people that said, you know what, this kid's just going to be another mid-first round pick. He's just a shooter. This kid developed his game so much to where he really doesn't have a hole. Like this is a really, really good player. You know, the one thing that he does struggle with still, and I think it'll develop because he's got a great work ethic, but he struggles a little bit still as a shot creator. I don't think he's going to jump out of the gate right away and become a superstar player as a rookie. When the ball's not in his hands, he kind of struggles a little sometimes, but he's an excellent outside shooter. He moves really well off the ball. He's a smart player. The elite ability to change directions and go anywhere he wants around the floor. I think he's a future dunk contest champion with that kind of athleticism. Just a really good overall player. So I love this. 6'7", 195 pounds, super athlete. Indiana's getting a really solid player with Mathurin right now. Really, really good pick.
Like you mentioned, I do like his finishing around the rim. And I think they're comparing him to OG Anunoby on ESPN. I think he's more talented than OG in my opinion. There's no question about it. What's your thoughts on this pick? Ryan he says like this pick for the Pacers. Barry, what's your thoughts?
I think it's a very, very solid Pacer pick. I think they have guys that are very multifaceted. If you look at their guys, they always have bigger forwards that can be able to handle the ball a little bit, put it on the floor, shoot the ball, defend a little bit. This kid is talented, man. And the fact that he's like Mike said, otherworldly athletic, that's going to help him get into spots where somebody else can't get to. So this is a guy that has very, very big, tremendous upside, and I think he fits the culture there in Indiana.
No, I agree with you. And again, they're in all likelihood, they're going to move at least one of the four. You're talking about guys like Malcolm Brogdon, Miles Turner. I think they'll probably end up keeping Miles Turner.
Right.
But you've obviously got Tyrese Halliburton there. He's going to be a part of their future. And Buddy Hield, I'd be honestly quite stunned if he's not traded somewhere this summer. And so they are looking to.
And right, TJ Warren is hurt too.
TJ Warren, right?
Yeah, he's out.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
No, he exploded in the bubble a couple of years ago, but yeah, I mean, you're talking about Indiana's in a rebuilding situation, but again, they're a team similar to the team that's about to pick next, the Portland Trailblazers. Usually, a well-run organization, they get back on their feet pretty quickly.
Absolutely, they find talent. They do. So
I can't knock this pick at all. Although I do think. So let's see with Portland. This is interesting. That Portland's in a very, very interesting situation because you've got a superstar in Damian Lillard. But you've also got Chauncey Billups in there, who's there to sort of bring a new defensive, mentality to these Portland Trailblazers. You've got obviously the Anthony Simons kid, who's really talented.
AJ Griffin fits right here.
Okay, you think so?
AJ Griffin fits right here.
I don't think AJ Griffin would be a terrible pick. I've had Shaedon Sharpe here for a while in my mock drafts. But they could go in a lot of different directions. I've heard Dyson Daniels is very high on their board. So Dyson Daniels, like you said, AJ Griffin could go here. I've heard Johnny Davis is also being considered here out of Wisconsin. So there's a lot of different directions they can go in. I would say Shaedon Sharpe. Shaedon Sharpe's the best player on the board. I think he fits exactly what they want to do. He would fit right in as a CJ McCollum replacement. So very interesting what they would want to do with this pick. They have a lot of different directions they can go in.
And we know about
Portland I'm sorry, Bryson, but Portland can turn this around quickly, man.
They can.
If they may have one of those off seasons where people say, okay, they really did have a plan to keep Dame around. So
they got Jeremy Grant for peanuts.
Right.
So,
right.
They might be, again, that might steer them away from Shaedon Sharpe because he's a little bit of a developmental prospect. I don't think he's going to come in right away and contribute.
I agree.
So, they might be looking for a guy to just, all right, we're just going to boom, go and see where it happens, see where it goes. So,
and we know this about Portland. They have a history of star guards. You mentioned Brandon Roy earlier in your comparison. That'd be kind of appropriate for him to end up in Portland. Obviously, we know about Damian Lillard, and years before that, Clyde the Glide Drexler played there. Got the Blazers to a finals. So
Damon Stoudemire. I like Damon Stoudemire.
No doubt. John's already trolled me again. He says my boy look 11 after the shave. Get out of here.
Listen, I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to bring it up, man. But it's just.
I think it looks good.
This is why I grow beard, guys.
You look clean, man. You look clean.
You look a little like a SoundCloud rapper, but I I think it looks good, Bryson. I really do.
Let's change the subject, man. This is terrible.
Oh, man.
Let's
That's
see.
funny.
Alberto P says
SoundCloud
that
rapper.
the Knicks are going 4-for-4 with the new front office. Yeah, I mean, I do like the moves that they've made in the last few years to add to that group. Ryan says Portland will be the next Sacramento. I don't know about that.
Yo,
I don't know about that.
Ryan is just on his troll game tonight.
I guess. Oh, here's the pick. Here's the pick. Here's the pick. Shaden Sharp. There we go. Love it.
Dude, I'm telling you.
it.
This kid is on another planet.
I freaking love this
with talent, man. He is on another planet. Shaden Sharp, again, this is in the Nike EYBL. He did not play. They say he's coming out of Kentucky. He did go to Kentucky, but he didn't play for Kentucky. All he did was practice for them. So Shaden Sharp, his numbers for the EYBL, 22 points a game, 5.8 rebounds a game, 2.7 assists per game. Again, this is the reclassified 2022 number 1 high school prospect. So he could have very easily been the number 1 pick in next year's draft. Wow. So you are getting super, super upside when it comes to Shaden Sharp. Such a fun player to watch. He's a great athlete, great leaping ability, produces an unreal highlight tape. Just an unbelievable offensive talent. He's a very shifty and finesse finisher, but he also has those little bursts of explosion. He can really get up to the rim and finish above the rim. Also a really knockdown shooter with great range. This kid has a lot of range on his jump shot. I mean, this kid is going to, if he fully develops, this is going to be a 25, 30 point per game scorer in the NBA. This is a really great young player. Great length. He's got a near 7-foot wingspan. I mean, he's got a really bright future, this kid. The only issue with him, and again, he's a high school kid. Right. So you have to kind of keep this in mind. He didn't go to college. He didn't play maturity for competitive basketball. Sometimes the energy and the effort just isn't there, right? But I'm assuming because, when he's playing against high school kids, maybe he gets bored. You know what I mean? Like he's just so better than everybody else. I mean, look at this guy's tape. He is so fun to watch, and you see the talent that just oozes out of him, how crafty he is at the rim. A super duper player. Like I said, he's a prime Brandon Roy. He's a much longer and bigger Brandon Roy, 6'5", 200 pounds. So, prototypical shooting guard. Shaden Sharp, if you develop him properly, and Portland will,
yes,
they have an unbelievable player on their hands. Unbelievable player.
And this is why they hired Chauncey Billups, a couple of years ago for picks like this. Again, young guard, like you mentioned, stupid athletic. I'm with you. He was, and to me, he was one of the 5 best players in this draft. So for Portland to get him at 7, I think it is a steal. You mentioned, he could have very easily been the number 1 pick next year in 2023. Yep. But no, I think this is, considering where he's going, I think let's not just throw out the fact he gets to learn from Damian Lillard, a guy who's been there and done that, multi-time All-Star. Obviously very different player from him, but I think that veteran leadership, having Chauncey Billups in the building, a young team that's going to build around Shaden Sharp once they move on from Damian Lillard in a couple of years or maybe even less. Portland could be a team that maybe pushes, to make the playoffs this year. Maybe they're in the play-in tournament. I think there's no question.
Especially if they make a move and go get OG Anunoby, then we're talking about another team that could be able to threaten my poor Los Angeles Lakers.
We're going to try and minimize the Laker talk on this show as much as humanly possible.
If you can have a lineup for Portland next year and again, it might be, because Shaden Sharp is like, he's a project, but it's not going to take him forever to get there. You could see him second half of next year and playing a good amount of minutes. So if you have a lineup that's Lillard, Sharp, Anunoby, Grant, and Nurkic, and you got Simons coming off the bench. I mean, that's
tough.
That's legit.
Think about it too.
Right there.
They can have it both ways, right? They can be able to go ahead and try to, make the playoffs, push for this. But if things break down and they have to go ahead and revert back to, let's go ahead and rebuild and get rid of everybody by the break. Yeah. Now you have a whole bunch of games left to be able to showcase these young kids and this young talent. So Portland's in a good spot right now where they're trying to see that if they want to go ahead and go for it, try to put the best team around Dame. But if it falls apart, then they can go the other way too.
And here's something else. Look, if it doesn't work with Dame, you're going to get a lot for Damian Lillard. So then you can really go all into this this rebuild. So this is really kind of a win-win situation for Portland in the long run.
It's a great pick. It's a great pick.
So now the Pelicans have the number 8 pick. This is a team that ever since they beat the Clippers in that playing game, it was a game they had to come back and win, and they played as well as they did against the Phoenix Suns. This team's going places in my view. Because when you talk about the front office, David Griffin has been, kind of maligned in recent years, but I think he's done a good job overall. Again, we know how much LeBron liked him when he was with your Cleveland Cavaliers, Mike. So, you're talking about the team that he's built, bringing in the veteran leadership of CJ McCollum, Brandon Ingram. I'm going to have a hot take about the New Orleans Pelicans that I've said on my show before. But real quick, both of you, who's this pick right here?
I think right now it's Dyson Daniels. I've heard it's between
Matt
and Dyson Daniels.
I agree. Okay. I agree. They need a lead guard to be able to put everything together.
It's Dyson Daniels. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that works because, again, coming out of the G League, obviously, again, this works with the veteran leadership of McCollum. You've got a ton of young guys there. Herb Jones was excellent for them last year. I like this pick a lot. What say you, Mike? Who's your comparison? Who's your NBA comp, and what do you think about this kid?
So I know a lot of people are they've said that Dyson Daniels, when he was playing with the G League last year, was playing a little bit out of position when they were playing him pretty much strictly at point guard. I disagree. I think he's a legitimate point guard, lead guard, great passer. I mean, he averaged 4.5 assists last year. 6 rebounds. I mean, people dream about having point guards that are 6'6" with long arms and they're great defenders. Like, I think there's a real chance that Dyson Daniels is a really good point guard in this league. He reminds me a lot of Sean Livingston. Kind of just an all-around good point guard with great length, has really nice touch around the rim. He's known as a giant killer, and I've heard scouts call him that, because he's so good at finishing over bigs and having finesse moves that are able to finish over bigs. That's the kind of player that he is. Shoots with great form, very fluid motion. So his shooting is going to develop at the next level. He didn't shoot well from 3 last year with the G League. He did not do that. So, there's a little bit of a worry there, but this kid's got a really good offensive game. He's a great playmaker. I love the fact that he's able to pass the ball. I love his little floater that he does. I mean, it's very, very efficient, and he's a true lead guard. Great size, great length, really opportunistic defender. His perimeter shooting needs a little work. I understand that he's, he may need a little help as a ball handler, but I think eventually you can get this kid to the point where he's a lead guard. So Dyson Daniels is a good pick. I like him. He was the number 12 player on my board. So this is not too off the rails here. And I was a little lower on him than most people. A lot of people said, listen, he's top 8, top 7 on my board automatically. So this is about where I expected him to go. So this is a good pick.
Ryan says, let me pull this comment up. He says, I don't know, he may be Dante Exum all over again.
Yeah.
Again, a nice scorer, maybe point guard is his natural position, kind of like the case with Exum. Let's see this. They're showing G League players who've been drafted in the last 2 years. Jalen Green and Jonathan Kuminga last year in the top 7. Barry, what's your thoughts? Where do you think this kid fits in with what the Pelicans are trying to do right now? Because ultimately the number one, sort of factor with them is Zion Williamson.
Well, I mean, we don't even know what the Pelicans are really trying to do offensively. So I think they're trying to put together as much talent as possible and then kind of figure out the system. I think Willie Green is one of the best young coaches in the league. He's very tough-nosed.
Yes, I love him.
And I think that he's going to be able to figure out ways to get them in the positions that they need to be in. Now, I like this kid, Daniels. I do. Though there's one thing that I don't like about his jump shot is that his release point is very, very low. I think for a guy his size, I think they need to raise that a little bit more, put that more on top of his head rather than under the chin. He can be able to have a real advantage if they do go ahead and change his shot point. But the upside is there, the talent is there. Defensively, he's very long, so he can be able to really, really play multiple positions and really have a positionless type of system with him and Brandon Ingram out there. That would just be nothing but arms and legs out there. So I mean, that's a very, very good thing to have. And we'll see what happens in regards to Zion Williamson. Is he going to come in shape? Is he gonna be motivated to play with this team? And but for what they have and for what David Griffin and Willie Green are putting together, they're trying to put together something special over there.
Dyson Daniels, I think, is the perfect candidate to kind of glue that all together.
Yeah.
Like I said, good passer. He's a good floor general. He's not a selfish player. I think that all of that plays really, really well with what the Pelicans want to do with Ingram and Zion and all those guys.
Right,
So,
because they got guys that need the ball. So.
Well, that was kind of where I was going to, Barry, is, you talk about guys who need the ball. That was kind of going to be my main point with the Pelicans. I'm not sure Zion and Ingram fit together, and here's why. Zion didn't play most of his rookie year due to the injury. Brandon Ingram becomes an all-star. They played together, a couple seasons ago. Didn't really materialize. Missed the play-in tournament. This go around, Zion misses the entire season, and you really saw the development of Brandon Ingram, but not just the development. You saw this guy's confidence build big time. You're seeing him kind of, talk to the opposition, right? He's feeling good about himself. He had that, I think it was game 2 against Phoenix, where he just went on a one-man scoring tear. We knew this about Brandon Ingram and his ability coming out of 2016. I don't know. Is this what sort of bridges the gap between those two, or do you think they should move on from Zion Williamson, Mike?
No, I don't think they should move on from Zion at all. I think he's an absolute game changer if he's healthy. And again, I listen, I know he posts all those workout videos of him looking in shape and everything like that. I really think, because again, you got to remember when he was a rookie and he was playing, he was unbelievable. He was already such a force in the league, and it's such a change of pace for the league that I think that there are going to be a lot of teams that just don't know how to defend him. And especially if he learns how to shoot. If Zion learns how to shoot from the outside efficiently, oh my God, it's just going to be ridiculous. So I don't know. It could be very, very interesting. So I also just got a little report on my phone. Apparently the Knicks are still incredibly aggressively pursuing Jaden Ivey.
As they should.
After he got drafted by the Pistons.
As they should.
That's going to be a very interesting development. And I guess we see the pick is in for San Antonio now with the 9th pick. So we're moving today, boy. Is it me or is this draft moving?
It's moving. Teams know what they want, and they're going after it. So I like to see that. I like
big man here. Mark Williams, Jalen Duren. They need a guy that can man the inside. I think they should go either Jalen Duren or Mark Williams here.
They better go Duren. That's my guy.
I know. I don't know how you don't like Mark Williams.
I don't hate Mark Williams. He's a dookie, but I think that Duren is just a little better. That's all.
Okay. All right.
We'll see. Again, the pick is in. I'm sure the commissioner will be coming any second now. Let's see. JB asked, he said, what I missed, what draft number at? We are at this is number 10, right?
This is 9. This is 9.
I'm sorry. This is number 9. This is number 9. San Antonio, who went to the play-in tournament, lost to the Pelicans this past season. This is now, I think,
are thinking about trading their best player.
Yeah, DeJounte Murray. Yeah,
to the Atlanta Hawks. That'd be an interesting. Go ahead.
I've heard the Cavaliers are moving hard to try to get DeJounte Murray. So that's going to be interesting too. And, I might break my heart a little bit because I want draft picks, but, it's just me. That's just better.
At some point, Mike, you guys have to play basketball instead of draft picks, okay?
I get it.
Trade one of your big men. I mean, come on. You got to keep Jared Allen. You got to keep Evan Mobley.
Mobley and Allen is their identity.
Oh, of course. I agree with you, but I'm saying, could you trade Martin?
Yeah,
of course you can trade Marketing.
Okay,
the Spurs are going to take Marketing for Murray. It's going to cost a lot.
Okay, here's the pick. Jeremy Sohan.
Oh wow!
Spurs.
Okay. Wow.
Okay,
so they're going forward here. That's
interesting.
Came from Baylor.
This is a very Spursian pick.
Yes.
This is a very Spursian pick.
I agree.
Jeremy Sohan is the 20th player on my board, and they're taking him at 9. So this is kind of a reach for me. He reminds me a little bit of Aaron Gordon. He came off the bench at Baylor last year. He was the 6th man of the year in the Big 12. So, they are getting a good player here. Big 12 all freshman. He's one of the more raw players in the draft from what I can see, which leads people to believe that, he's got high upside, and he does do a little bit of everything. He doesn't have a pure hold to his game. Here's the thing. I like Barry and I use this term a lot. Jeremy Sohan is kind of a master of none. You know,
Right.
there isn't really that thing he does poorly, but there isn't that thing that stands out that he does special. You know what I mean? So he's not an amazing shooter. He's not an amazing defender. He's not he's not any of those things. He's a master of none. Really good rebounder for his size and his position, uses his athleticism. He's not a terrible scorer or a terrible ball handler. You know, he shows flashes of being able to create his own shot. You know, this is a very coachable player. Like I said, very raw. He's got a lot of things that he does well. So if they really focus and try to get this kid to, you know, a place where they kind of round out his skill set and capitalize on all of the skills that he does have, then that's great. Just right now, the shots are not falling efficiently. You know, he's a very versatile defender, so he has that going for him. But listen, right now the shots aren't falling. I see a very, you know, rough around the edges kind of player. This is a risky pick for San Antonio. But look, if anybody can develop him, it's Pop, right? If Pop,
You know what's interesting, Mike? I don't mean to cut you
Sohan's a
off,
good
but
player. Just Pop needs to really focus.
Can he
in on it.
develop this though?
the thing that makes me question this pick is that did they make this pick to appease Atlanta? Because if they're trying to go get Collins, this can be able to entice the Spurs to be able to make that deal, because now the Hawks are getting back a young player that they don't have to worry about right now.
Yeah.
Right? They can be able to just develop slowly at their pace while they go get DeJounte Murray. So just let's keep an eye on this, because this is something that can really be something later on.
No, it could be. I didn't think about this possibly being a trade piece. What's that?
I said Alberto P said something very funny in the comments, but his hair tells him.
Let's see. Oh, I'll put it up. I'll put it up.
And everything.
Sochan's hair tell me he's not gonna have a good start to his career, but he's going to pop. I think they showed on ESPN in like 4 different hair colors that he used at Baylor. So that'll be very interesting seeing him, especially in the black and white uniforms of San Antonio. Like it's just kind of
right, like Robin, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. You think he'll go that far though? You think he'll go like,
who
hey,
knows,
no,
man?
he's
Who
not
knows?
crazy. No, he's a good kid. Listen, everything I've heard about Jeremy Sohan is that he's a good kid. He's very coachable. There's really not much maturity issues, but he's got a personality. You know, he's
that's good.
Kid. And again, look, what you said, Bryson, do you think that they'll be able to develop that is what you're saying, right? Like, yeah, I mean, he's got a very
it's not the personality I'm worried about.
I know, but based on what I was saying of that he's a master of none, yes, I do think if he can start hitting jump shots and that versatility as a defender transfers over, then you have a real good player on your hands. You know, I don't think he has star potential, but does he have 10-year starter in the NBA potential? Absolutely. He's a good player.
And that's why he's a Spurs guy, because they develop guys that we haven't even heard of. We've heard very little of, and they end up having very solid NBA careers.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is right up their alley. And, you know, if they do keep the pick, I think he's going to be a very solid NBA player.
Very well could be the case. Alberto P also says, let's go Johnny Davis to the Mecca. Do you think
He's a Knicks fan. So
okay, so the Wizards pick is in. We know about the Bradley Beal issue.
I think they gotta go guard here, Bryson. What do you think?
No, I think so, because the Bradley Beal's likely gone. You know, this offseason, I think I heard a comment today. He says something like, you know, he wants to, when his career's over, he wants to look back and say they won the NBA. Translation, he's gone.
I'm hearing Celtics.
Oh, that'd be interesting. I don't know, because you move Tatum. Would you move Tatum or Brown?
Well, you put Tatum at the 4, you put Brown at the 3, and then you put Beal at the 2.
Yeah, that's kind of what they do already. They kind of have Brown playing the 3 and Tatum playing the 4 already.
Listen, it's time for them to get to move on from Marcus Smart. They don't need somebody that is so inefficient offensively. He's great defensively, but we saw in the NBA Finals that they lack offense. Has nothing to do with defense. They have a great defensive coach over there, a great defensive scheme. They have a great rim protector in Robert Williams. They need a guy that can be able to just put the ball in the basket. That's it.
Yep.
You know, Boston's biggest issue was the fact that, and I talked about this all playoffs long on their show, on my show, is that they're terrible executing late in games, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that they don't really have a true point.
No.
And Marcus Smart is he is much more of a two than a one. I forgot what his assist to turnover ratio in the playoffs was, but it was awful. So
he can't shoot. He can't, and if he does have a hot night, it's going to be 1 out of every 9.
He had one in game 3 against my Warriors, and that was about all he had on that.
That's just what he does, man. For you to be a consistent championship level team, you need guys that are consistent at that level in regards to scoring, and Bradley Beal brings that. So I think that the Wizards definitely need to go guard here. 100%.
Here's the pick. It is Johnny Davis.
Johnny Davis. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Alberto. Sorry.
That hurts. Is this Knick fans wanting Steph Curry all over again?
That's cruel, man. That's cruel.
I'm not saying Johnny Davis is going to be Steph Curry, obviously, but look, this is a kid that was kind of a late bloomer. Really developed well at Wisconsin. You said that they should go guard. Barry, what's your thoughts on this pick?
I think it's a solid pick, man. I think this is how you kind of restart your franchise here. You're going to move on from Bradley Beal, or he's going to move on from you, whatever the verbiage wants to be. But I think that Johnny Davis is the guy that can be able to spearhead that new change, that new regime, that new era of Wizards basketball that they need. I think he's a great floor general. I think he can hit the three consistently. So, I like him.
He's a really good finisher down low. What's your thoughts on him, Mike?
He's a great player. He's my number 11 player on the board. He reminds me a lot of Karis LeVert. Has a lot of that kind of a game. Great finisher at the rim, like Barry said. His best weapon, though, right now is his mid-range jumper. He has a very good, efficient pull-up mid-range jumper,
and that's rare in the NBA.
A lot of people at DeRozan, like he has that kind of a mid-range game. So there's that going for him. Listen, like I said, he's a, plays with a ton of passion. He's that kind of guy, both ends of the floor, doesn't give up on a lot of plays. He's a great kid, comes from a good family. I mean, he's a, this is a pretty safe pick. I think Johnny Davis has a long career ahead of him in the NBA. This kid is an unbelievable rebounder. He averaged 8 rebounds a game as a shooting guard.
Wow.
6'5", 195 pounds, and he averaged 8 rebounds a game at Wisconsin. Like, this kid can really pull it down. Now, again, he's not the smartest player yet. He's got to kind of learn the ins and outs of the game. He's got to learn how to play within a system. But if you're a team like Washington, you have time, right? You have guys that he can learn with, like Denny Avdia, Rui Hachimura, Corey Kispert. Like, he has guys like that, Isaiah Todd.
And quality guys.
Yeah, these are good basketball
high character.
They can learn with. This is a good pick. Washington, I think Washington was more looking for a lead guard. I think they really liked Dyson Daniels, and they were kind of hoping that he would fall. But Johnny Davis is a very good consolation prize as a scoring guard that can rebound and plays with a ton of passion. Johnny Davis is a really good player. Washington's going to be very happy.
I did not know that he averaged 8 rebounds a game. That's outstanding for a guy his size.
Almost 20 points a game and 8 rebounds. You'd think if that was his stat line, you'd think I was talking about power forward. He's a 6'5" shooting guard that averaged 20 and 8.
And that tells me he's not afraid. That tells me he's not afraid of contact, right? Going in amongst the trees, grab rebounds. Again, they showed his highlight tape. I could definitely see the comparisons to Karis LeVert in terms of his length, his finishing at the rim, his mid-range jumper. No, that is a good pick for Washington. The pick is in for the New York Knicks at number 11.
Mark Williams, Malachi Branham, I think, is an option here. Ochai Agbaji, I think, is an option here. AJ Griffin is an option here. I think there's a lot.
I like AJ Griffin for the Knicks. I really do. I think that'd be a very, very good place for him to land. Guy that can be able to possibly be a 3-and-D type of wing. So it's.
Listen, who do the Pistons want?
Right.
Who do the Pistons want that you could trade him for Ivy?
Right. Put him in a package. Put what's the guard name that they got over there? But with the Knicks,
Fournier?
No. A young guy.
Quickly.
Emmanuel Quickly. Yeah, Emmanuel Quickly.
Quickly, put this pick, put another pick in there, and go get yourself Ivy and call it a day.
That'd be a great night for the Knicks, no question about it. Let's see. Alberto Pieces, Branham. They should go with Branham with the number 11 pick. Um,
That'd be a good
let's
pick.
see. It would be.
Malachi Branham's a good pick.
I like Obaji kid from Kansas though. I feel like that they should go guard. Let's see. Because again, they got two guys. You talk about Quigley's a young guy, but again, you got Derrick Rose and Evan Fournier who are getting up there in age. You really want kind of a young guy to be able to learn in that system.
Right.
Under Tom Thibodeau. Again, do they get a guy, speaking of Thibodeau, who sort of fits his system? We know he emphasizes defense. Who buys into that? It looks like the cameras keep showing the stage. There's the commissioner. Okay, let's see. Let's see who this is. My condolences go to Ousmane Dieng.
Ousmane Dieng.
They went with the French Brandon Ingram. I like that
French
kid.
Brandon Ingram.
Wow.
I like that kid. This is an out of the box pick for the Knicks, and I like it. I'm not gonna lie to you, Mike. I like it. I like it, man.
It too.
I hope
man.
I hope he pans out better than the last French player they took, Frank Ntilikina.
This kid is. Let me tell you something about this kid, Bryson. This kid has the potential to be one of the better players in the draft.
Okay.
In recent memory, if he pans out.
Yeah.
Really,
he has all the upside to be a guy that can score 20 points a game, grab 9 rebounds a game, dish out 12 assists a game. He has that type of game. He's just he's a Swiss Army knife. He has that type of potential. 6'9", he's very skinny, but he has the body to be able to build out. And this is a special pick, man. I like the potential for the Knicks here. Are they going to be able to develop him? That's another question, because Knicks have always had problems with developing guys, but this kid is special.
Yeah, Ousmane Dieng is one of those guys. He is the pure definition of 2 years away.
Yeah.
He is not close. Okay.
Not close.
So he's right now, and I know, you might think like, okay, this might be a little bit of reach. Ousmane Dieng's the 19th player on my board.
Right.
However, I agree with Barry 100%. Upside is through the roof. This kid can do pretty much everything. He didn't get a lot of playing time when he was playing for the New Zealand Breakers. So, he's a very, very raw, a very untapped potential.
Yep.
But super long wingspan. He's 6'9", 185 pounds. He's another one of these thin, really skilled guys. I mean, but I think he's coming over right away. He's at the draft tonight. So I think he's coming over right now.
Yes, he's there.
Right.
So,
which would be very, very good for him.
He does have some of the highest upside in the entire draft. Really good playmaker. He's got a great first step. He can beat his man off the dribble. I mean, he does a lot of things right.
Has an IQ for a young guy.
Yeah, he does. He's a very versatile defender.
Yeah.
He does a lot of these cool things well. Really smooth mover laterally, keeps his man in front of him. A lot of defensive upside for me. Again, he just needs to become a little bit more efficient as a shooter. Right. If he can learn how to shoot the ball more efficiently, keep in mind, he only shot about 39. He shot 39.8% from the field last year in New Zealand, and 27% from 3. So, there's room
of improvement. Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, look, if shooting is the deficiency in his game, that's the number one skill that is very easy to correct over a period of time.
Exactly.
If you put the time in.
Right.
If this kid's a hard worker, then that's something that can go in his favor. Alberto Peace is the new the new French Prince of NY. Okay.
Prince. There you go.
Listen, I'll tell you a little story about my friend Alberto. He was such a big fan of Frank Ntilikina that he was the only person that used to root for Frank Ntilikina. So I'm sure that Ousmane Dieng is going to be his guy.
Ousmane Dieng is getting moved to Oklahoma City.
Wow.
He is going to Oklahoma City.
For?
We don't know. That just came from Shams.
Wow.
Okay, so sorry about that. No French Prince.
Sorry, Alberto. No French Prince. No French Prince.
Short-lived.
So hold on. We're still waiting for updates here, but Ousmane Dieng is going to Oklahoma City. So now you're talking about, Oklahoma City now has Chet Holmgren and Ousmane Dieng.
And Josh Giddey.
And listen, this came from Woj. The Thunder still have the 12th pick, and it is not part of the Knicks trade.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
So that could
What
be a
are the Knicks-
real.
Are the Knicks getting Shea Gilgeous-Alexander?
Are they getting Josh Giddey?
Do you think
They're
they
not
would
getting
give him
Josh
up, though? Do you think he'd give them up in this deal?
There's no way.
In this deal, do you think they give up Gilgeous-Alexander in this deal for?
If they're getting who they want?
So Ousmane Dieng is then going to OKC.
Because think about it. If they give up Shea, right, Bryson, and they go get themselves a guard, they can be able to control the cap for a little while longer rather than having to really, overpay for somebody who they know that might not stay there long term. So that might not be a bad thing for both teams. For the Knicks to get Shea.
Apparently, it's for multiple first-round picks.
Wow!
Really?
Multiple future first-round picks.
So the Knicks, my
guess is that the Knicks wanted Johnny Davis.
Yeah,
and they just
Probably
you know what? We're done.
We're
just gonna, and do it that way.
You know what?
Interesting. So, but wait a minute. If they traded Ousmane Dieng for multiple first-round picks,
that means that they're in play. They're in play for Jaden Ivey.
Correct. Do you see why I do this, Bryson Carver?
This
do
is
you
good.
see why I love tonight?
I could see the wheels turning in your head.
Oh, this is great.
That's phenomenal.
My beer's turning too.
I'll give you an NFL example for what you just mentioned. And I'm not saying, necessarily he's going to pan out to be this, but remember when the Dallas Cowboys wanted Patrick Surtain a year ago?
Yeah.
He went the pick before to the Denver Broncos. They're still like, okay, Micah Parsons is our guy. He's not going. We trade back. I think they got like a second round pick in return. They took Micah. Could this be a situation in NBA draft where the same thing happens where Johnny Davis goes the pick before, and so like, okay, we've got our guy, let's trade a couple picks back.
Definitely.
But I'll tell you what, for Oklahoma City, man, they are young. Lord have mercy.
Very young. They're basically a high school team.
Oklahoma City is going to have 3 picks tonight in the top 12.
Unbelievable.
Wow, that's nuts. And listen, Chet Holmgren and Ousmane Dieng have 2 of the highest upsides in the entire draft.
Yep.
They got 2 guys with great size and great length that do a little bit of everything.
Right.
They are building something.
Yeah, they are. They're loaded.
Swinging for the absolute fences here. This is cool. And again, I didn't love what they did last year with Giddey and Trey Mann and Jeremiah Robinson Earl and guys like that. I mean, Giddey turned out to be pretty good, but I thought they reached. Right now, they're killing it.
Here's the pick. Jalen Williams.
Ooh, wow, that's interesting. I take back what I said.
You don't like this pick, Mike?
I am not a fan. I think Jalen Williams out of Santa Clara is a little overhyped. Now, I know he's been flying up boards, but Jalen Williams was my 30th ranked player.
Wow.
So wow. I expected him to go higher than this. I expected him to go higher than where I had him ranked, but I did not expect him to go lottery. I did not think that this was where he was going to end up. He reminds me, what's his comparison? He's got a lot of Josh Hart. That's kind of where I compared him to, but that's really where I see his upside too, is he's just going to be a really good defending role player who can start. I mean, I think he's safe. I think Jalen Williams is a safe player. I think he's got a long future in the NBA. Not a lot of star potential, but he plays very similar to kind of like a point forward. He's an excellent ball handler and he's an excellent passer. Has a knack for finding the open man, getting the ball to them quickly. He throws a bullet pass, this guy. Great length for his size, got a 7'2" wingspan, and I think that's why he really climbed, is because scouts love size and wingspan.
Yes.
Jalen Williams has a very, very long arms. Solid finisher at the rim, good at drawing contact. Not a plus defender. He's an okay defender. He's not a plus defender. Not a great athlete. Doesn't have home run speed. Doesn't have great leaping ability. That's something I don't love about him. But listen, he can play. If he can start hitting threes, I mean, he hit 39.5% of his threes at Santa Clara last year, so he can really play. But I did not expect him to go this high. This is a bit of a reach for OKC, if you ask me.
Let's see. I think Woj is on the TV right now. If he's making any, if he's announcing anything. Okay, no, he's just detailing the Thunder's plan. Barry, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was saying that my boy Zach, he's in here. Shouts to Zach. He said that the Thunder are playing 2K, and that's what it feels like to me. Is that they're really putting pieces together that do they fit? Can we see the plan? Yes, but how is it going to come together? And a player like this, I think it's okay for them to take reaches because they've had such a history, Mike and Bryson, of developing guys and being able to get the most out of them. So even if we feel that it's a reach at this particular position, I think that they have plans for this kid to be able to get him to where they need him to be. So, they have a great history of doing that. So I can't doubt them for taking a guy like this. When Josh Giddey got drafted last year, and I'm very high on the kid. I've mentioned him several times already. Everybody thought that he wasn't NBA ready. They thought, he had a great vision. He had this, but slowly but surely we saw a player develop there.
Yes.
That we did not realize the type of talent that he actually had right out of the gate.
And people thought they reached on him, Barry.
Exactly. And people thought that they reached on him, but it's Oklahoma City's ability to be able to maximize their young talent. And this is why this might be a reach in our eyes, but for them, he fits the mold.
Sam Presti, I'm telling you, he's one of the best GMs in the game.
Yeah.
Listen, they might have had something. They might look, like I said, Jalen Williams was flying up boards. This is like the Trey Murphy, Chris Duarte of what last year's draft was. These are the mid-20 ranked players that are going to be flying up the board and get taken in the lottery. Jalen Williams was one of those players.
Right.
So
I'm not gonna lie to you, fellas. I think the Knicks are tired of striking out getting their superstar player, their young superstar player. I think that they're going to move heaven and earth tonight to be able to go get Jaden Ivey. It feels that way for me.
First round,
losing out on Steph, losing out on all of these players in the history. I think that they're going to do whatever it takes tonight to go get the guy that they want.
Yeah, and Barrett, you said something really important too. There's a time, there's a point where you're just like, okay, you're tired of being young.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, eventually you got to start making moves for some of these veteran guys.
Correct.
Or at least developing your own guys to where you're not that young, up-and-coming team anymore. I think the Knicks are ready. Like, the Knicks are just like, look, we got RJ, we got Randall, we got Obi Toppin and Quickly and guys like we're young enough.
We saw games here. You saw what Toppin did towards the end of the season when he actually got playing time. Yes. That kid is ready to be a contributor right away. So, he wasted 2 seasons and now he's ready in his 3rd season, coming next season to be able to develop. So, I think the Knicks, they have to go get their guy now. Whether it's Ivy, whether it's Donovan somebody in free agency, whether it's a trade, they have to strike now. They have to strike now.
Sure. And with this next pick, Charlotte coming up, this is interesting because they had, to me, the heartbreak of heartbreaks in losing Kenny Atkinson. I know you and I talked about this, Barry. I thought he was going to be a flawless fit.
He was a perfect fit.
Perfect. Like, this is why he would not have worked with, say, your Lakers or with some other teams that were looking for a coach. He developed those kids in Brooklyn so well. And then, coming to Charlotte, where you've got, all this young talent, of course, spearheaded by LaMelo Ball, and then you lose out on him. And now it's like Mike D'Antoni is like, God, this is it's, as you say, it's a retread, coach. Charlotte doesn't need, necessarily to an offensive guy. That's not their problem. They play zero defense.
You know what I think it was, Bryson, to be honest with you, and I've said this on my shows previously, is that when you are labeled a developmental coach, that label stays with you. And for Kenny Atkinson, I don't think that he wants to go to another spot to be looked at as a developmental guy and be passed over or be the guy that gets fired and somebody else goes ahead and takes what he's developed into the next stratosphere. I think for him, staying with Golden State and building his resume and people understanding how well he's being able to develop these professionals, these guys that are veterans as well, and not just young players.
Right.
That's why I think he stayed, because he's just tired of that moniker. And hey, I believe it would have been a perfect fit for him, because I think he could have been the Taylor Jenkins of the East. But you know, it's one of those situations where I think he's looking for a particular job, and I don't think he's going to rush it.
And one last point before you get to Jalen Duren, who just went 13th to the Charlotte Hornets. I know you like this.
My guy.
Quick, one thing I heard Steve Kerr say at the parade, he said part of it, he said, might have been the heat of the finals, and he just maybe made like kind of a split-second decision on Charlotte. Didn't really have time to sit and think about it. What's your thoughts, though, Mike, on Jalen Duren going to the Charlotte Hornets there, the big guy from Memphis?
Really cool player. 15th overall on my board. He reminds me a lot of DeAndre Jordan, like early DeAndre Jordan, not who he is now.
Right.
Super athleticism. This guy has great athleticism for a big, strong, athletic kid. Has an NBA body. He's ready to contribute right now. I think he steps into not OKC. He steps into Charlotte right now and starts. Like, that's how ready this kid is. Super shot blocker, averaged over 2 blocks a game at Memphis last year. Great interior defender. He's virtually automatic when he's standing under the rim. It finishes with explosiveness. He has nice touch around the rim. This guy is money when he's standing underneath the rim. Now, again, his offensive game is a work in progress. If he's not standing under the rim, there's not much he can do offensively right now. So he could very well easily be just a rim protecting, rim running, traditional center. But a lot of people love his upside because he's such a great athlete. There's more that he can do. A good pick and roll defender. And he's a good player. Jalen Duren, like I said, 15th overall player on my board. Charlotte needed a big, and Jalen Duren fits exactly that. And I think that future that they have with Jalen Duren and Kai Jones moving forward at that position, I think that could be really, really cool.
Kai Jones is special, man. And I think Kai Jones, you can be able to put Kai Jones at the 4 and have that type of really
here's one problem, guys. Here's one problem, guys. We got conflicting reports on Jalen Duren. Shams Charania says the Hornets have traded him to the Knicks. Woj says that the Pistons got him.
So which one is true?
So we're about to. I guess
Bryson
we're gonna.
Carver.
Where I got
the smile on my face right now. You see why this is amazing for me. You have Shams and Woj with conflicting reports. How awesome is this?
We're finally going to decide. We're going to decide who the best.
Who's lying? Who's lying right now? Right?
Jalen Duren.
Who's cap right now?
Between Jimmy Dolan and Michael Jordan, not Michael Jordan, and whoever I don't know, Ben Wallace.
Yeah, Ben Wallace. Yeah,
Ben Wallace and Patrick Ewing having a boxing match for Jalen Duren. Let's do it.
Interesting.
Let's see. Okay, so Clutch Point says Detroit, which is what Woj reported.
So that's 2 points for the Pistons.
I don't know. There's not really anything like definitive that we have yet.
I'm nervous now. The Cavs pick is in.
The Cavs pick is in.
Nervous. Ochai Agbaji.
Okay. Here it is. This is from Shams. The Knicks are trading Kemba Walker to Detroit for Jalen Duren.
Oh wow! So Jalen Duren got traded to Detroit, and now Kemba Walker is going to Detroit for Jalen Duren to New York.
Did they buy him out, or did they trade him?
It's whoa.
Nah, he was on a contract. He had a contract with the Knicks.
Yeah. So
I know that's what I'm
bottom
saying.
line right now looks like Jalen Duren is going to the Knicks. Right now.
So I guess Shams.
That is interesting. So what are they doing with
Okay, here's how it went.
Yeah, let's hear that.
Knicks acquired Jalen Duren, Jalen Duren, and moved him with Kemba Walker to the Pistons. Okay. So the Knicks got him, then they traded him to Detroit. That's how it went.
Okay, so the Knicks trade. So he's in Detroit now.
He's in Detroit now.
So what did the Knicks? What did the Knicks get for the trade?
We don't know. Not yet.
They are stacking up.
Yeah, they are.
Ivy. I'm telling you right now, they are throwing a king's ransom for Jaden Ivey.
All right, Mike, this is your team.
I would say Ochai Agbaji is the best player on my board. It would be Ochai Agbaji or Malachi Branham here for the Cavs, I think.
Okay.
I like Malachi.
This is interesting for the Knicks, though. This is
listen. It's either two things, Bryson. It's either they're going to go get Ivy, or they are piling up a king's ransom for Donovan Mitchell.
They could be. That'd be really interesting. Here's the pick. Agbaji.
Oh,
okay.
Let's go.
Hey, congratulations, brother.
Let's go.
As the only Cavs fan that I know
my goodness,
in my life.
Do not trade that pick for DeJounte Murray. Please keep Ochai Agbaji. Oh, my goodness. That just made my whole night.
Goodness.
Okay, so here's something else for actually I'll let you break down the pick first, okay. Mike, since you're very excited about this.
Bryson, you have no idea, my friend. Oh my goodness. Ochai Agbaji. Okay. So Ochai Agbaji, national champion, played for the national champion Kansas, was their best player this year, right?
Yes.
Ochai Agbaji, I know people were low on him. Ochai Agbaji is the number 7 player on my board.
Wow.
This is a great player. Ochai Agbaji has every lick of Jaylen Brown that I've ever seen in a prospect. I think he's that good, that polished of a player. Now, he needs to work on his ball handling. That's his thing. But
kind of like Jaylen Brown.
Listen, he's one of the best shooters in the country. He shot around 41% from 3 last year. Super efficient player. He's a senior, so he's sort of polished a little bit. Here's the other thing, too. One of the best overall shot makers. I have more faith in his ability to create his own shot than most people do. He's a very good defender. He's a very good athlete. I mean, you and I watched him both, Barry, in multiple games this year. This dude jumps out of the building. He's a really good floor spacer. He runs the floor like a deer. Big time upside as a defender and as an athlete. Again, not much of a playmaker, not much of a ball handler, but Jaylen Brown is the comparison here. If you're worried about his ability to dribble and his ability to create his own shot, that's one thing. I think being able to create your own shot, that's coming. I'm telling you. Unbelievable pick by the Cavs right here. A proven commodity with Ochai Agbaji. Proven commodity.
What do you think, Barry?
I'm so excited. That just got me so fired up. My goodness.
Excuse me. The one thing that I could actually say about the kid is that he's a winner. And that's the type of players that you want on your franchise, in your organization. Winners that are young, that are mature, that can be able to fit in seamlessly. He's one of those guys that can be able to fit in seamlessly with that roster. They have a lot of talented guys, a lot of guys that can be able to defend at a high level on that Cleveland Cavaliers team. He's going to be able to fit in, like Mike said. I think the ball handling and the shot creation, that can be able to be learned and developed. But you need him to have the intangibles. He already has that. He has the winning intangibles. He can fit in. So this is a big pick for the Cavs, and hopefully, like Mike says, they don't trade the pick.
Now, here's the thing. And I think this is important with what Barry said, because his maturity level is fantastic. This is a grown man.
Right.
Okay. This isn't a boy who's, immature and is dumb. This is a mature kid who gets it.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's one of the things I love about him. I'm a sucker for guys like this.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
I love the fact that Ochai Agbaji is mature. But also keep this in mind, too. Early on in his career, he will probably be more of a 3-and-D role player. And, I think over time, he's going to develop into more of a shot creator as his role increases.
Think about it. Kawhi Leonard came in as a defender, and then he ended up Jimmy Butler. All of these guys can come in and have a role early, and they can be able to develop those skills later on, as long as they have the work ethic and the passion and the ability to do so. So there's nothing wrong with going that way and developing later.
Yeah, I agree. This is one of those things where, You know, like you always have that one guy that's in the middle of the first round that you don't expect to be a star, but then he turns out
Donovan
to be
Mitchell.
Ochai Agbaji is that guy in this draft for me. That's why I ranked him so high. I mean, I've seen guys rank him in the 20s. I've seen guys rank him in the late teens, mid-teens. I had him as the number 7 overall player in the draft.
Wow.
Just because his intangibles are so good. He understands it. He doesn't crack under pressure. Like it's these other things too. If you're worried about his ability to create his own shot, Cleveland is a great place for him to go because I'm sure he doesn't start right away. I'm sure that Okoro's going to start over him. Karis LeVert's going to start over him. Like he's going to play 20 minutes a game as a role player and do great. And then as his time increases, that's when that ability comes about. So I am, as a Cavs fan, right? Like I'm over the moon. This is an unbelievable pick by the Cavs. Right now, the Cavs right now, I think have gotten the best value overall tonight.
Really?
Just based on where their pick was and the player that they selected. They picked a player that was 7 spots better than where they are. I mean, that's huge.
Well, ESPN is showing mid-round guys, you're kind of on the same thought process you are. Guys like Giannis, Kawhi Leonard, Donovan Mitchell, who are mid first round guys who turn out to be, star players in the case of Kawhi and Giannis, superstars in the league.
Exactly.
I'm sweating. Every time you say, hold on a minute, I'm going to be super paranoid because I just know that the Cavs are itching to trade for DeJounte Murray. And if they trade for DeJounte Murray, they trade Agbaji for DeJounte Murray, I'm going to be mad.
Here's Charlotte's pick. Mark Williams. Okay.
Mark Williams. Yeah.
I like this. What do you? I'll go to Barry first. This is a Duke guy. What do you think, Barry? They get their center. We thought it was the kid from Memphis earlier. What do you think about Mark Williams going to Charlotte?
Well, they didn't get Duren, but this kid, Mark Williams, I'm talking about special. There's nothing that he can't do defensively. He's one of those guys where he's a shutdown. He's going to contest everything in the rim. His second jump ability is great. He's a great lob threat. He has a low post game as well. You can be able to dump it down to him, and he has a little over the shoulder type of hook shot. So the guy can play. He's in the perfect place, I think, for him, with some other young guys that can be able to develop and bring him along. But listen, I love them at Duke. I will always love him. He's one of my favorite bigs. And I think he's going to have a very, very good career. Very good. Very solid.
And he brings what Charlotte desperately needs, and that's rim protection.
Rim protection. Rim protection. Yeah.
No, this works. What do you think, Mike?
Well, he would be, if he entering the NBA today, he would be the 5th largest player in the NBA right now. So he is a big dude, 7 foot, 243 pounds. Blocked almost 3 shots a game last year. He blocked. I think he's the best overall defender in the entire draft.
Yeah.
Because I think inside he is an absolute monster that covers so much ground. He's got a 7'7" wingspan. Okay. He is big and he is long. He's the number 9 overall player on my board. Okay. In my mind, he's better than Jalen Duren. I liked him more than Jalen Duren this year. I know Barry disagrees, but I love Mark Williams. Mark Williams is a big-time player, best overall defender. He's going to be phenomenal in the pick and roll when he's got to go out and defend on the perimeter. He's again, like I said, best defender in the whole draft. Really explosive player, has nice touch around the rim. Listen, his field goal percentage this year was 72%. He finished 72% of his shots. Okay, that's 3 out of every 4 shots that he takes goes in.
Incredible.
Like, it's unreal how efficient this guy is. So I'd like to see him get to the line a little bit more. He's a solid free throw shooter for a big. I'd like to see him absorb a little bit more contact and get to the line and finish that way a little bit more. But great in transition. Everything you want in a big. Okay, other than him shooting threes, everything you want in a big is what Mark Williams gives you. He is just such a good player in my mind.
Yeah, I think so too. So Atlanta's next. So Atlanta's the team. Right? What's that?
I see Woj right now. He's talking about Jalen Duren, right? That whole
right
fiasco.
He's talking about
I'm hearing Atlanta's picking my guy.
AJ Griffin.
That would be an unbelievable steal for them.
If that would be an unbelievable steal,
AJ
especially considering that they're about to move John Collins.
Right.
So, and they're the team to watch, not just because of John Collins, but again, they're trying to pursue DeJounte Murray. Again, the Hawks and Cavs are kind of in a battle for that. Again, Zach's here in the comments. He's enjoying every moment of this, but that would be a great pick for Atlanta. I agree with you, and that's what they need right now. Is again, they're a little bit like Charlotte, but obviously Trae Young's more developed than LaMelo Ball at this point, and that they need a good good front court presence, especially in the defensive end of the floor. That would be a good pick. That would be a very good pick for Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta. I mocked them, Tari Eason, pretty much all throughout the draft season.
Okay,
one of those kind of forward players. AJ Griffin's better than Tari Eason. So if they get AJ Griffin here, that's a great pick for Atlanta. Great pick.
We'll see what happens. Again, this is an Atlanta team that literally just made the Eastern Conference Finals, a year ago. Like, so this team is not crazy far off. Maybe you can say that was like a weird run last year to the conference finals. We had those every once in a while. You could say Dallas did that this year.
You want to talk about a destination for Bradley Beal? Atlanta is a destination for Bradley Beal.
A backcourt of Trae Young and Bradley Beal. Listen, let me tell you something. I'm a diehard Warriors fan. 2022 NBA champs. For those of you that didn't know,
Stephen Clay, Trae Young, and Bradley Beal. That's
a better backcourt. That's a better backcourt than Stephen Clay. I'm not kidding.
That's a lot. Holy moly. That's a big statement.
That's a big statement, Bryson.
I'm not kidding. I love Trae. Yep, there you go. They went AJ Griffin.
AJ Griffin.
Solid.
Really great pick. I did not think he would fall this far.
The kid shot the three at a very, very high clip last year. 45%. And he took 4 threes a game. So it wasn't something that, he wasn't taking a small amount of threes. He was taking a decent amount. Will that increase in the NBA? I think whatever role that they decide to have him play, I think you'll see an uptick in regards to how many threes he takes, but he does have the ability to hit that three ball at a consistent level. Now, is it going to drop from 45%? Absolutely. But he's still going to be able to be a league average 3-point shooter. I can see him, his first few years, 37, 38% 3-point shooter, and then he can be able to build from there. And he does have the potential to be able to put the ball on the floor, create for himself, and do things like that. But he's long, he's 6'6". He's a big body guy. He has the tenacity. So, this is a good pick for Atlanta.
Yeah, I think it's a great pick. You're going to look back years from now and say AJ Griffin was one of the best 3-point shooters in college basketball history.
Right.
I mean, just statistically, he hit a historic clip of threes last year. Again, 44.7% was the exact number. Averaged about 10.5 points a game. He's one of the best shooters in the draft, if not the best shooter in the overall draft. I mean, he's a solid finisher at the rim. He's got a big body. He can finish through contact. Barry knows this too. He's actually a very smart player. He doesn't take a lot of bad shots. This guy does not really waste possessions. Now, there were times at Duke that you wanted to see a little bit more out of him. But if we're being completely honest, I mean, his role in the NBA right out of the gate is going to be as a shooter, and that's what he's going to be. He's going to be a shooter. He's going to play a little bit of defense.
Wing defender, shooter. That's it.
Yeah. That's going to be what he does. And look, I compared him to Nick Batum. I think that's kind of a player that he'll be like. I think he'll be a better shooter overall than what Nick Batum was. But that's the kind of player that you're getting again. 6'6", 222 pounds, good wingspan. And I think that there is, like Barry said, there is some shot creation upside. He was my 10th overall player. He's a top 10 player for me. So great pick by Atlanta. Great value here, getting him at 16. This is a really, really good pick. And now officially, all of my top 12 players in the draft are gone. So,
so they went about where you thought they would.
Right about, yeah. I mean, Keegan Murray went a spot higher. I thought Jabari Smith was going to go number 1, and he didn't.
Right.
I thought Jaden Ivey was going to go number 4. He went number 5. Abaji went right where I thought he was going to go. Mark Williams went exactly where I thought he was going to go. Yeah, I mean, really the biggest surprise for me is Jalen Williams at 12.
Right.
But, again, so far through the first 16 picks, that's really the biggest surprise for me. And then again, everything that happened with Ousmane Dieng and Jalen Duren with all the trades, I mean, it's been pretty eventful early. So it'll be interesting. Houston now with their second first-round pick after taking Jabari Smith is going to be a really interesting spot here for them as well.
This is real quick. Last point about Atlanta before we move to Houston. It kind of fits what Atlanta's been doing these last few years with these, forwards who are good shooters. Talking about, Bogdanovich, Gallinari. That could really fit what they're trying to do there, especially with Trae Young. Who's the kid last year? I'm forgetting his name. That fell in the second round. We were just going crazy about
Sharife
Cooper.
Yeah,
his development. Where does he end up? Houston. We talked about earlier that maybe they take the point guard now because they've got their 2-guard scorer. They've got obviously their big scorer as well. Do they take a point guard?
I mean, they could. Ty Washington is there. So Ty Washington is a player that's that could be entertained later.
What about your boy from Tennessee, Bryson?
Yeah, Kennedy Chandler.
Yeah, I was thinking that, Barry. I was wondering if anybody's going to bring that up. Look, Kennedy is first of all, the kid can fly down the court.
Undersized, but yes.
He's undersized, and he's not a great shooter. He worried me a little bit at the free throw line. That's really the only knock I have on him, but controls the pace of the game beautifully. Gets out in transition incredibly well, especially when you got the athletes in Houston. He had some good, good guys in transition back at Tennessee. He could have the same in Houston. I think that'd be a beautiful fit.
What about Tari Eason here?
Tari Eason would not be a bad. I think Tari Eason would be a little clunky now that you have Jabari Smith.
Yeah,
but listen, somebody that I think should get talked about here is Malachi Branham. I think Malachi Branham could very easily go here, slot in as kind of like a combo wing player, plays a little bit of the 2, plays a little bit of the 3. A lot of Chris Middleton in him, shot creation, all that stuff. You could see him go here. I know that JB said JB in the comments says who's best available. Top 5 for me right now looks like Malachi Branham out of Ohio State, Tari Eason, Ty Washington, Jaden Hardy, who played in the G League.
That's my guy. My guy.
And an international guy, Nikola Jovic, the Serbian who played in EuroLeague last year with Mega Mozart. So I think that's really my top 5 right now. So again, we'll see where we go here. Houston has a real chance to get some really good offensive talent here. If they take Malachi Branham, even if they take Ty Washington and they slot him in at the point guard position, we could see something really good there in Houston.
Absolutely.
They could. The only thing for Houston is, again, they're bad defensively. Now, does Jabari Smith fix some of those issues? He was a pretty good perimeter defender at Auburn. So it's interesting to see where they go here. Again, the pick is in. I assume Commissioner Silver should be coming out any second now. But no, I mean, you look at what Houston's doing. Again, the last 2 years drafting, the best scorer in the draft. Again, they clearly have an identity that they're trying to recreate once again. Again, obviously, we know the years of James Harden and going back from there. So, look, they get buckets in H-Town. So, we'll see where they go here. I'm still interested to see what the Knicks do, though, considering all these picks that they have acquired.
The Knicks,
they
only have everybody.
One other pick in the draft. They have the 42nd pick in the second round.
Hey. We do have something involving the Pistons with the Kemba Walker trade. And I figured this would be the case. According to Woj, Kemba Walker and the Pistons are expected to discuss a contract buyout that would allow him to become a free agent. So, again, the fit doesn't, he's a veteran. He's looking to, go somewhere where he can win. Here's Adam Silver. Tari Eason. How about that? You called it, Barry. Mike, you're not horribly high on this pick from LSU.
Yeah, I mean, Tari Eason is a good player. He's actually a very good player. I shouldn't say that he's just a good player. He's the number 14 player on my board. Let me just pull up his scouting report here. He's the number 14 player on my board. Reminds me a lot of Jeremy Grant, who Portland just acquired. Kind of a combo forward. He's 6'8", 215. He's got good size. About 17 points a game at LSU last year. He's a transfer from Cincinnati. So this is a good player. Lockdown defender. This guy is a great, versatile lockdown defender from the perimeter. He can move to the inside and guard on the inside. He averaged over a block per game last year. He was 6th man of the year in the SEC last year as well. Averaged almost 2 steals a game. He's a really solid scorer. He plays above the rim. He loves to make these highlight reel dunks. I mean, he's a really impactful, I guess, pace-changing kind of player. Can really change the momentum in a game. Great athlete, really physical player. Right now, though, the biggest problem is that he is a turnover machine. This guy does not handle the ball very well. He's not a great passer. He passes the ball into a lot of closed lanes that are just not open for passes. So I guess that was, I think he would have gone higher if that really wasn't a problem for him. He just desperately needs to take better care of the basketball. So I don't know, solid shooter, solid all-around player. I think he's a good fit in Houston if they find a way to play both him and Jabari Smith together. But also just a really, really good player. Again, number 14 player on my board. So they've gotten good value tonight. They got the number 2 player and the number 14 player.
Right.
So Houston's done well. They've done well.
Done well. Yeah. Yeah.
I have to put this comment back up before you go, Barry. This is awesome.
Zach is crazy.
Tari's got the Hulu does live sports. He kind of does. All right, what are you gonna say about it, though, Barry?
Zach probably has about like five vodkas in him right now. So he loves the draft. But you know, the thing is with this kid is that, like you said, Mike, defensive dynamo. I mean, the kid has two-way ability. You know, is his offense developed yet? No. Turnover machine, yes, but he's long, he's athletic, he can be able to switch out on pick and rolls. He can probably play 1 to 5 in regards to defensively.
He can guard every position.
Yeah, the thing that I love about him is that he reminds me a little bit defensively of Tayshaun Prince, like very long and very wiry. You know what I mean? But he has more potential to be a better offensive player, obviously, than Tayshaun Prince was. So, you know, we'll see what happens. I think they're going to use him in a gadget role type of role for him. But you know, like you said, Mike, that they got 2 valuable picks here in this draft, and Houston should be very, very happy.
Yeah, very. Look, like I said, Tari Eason is a very good, versatile player. Plays great defense, and his offensive game is coming.
Yeah,
like, it's not like this kid has no offensive talent. He's not a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
So this is a good player. Again, came off the bench at LSU last year, was pretty much their best player last year coming off the bench. And look, it worked. It worked. He was and what Houston has done is they've given themselves 2 very versatile defenders with great offensive upside. Jabari Smith is kind of already there with offense,
right?
And Tari Eason is coming.
Exactly. So they got 2 guys that, you know, one's very good offensively, one's very good defensively. You put them together, they make one hell of a basketball player. So they got 2 guys that are very, very good on both sides on either side of the court, and they both have the potential to be very, very good 2-way players.
Yeah, look, Jalen Green, Tari Eason, Jabari Smith. And then again, kind of the, you know, Alperen Sengun and Usman Garuba and guys like that. Josh Christopher coming off the bench.
Still got Porter Jr. over there.
Jr. Yeah, they're building something good over there.
Yeah.
You know, but I do think, like I said, the one thing that's missing from this roster is a real point guard. They really do not have that right now.
They need a guy that's just a legit point guard, somebody that can be able to just set them up and guy that can be able to stretch the floor a little bit with a 3, can defend a little bit. They don't need somebody that's going to be a what we call a Ja Morant type of point guard. They just need somebody that can be able to put it
Rondo,
together. Exactly.
Ricky Rubio kind of point guard. A guy
but what they can do,
what
they can do, Mike, is that they can go get themselves a veteran point guard to do so. So if they want to bring in a veteran point guard on the cheap, that, you know, some guy that's a role player that wants to be a starter, they can be able to do that and bring those young guys along.
I mean, they also kind of have one already. John Wall does.
But I don't think they're going to keep him. They're not.
I don't either. Do you think?
I would imagine they wouldn't, but he did just opt in.
To
his contract.
Well, it's $47 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say, of course.
I get it. I'm just saying, you know, they do kind of have that already, and they're not crunching for money either. So if they can't find anything, then okay.
Well, hopefully, I mean, listen, I would love for them to have him play. Are they going to make him play is the problem. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, a name you just mentioned that maybe is it? Well, you would know as a Cavs fan, isn't Ricky Rubio a free agent?
Ricky Rubio, I believe, is a free agent. He's in Indiana right now. So
that's right, with the Karis LeVert trade. Right.
With the Karis LeVert trade. So he might be. I'm not certain on that, but he also might have 1 year left. So I'm not
Right.
sure.
Here's the Chicago pick. Dalen Terry.
Ooh, interesting.
Okay, that's
very
well. They got a guard. They needed a guard.
They passed on Hardy. Really?
That's interesting because now
I mean, Dalen Terry is not a bad player at all. A very versatile kind of a combo guard. I mean, there are a lot of people that listed him as a point guard. I see him as more of a two.
He's a big guy, man, 6'7".
He's 6'7" and he's got long arms. He's Pac-12 all defense.
Yeah.
So this is a really good defensive player, one of the best perimeter defenders in the entire draft. He's going to be a pest from day one.
And think about it,
to the NBA, he's going to be a pest.
The good thing about this too, Mike, is that if Lonzo can stay healthy, you got a guy in Lonzo Ball and Terry that they're very, very similar in regards to how they defend. Very long defenders. They have very quick hands. So, that's interesting.
They're also both Lonzo and Dalen Terry are both very good passers. Also,
right.
Dalen Terry is a very good deceptive passer.
Right.
He's got a great eye for, those no-look passes, seeing passes before they happen. He's got great court vision. He's a good finisher at the rim. He does a lot of things right. He just needs to improve as a shooter.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, he shot 36% at Arizona last year, but he didn't take a lot of threes.
Right.
So he needs to improve as an outside shooter if he really wants to be kind of like a two-way legitimate role player. So look, if he wants to be an offensive threat, he's going to have to shoot a little. So, But this is a good pick by Chicago. Right now, you're getting a lot of upside with Dalen Terry. I see where he fits right now in Chicago. Good pick. Very good pick for me.
Well, this is interesting because, again, Chicago's got a ton of guards now because, again, they played DeMar at the 3, obviously, with again, Lonzo, the games that he did play, obviously, LaVine at the 2, and we'll see if they were to possibly move Zach LaVine.
Well, all signs point to him re-signing.
It does? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so he can kind of be sort of their defensive stopper off the bench, maybe give you 10, 12 minutes.
Yeah.
No, that could work because, again, Chicago wasn't great defensively. Again, they got a lot of offensive talent. Again, with the guys who mentioned, Vucevic down low, who I thought had kind of a disappointing year, in his first full season in Chicago. The Minnesota Timberwolves, a surprise playoff team. They're making the pick now at number 19.
Yeah.
Has to be a guard. Surely. Right,
I had Nikola Jovic here as a
okay.
I think Jovic
international player. I think he fits very well. I think he can slide right in at that combo forward sort of position for them right underneath Karl Anthony Towns.
I agree.
So I think that would be good. They could use a guard if they decide to move D'Angelo Russell. But listen, they love Anthony Edwards, so I don't think.
Wait. This pick is going to Memphis.
Wow. This pick is going to go to the Grizzlies.
This pick is going to the Grizzlies. So now what? Because again, they're kind of guard heavy too.
They could use depth at at both guard positions, I think. Because again, they're playing more and more Dillon Brooks and Desmond Bane at the swingman 3 sort of position. So I think they could use some depth. Malachi Branham as a shot creator to play with Ja Morant is really interesting here. It's really, really interesting. Guys like Malachi Branham, Jaden Hardy, who Barry loves also, would be another good fit. I had them taking Jalen Williams at 22, the Memphis Grizzlies. So again, you can see the kind of directions that they go in. Underrated player here, Barry, is your Duke guy, Trevor Keels.
Oh,
Here's the pick. Jake LaRavia. Okay.
Oh, whoa.
Out of Wake Forest. This is interesting.
Wow. Where was he on your board, Mike?
Jake LaRavia was – hold on. I'll tell you in a minute. I got to find him. Jake LaRavia was 41.
Holy cow. Wow.
So he's a little like Kyle Anderson.
Slow-mo.
So Jake LaRavia, let me find him in the scouting reports too. I've got so many players here; it's really hard to keep track anymore.
Well, I mean, that tells you a lot that you're having to search for him, though.
Yeah. 6'8", 225, true power forward. Really improved his stock at Wake Forest last year. He really showed up. 14.5 points a game, 6.5 rebounds. He's an excellent passer for a forward. I was mocking him to the Spurs.
Right.
I mean,
Definitely a Spurs type of player.
Yeah. They would have loved him.
Kyle Anderson did play there, so that makes sense.
Yeah, right. Incredibly smart player, plays with a lot of heart. Hard on every possession. He's a solid all-around player, can finish at the rim. He can post up and he can win on the block. Solid defender inside and outside. He's not super athletic. So again, he could struggle against some of these stronger, faster players. Also, he's not a really refined shooter. I mean, he's not bad, but he can, he could refine that part of his game. So again, I don't love his upside. I think he's going to be just kind of a role player somewhere. So it's very interesting the fact that Memphis went with a guy like Jake LaRavia when they have Jaren Jackson and Brandon Clark and Santi Aldama pretty much at that position already. So I'm curious with what they're going to end up doing. So this is interesting for me.
But is he a guy who provides depth and then just could be a movable trade piece? Because again, Memphis was already deep. I mean they legit go 10 deep.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, Bryson. I think, when you're looking at this team, they have everything right now already. So to get more depth, just in case injuries happen, you can be able to develop a guy and have him there, somebody that can be able to stretch the floor, can not a great defender, but he does have a role on this team. He does have a role in the NBA because of his ability to shoot. So, having a guy like that, I mean, it's a premium. Shooting is always going to be a premium in this league. And if you got guys that can be able to fill it up, it doesn't matter where you put them. If they can be able to hit that three, that's all you need, especially when you have guards that can create and do magic like Ja Morant can.
Right.
So, that's what teams like Memphis, when you're on that next tier, you're just looking for guys that can be able to just fill roles. And that's exactly what they got here in LaRavia.
And here's the thing about Memphis too. Again, you mentioned the 3-point shooting. They're already an excellent 3-point shooting team. I know my team won the championship, and I'm young enough to remember the game 5 of the second round when they went. I think they broke the record for threes made in a game for their franchise, and they had us down by 55 points. So they can that was without Ja Morant. So the ability to move the basketball, they can set this guy up with good looks. He's good in transition. This could work for Memphis. San Antonio 100%. Now has the 20th pick. They got about 2 minutes to make their selection. I'm interested to see where they go here. Did they go Malachi Branham here? I mean, with the considering they're probably going to move DeJounte Murray.
Yeah. What do they need here, Mike? What do you think?
Listen, this is a roster that is in complete rebuild, so they can use a lot of different things. They're relatively deep at the wing, but I have a feeling that they're going to try and touch in this area again. Who did they take already? They took Jeremy Sohan, so they kind of filled that, power forward kind of spot. I still think they could use a center. Somebody like Walker Kessler would be a very interesting pick here.
Walker Kessler is very Spurs-ish.
Walker Kessler might be the best shot blocker I've ever evaluated. He averaged almost 5 blocks a game at Auburn last year.
Gosh.
So he's like 7'1" and he's got a 1,000-foot wingspan. Yeah. So I think he would fit really, really well here. Don't be surprised if they also go for kind of like a point guard player, Ty Washington, Kennedy Chandler. Andrew Nembhard is another guy from Gonzaga that you can
Nembhard's a great passer.
I do too. I like Nembhard.
So San Antonio could go a lot of different directions. Speaking of which, though, with the Memphis trade, so Memphis just got Jake LaRavia at 19 with Minnesota. Minnesota ended up getting number 22 and 29 from Memphis.
Wow, that's good.
So
that's a good deal for
Minnesota
for both teams,
is setting themselves up. They might be setting themselves up for a trade as well, because that would give them 5 draft picks tonight. So, a team that young, I'd be surprised if they took on that many rookies at once. So we'll see. We'll see.
I'd be shocked if San Antonio didn't go guard here again. You mentioned the guys that they brought in, obviously in free agency over the past few years, the guys that they've developed. I'm telling you, it's either Branham or it's Kennedy Chandler, in my view, or maybe even Jaden Hardy, your guys, Barry from the G League.
Yeah.
I think it's Branham. I swear, I think it's Branham.
Branham could definitely be it. I wouldn't sleep on Marjon Beauchamp either, with that long defender type player.
Definitely a
San
Spurs.
Antonio.
Definitely
Yep.
very Spurs-ish. Yeah.
We'll see. Again, the pick is in, so they made their selection. We just got to see who it is. But like you mentioned, Mike, they're definitely in a rebuild. Again, they barely made the play-in tournament. They're going to trade their all-star. So, and they'll obviously try and get a haul for him as much as they can get.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting because, again, look, this very well could be Pop's last year.
Yeah.
So, they move on from him. Because, again, obviously Becky Hammond took the job in the WNBA. It was reported, possibly like Kenny Atkinson may have a shot next year at the Spurs job should Pop retire.
That'd be a great spot for him too.
It would be a great spot.
I think that's Quinn Snyder's job to lose.
You think so?
In San Antonio, you think?
Okay.
Yeah.
Becky Hammond does have a real shot at that job, though.
Well, she's already left for the WNBA. Do you think she'd come back though to take it?
That's right. That's right. I forgot.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, she's
right.
she's
right.
with the Aces, and she's doing a hell of a job.
Yes, man, that team's loaded. Let's
Hell
see.
of a
Here's the
job.
pick. Malachi Branham. There we go. I called it.
Okay.
All right. So
Good pick by them.
no, I like this. What's your thoughts? What's your scouting report on Branham Bear? Mike.
He's my 13th overall player. He's the best player available right now for me. Like I said, a lot of Chris Middleton in him. Great shot creator. He's a great scorer from all over the floor. Big time perimeter shooter from three, from mid range. Create shots off the dribble. He can finish at the rim with touch and explosiveness. He's actually got some very sneaky hops and explosiveness and athleticism. He knows exactly what to do. This is one of the things that I love about him. He knows exactly what to do when the ball is not in his hands. He's very good off the ball on both sides. Very slippery. Gets by his defenders. He's got great lateral ability. He's a solid defender. He's got great awareness of where the ball is. He does a lot of things right, Malachi Branham. The defensive production for him at Ohio State last year wasn't there as far as statistics go. He's not a big steal man. He's not a big block man. Like he doesn't provide much defensive stats, but you also kind of question if his scoring ability translates with his mental strength. He's very hesitant to put up open jump shots. He's got to grow more confidence. He needs more confidence with the basketball. And again, San Antonio is a great place to do that. He's not going to be in a rush. He's going to be in a rotation with a bunch of guys. I think they could all kind of grow together. Like I said, Chris Middleton is a good comparison for him because that's kind of his, his shot creation comparison there. So I like Malachi Branham a lot. And I'm actually very surprised. There were a lot of people that had him going lottery. I had him going 21 to Denver. Kind of interesting how he ended up here because I didn't even think that was going to happen. So very interesting that Malachi Branham drops down to the 20th pick.
And again, he's the first Mr. Ohio basketball from St. Vincent St. Mary since this guy, I think you may have heard of him, LeBron James.
Hey.
That's some pretty big shoes to fill in that department. Barry, what do you think of this selection?
I think it's a very solid pick for the Spurs. I think the thing is with me is he screams system player to me.
Okay.
And when you have guys that can fit a system, doesn't matter what their deficiencies are and lack of this or that, they can be able to fit in that system and do exactly what the coach needs them to do. And I think this is exactly the type of game that he has. Now, does he have the ability eventually to kind of break out of that mold and kind of be something different? Possibly, but he's going to do exactly what they need him to do. Not a worldly defender, but in a system, whatever defensive system they run, he's going to be able to be a pretty decent help defender. Yeah. So that's what they need him to do. That's fine.
And again, he has great length, but like we've seen, like you guys have mentioned. All right, I'm about to throw a curveball to you guys with the Denver Nuggets. I think you guys know what I'm going to say.
We don't know what you're going to say.
Jovic?
Jovic.
They're going to take Jovic. They're going to take
Jokic and Jovic.
Guess what?
With Nikola Jokic.
Guess what? I read last week that they worked him out too.
Wow, that'd be
So-
I
interesting.
would laugh so
That
hard.
would be awesome. That'd be the moment of the draft.
That is going to be a nightmare for commentators
Oh
to
my
be able
God.
to
It's gonna
commentate.
be-
Jovic. The J.
Bryson, I am telling you, this draft is filled with opportunities to
Yeah.
prove why I love the draft.
There
It
you go.
just is.
Yeah.
Everything with the trades and Banchero going number one.
Oh,
And if Jovic and Jokic get paired together, I mean, my God, can you ask for anything better?
that would
Can
be
you
awesome.
really ask for anything better?
And remember, never forget Nikola Jokic, the wrongful two-time MVP, I must say. But that's beside the point. Was drafted during a Taco Bell commercial. Okay, so this would be a step up. I think he was taken 41st overall. I think it was 2014.
Yeah.
He was like the lowest pick to ever be MVP.
Yep.
And I'll tell you this though about Denver. Denver's going to be scary next year because obviously you got Jokic coming back, Jamal Murray coming off an injury. I've always liked Jamal Murray in the playoffs more than I like Jokic.
They
The
have
big
two
question
first-round
mark
picks tonight.
2 first-round picks. The only question mark is Michael Porter Jr.
And it's a big question mark, Bryson.
It is.
Big question mark.
And so, whether they can, I liked the kid, Bones Highland coming off the bench for them.
Yeah.
I like his, he's a little,
He turned out to be good.
he reminds me of Jordan Clarkson a little bit. Way
Yeah.
he plays coming off the bench. It's a good, sort of, combo guard coming off the bench for Jamal Murray or whoever else they have there.
He actually reminds me of Will Barton.
Well, there you go. A nugget right there.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the pick. Please be Jovic. Please be Jovic. Okay, so they're showing the trade for the Knicks and the Thunder. Okay, yeah.
Wow.
First-round picks.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Well, I mean, they had like 50 of them, so they can give 3.
Here it is. Christian Brown. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Interesting.
I like this kid had a heck of a run in the tournament too. He was, especially in the Final Four, he was phenomenal.
Christian Brown is
Christian
a
Brown.
very interesting pick here.
Really led the comeback for them against North Carolina in the national championship game.
Where was he on your list, Mike?
He was 34th on my board. So he's a bit of a reach, but let me tell you something. Christian Brown is, is he at the draft?
Yes, he's there. He was like in the stands.
He's in the audience tonight.
Yeah,
because he didn't believe that he was going to be in the first round. Probably
he didn't get
but
invited.
Bill Self was right next to him, though.
He didn't get
So
invited to the green room. So, but this is such an interesting pick. Grayson Allen is my comparison for him.
interesting.
Really good athlete who runs the floor really well. He's got really surprising hops. He has very good athleticism, highlight reel dunker, plays with a lot of heart. He's a locker room gem, this kid. He's one of these really good glue guys that I think Denver is going to really enjoy. Solid shooter from the outside. If he can gain a little bit more consistency in his jumper, he could be a real serious threat from the perimeter. Smart player, does a little bit of everything. Scouts really rave about his natural feel for the game. He's been around the block a few times with Kansas, was one of their key players last year, as Bryson said. There's a lot to develop with him, but there's also a little bit of risk, right? He needs to become a more confident jump shooter. He doesn't have much of an ability to create his own shot, so he's going to be playing a lot in the catch and shoot game. Not a great ball handler. He doesn't have great length. Like, there's some questionable things about him, but as just a pure role player, again, like I said, I don't have much upside on him. He's the number 34 player on my board, but as a role player, really nice player, really nice kid. Locker room gem, can do a lot of different things. So Denver's going to be really happy with him, I believe.
I think so. Hopefully he's not as dirty as your guy from Duke.
No, but he plays with a ton of effort. This guy.
I love effort.
So
I don't think anybody's as dirty as Grayson.
No.
No.
Dude, like literally
Draymond
ended out
Green,
of
maybe.
this season.
And I always have to defend him. He's a Dookie. I can't
Stop.
abandon
Don't
him.
defend the indefensible.
I can't abandon him. I'm sorry.
All right,
I'm
what's your?
disappointed they didn't go Jovic, but they still have an opportunity to do
They
so.
still, I was gonna say, yeah,
Thanks.
they still got a shot, and he's like one that I think ranked one. Where's Jovic? Where you got him ranked?
Jovic is 18th on my board. He's a little
Okay, so
higher. I'm a little higher on him than most people. Nikola Jovic has a lot of Danilo Gallinari.
ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Big, long, can shoot. He's a nice, good player.
Okay, so the pick is in for Memphis, which is going to Minnesota.
Yes.
Again, I think they need a point guard. Again, my guy Kennedy Chandler's sitting right there. Ty Washington, obviously, you know me, I'm going with Chandler, the Kentucky guy, but I'd be surprised if it's not Chandler.
Also, don't be surprised if they decide to go with the forward route. They could go Jovic, but also a name to look out for here is EJ Liddell out of Ohio State. So look, a lot of these teams can go in a lot of different directions. This is a crazy deep wing draft.
Yes. Here's the pick to the Timberwolves. Walker Kessler.
Oh wow! So they went big man.
That's interesting because
Wow.
is he sort of the guy to come behind Karl Anthony Towns? Is he sort of the guy come off the bench? Yeah.
Yes.
So
All
I
right.
guess that's it for Naz Reid in Minnesota, right?
Right.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep. What's your thoughts on this guy, Mike?
Walker Kessler is the best shot blocker in the draft, and he might be the best shot blocker I've ever evaluated. This guy sends away shots. He averaged 4.6 blocks per game last year at Auburn. Shot about 61% from the field. Without a doubt, he's an absolute freak protecting the win. He's 7'1", 245 pounds. He's an absolute monster of a man. And he runs the floor like a deer. I think his athleticism is actually pretty underrated. He has long legs and uses them great in transition. He didn't shoot very well at Auburn, but make no mistake about it, this guy actually has a little bit of an outside shot. He can shoot a little. I compared him a little bit to Miles Turner. Another good comparison for him would be kind of like a Brook Lopez kind of player. So
he's better defensively than Brook Lopez, though.
He definitely is. He's the problem with him, though, is that he is a truly terrible ball handler. He's really not good with the ball in his hands. If you ask him to do anything more than have the ball more than a couple seconds in his hands, I mean, that's not good. He doesn't protect the ball well. He doesn't pass well. He doesn't have much of a post game, but again, great in transition, great as a shot blocker. He's got a little bit of potential as an outside shooter. I had Walker Kessler as the number 22 player on my board, and here we go. He's number 22.
Goes 22, so,
right. There you go.
So I like him. So it's not a bad pick, especially if you're picking him as a not urgent backup.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the shot blocking potential, and again, that was part of the problem for the Timberwolves is late game execution. But if you can bring that guy off the bench to sort of I guess give that good presence down low off the bench. I mean, again, last round you're talking about the bigs, they had to play Jaren Jackson and Brandon Clark and Steven Adams. If you have this guy in the series, does it make any difference? I agree with you in the comparison to Miles Turner, because Miles Turner is a good 3-point shooter. Obviously, he's probably the best shot blocker in basketball, along with Robert Williams. So yeah, this works. Philadelphia. So okay, so this Sixers pick is going to Memphis.
Wow.
So speaking of Memphis,
a lot of movement.
Wow, I'm surprised that they're being this aggressive considering how deep they are. This is
Memphis taking Jake LaRavia at 19, and so they pretty much traded 22 and 29 for 19 and 23.
Right.
So this is interesting what they're doing. Very interesting.
Who are you thinking? Barry, what do you think? Where do you think Memphis goes? Again, considering that like I said, they literally go 10 deep.
Maybe you take a chance on Ivy. I mean, it's not Ivy. I mean, Hardy.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that.
Maybe
crazy upside with Jaden Hardy.
Crazy upside. I mean, I think he has the explosiveness to be able to develop and really be a solid player for them, but doesn't have to be right away. So, yeah, listen, you can never be without good premium guards at the NBA level. It's at a premium, so you need as much as you possibly can get.
Here's the trade. Sixers moved Danny Green and the number 23 pick to Memphis as a part of a trade to acquire DeAnthony Melton.
Wow.
Oh wow! So I knew the Grizzlies were thinking about moving him. The Grizzlies actually did pull the trigger and move DeAnthony.
But that's interesting because Danny Green tore his ACL in the.
There's a hope that I'm hearing reports that he should be ready
for the start of the season.
Should be ready sometime early.
Yeah. Danny's tough.
Yeah.
Danny's tough. So
he is. I've always respected that guy.
So I think based on those reports and things like that, I think teams were very, very willing to make trades for him. Yes.
So you must have not, I guess, had like a full tear.
Possibly.
Maybe was it a partial?
Or maybe he's just healing really, really good.
Maybe
he's just built different.
Yeah,
he is built. I mean, remember San Antonio? His last year there, he played with like a torn meniscus.
Right.
I think.
Later
in the season.
Some guys are just built differently, man.
Here's the Grizzlies pick. David Roddy.
Whoa. The Grizzlies are the kings of reaching. Oh my goodness.
Let's see, well, he got Colorado State.
Yo, where was he even on your board, Mike?
Yes, no, he was. David Roddy was number 53 on my board.
Oh my goodness. So barely even in the draft.
David Roddy is a big time reach for me. So very undersized as a power forward. He's only 6'5". He's got a big beefy body. So he weighs 252 pounds. But he's a power forward. So they went another power forward here. So they add David Roddy to Jake LaRavia. I mean, thick body, good mobility. He's nimble, great speed for somebody carrying as much weight as he is. An interesting offensive player. He's got a variety of different skills. He can shoot from all over the floor. He can create his own shot on and off the ball. Dribbles well. He can get himself open. He finds angles to the rim. Intense player, active hands. He can be a pain defensively. He can get up and he can block the occasional shot. I mean, he does have a lot of positives. He's just not a very good athlete. He's very undersized, not tall. He's not lengthy. He may struggle keeping up with NBA forwards. Not a great change of direction. He doesn't play above the rim. So I'm a little worried about him. I had him as he reminds me a little bit of Royce O'Neal. He's like a bigger Royce O'Neal. But, he's a role player for me. So right now, Memphis is just looking at guys that could potentially be role players.
Yeah, that's all they're looking for.
Well, that's all I need, though.
I think you could have gotten David Roddy in the second round somewhere. I just did not have David Roddy as a first round pick.
Well, maybe they're planning to trade out of that second round. Who knows?
Listen, they could be. They could be. This is a big time reach for me though. The two lowest players on my board that have been drafted, number 41 Jake LaRavia and number 53 David Roddy, have both been drafted by Memphis. So this is interesting with what they're doing. And listen, they have a great roster. So, and I'm sure that they're smarter than me. So, what do I
don't know about that, Mike. I don't know about that.
Well, let's see, Bryson. I appreciate the compliment.
So, of course.
I love you, buddy. You're a great friend.
Yes, sir. Hey, listen, I'm always sticking up for my guys, both of y'all. Last year's NBA champion Milwaukee Bucks, obviously losing Chris Middleton in the second round. I think, look, hindsight's 2020, but I'm of the camp that if they have Middleton, they beat Boston and get probably to the NBA Finals. Again, that was actually my prediction before the season was Golden State Milwaukee, and I think there's a chance maybe we could see it next year. Here's the thing that's interesting about Milwaukee is that their lack of perimeter defenders got really exposed when Middleton went down.
Yeah.
Bobby Portis had a rough series. Wow. I got to think that you mentioned, Mike, that this is a deep draft in terms of forwards. Do you think they go that direction here?
They very well could. Somebody like E.J. Liddell could very easily go here. I've always been under the impression, too, that they could use a little bit more depth at the two-guard position. So somebody like Jaden Hardy, even more of a scorer like Bryce McGowan's would not be a terrible pick here. Marjon Beauchamp, Blake Wesley out of Notre Dame, Trevor Keels. Like, you could pick from that litter. They could do a lot of different things. EJ Liddell is super pro ready. I mean, he could contribute to the Bucks next year. Like, he's that ready to go. So, it depends. They could do a lot of different things. I had them pegged with Jaden Hardy in my mock draft. I've also had them pegged with Walker Kessler, who's now gone. So, you never know. This is a very interesting draft so far. There are a lot of guys that have gone in places that I didn't think that they would go. So they could do a lot of different things here.
What about you, Barry?
Yeah, I agree. I think they need to get somebody who's very, very mature right now, who can be able to step in and contribute right away. For the last few years, you can see that the Bucks at the 2 guard position haven't had a dynamic scorer, hadn't had somebody that can really be able to just put the ball in the basket. And they need some athleticism in their backcourt a little bit. Their way of playing is a bit stale, and they need to kind of change things up. Now, if they get EJ Liddell, if they get Jaden Hardy, those guys, to me, one's ready made, the other one can be able to fill it up a little bit. That's the type of thing that you need to kind of spice up your lineup a little bit. Because, like I said, Milwaukee's good, but they're tad stale right now, and they need to do something a little different.
Yeah. They need an influx of energy or something.
Yes, they do.
Like
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
I think their way of playing, their stale way of playing, has a lot to do with Mike Budenholzer, not the personnel.
Well, yeah, I mean,
here's the pick, though. Here's the pick. Marjan Beauchamp.
Right.
Okay,
Very
there you go.
Pick. I like that a lot, actually.
I like that pick.
Listen,
you know that a Coach Bud is a Pop disciple, so is one of those guys that fit that type of system. He's a system guy. He likes guys that have that are good personalities, that are very versatile, and this kid has the potential to be that. So this is definitely a good pick.
Yeah, I like him. He's a great athlete, plays above the rim, finishes well at the cup. He's has a feel for when to cut and slash through the lanes. He's a smart basketball player, Barry. I know you've seen him play a little bit. He's got some great length.
Oh yeah,
really good defensive ability. I love his length on that end. He could really make an impact. He's a little bit raw, but there's a role for him right away.
Exactly.
And if just as a pure finisher and a defender, Marjan Beauchamp can make an impact right out of the gate. So I really like him. He reminds me a lot of Kelly Oubre. I think he's a bit longer and maybe a little more athletic than Kelly Oubre is.
I've seen a lot.
That kind of player. He's 6'6", 199 pounds. He's raw talent. He's got kind of a thin frame. He's got some shooting potential. Again, he shot 24% from 3 last year with the G League. But again, a lot of these young guys with shooting potential, I mean, sometimes their shots just don't fall, and that's fine. As long as they've got good form and they don't take bad shots, I mean, you can see them translating as a shooter in the NBA. He shot 57% from the field, so he still did find a way to score. He averaged 15 points a game. He's a great rebounder for his size. He averaged 7.5 rebounds a game.
Good.
So he's a good player, and he fits exactly what the Bucks need. They needed kind of a combo wing that can step out, play defense right out of the gate, and has some potential to grow even further. So I really like this pick by the Bucks. Marjan Beauchamp's a good player.
Well, yeah, it's a good point too, because the thing with Milwaukee, like you mentioned, Barry is kind of a Budenholzer is a Pop disciple, obviously with Atlanta, and now with Milwaukee.
That's right.
That is a good fit. You mentioned he's longer than Kelly Oubre. Again, Kelly Oubre is a guy with who's a great rim runner. Obviously, it's phenomenal in transition. We've seen that he's fit pretty well in Charlotte. So this could work well for the Bucks. Obviously, you see he's very emotional. They're excited to go to Milwaukee.
He's a great kid. Everything I've heard about Marjan Beauchamp is he's a great kid.
That's a perfect fit. I think
very high character draft. There really aren't very many guys with character issues in this draft. So again, and I'm a sucker for guys that are good people and that work hard and stuff like that. Marjan Beauchamp is one of those guys. I'm extremely happy for a guy like him.
Absolutely. Again, and he's going to a championship culture. I mean, and he's going to a team that's got, some argue the best player in the world. I think he's number 2 right now. But I mean, look, you're talking about a team who's excellent defensively. Obviously, with the best defensive guard in basketball, in my view, in Drew Holiday.
maybe
Again,
the best defensive player in Giannis. I mean,
right.
you know, he's going to a place that's got a bunch of good perimeter defenders. So I like what Milwaukee has done here, and this is their only pick tonight. They forfeited their second round pick, so they're making the most of it right here.
Possibly. Okay, so San Antonio's next again. I don't know. This feels like again they're kind of stuck in quicksand right now. What do you think? What do you think, Barry? What do you think they go here?
I mean, honestly, it's a pick 'em for the Spurs. I mean, they need so much, right? They're in a rebuild, so you know maybe they go. Listen, I'm gonna say Hardy until he gets picked. I like Hardy. You need to pick him. Wesley, I like as well. So we'll see. We'll see.
What about you, Mike?
I can see a point guard here. Somebody like Andrew Nemhard, I think is a really solid fit. Great passer, distributor, especially if they want to move DeJounte Murray. They could use somebody to slide right in and play and be a distributor for some of those wing players that they have.
Right.
Okay, so they're showing Shams just tweeted the draft picks that New York acquired from OKC in the number 11 pick trade.
Here we go.
The 2020 protected first rounder via Detroit, 2023 protected first rounder via Washington, 2023 protected first rounder via Denver. Okay, so that's 3 first round picks next year, as well as I'm assuming they're under. They still have their own pick next year.
So
that's 4 first round picks.
So that would mean I'm curious to hear what the protections on those first round picks are.
Right, because if they're all lottery protected, then
that's a good point. But here's the thing. Okay, so Denver's a playoff team. Washington and Detroit probably are not. So
depends. We'll see.
Here's the pick for the Spurs. Blake Wesley.
Ooh, okay. High upside player.
There you go.
There you go. They got a guard. All right.
Notre Dame. There were a lot of people that thought that Blake Wesley was going to stay in college and increase his stock for next year's draft, but he decided to stay in. He thought he was confident he was going to go in the first round this year, and he did. So Blake Wesley's a good player. Blake Wesley's the number 23 player on my board. So real solid player. He reminds me a lot of Victor Oladipo, kind of that super athlete, can do a lot for you kind of players. Very raw, so they're going to have to develop him. This is very much like what they did with Josh Primo last year when they drafted him really early. So very raw prospect. He's got a lot of promise. Great athlete. He's got great down court speed. So he does a lot of things for you. Good ball handler, quick first step. He shows natural shot creation ability. Given the time, he can be used as kind of a combo guard. Pretty good defender. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He just needs to go to the right team with the right staff that he can connect with. And here you go. I mean, look, you want to talk about player development. The San Antonio Spurs could make Blake Wesley into a very, very nice player. You know, like I said, Victor Oladipo needs to develop his shooting stroke a little bit, but overall good player. So they walk away with Jeremy Sohan, Malachi Branham, and Blake Wesley tonight. Well done. That's a
good draft for the Spurs.
Good group of players. They ended up getting the number 13, 20, and 23 player on my board tonight. So bravo. I think this is a great draft so far for the San Antonio Spurs.
No, I think so too. And again, you're talking about a team that is going into rebuilding a Western Conference that's got teams that, again, did not even make the play-in tournament that are going to make a push, like Portland and Los Angeles.
Right.
This is going to be a team that's probably not going to make much of a push at all in that department. Again, this could very well be known as Greg Popovich's final year of coaching. And so, it's going to be interesting to see what they do. They're showing Scott Drew, the national champion with the Baylor Bears last year, on ESPN. Dallas's pick is in. This is going to Houston.
Yeah, this is the pick that was in the Christian Wood trade.
Right. So, okay. So again, I keep saying it could, Kennedy Chandler. I keep saying I think he's a good fit in Houston. They need that. They need a true point guard. There you go. I mean, he's not necessarily a natural shot creator, as you mentioned with the last pick in terms of mid range is okay. The 3-point shooting and free throw shooting definitely needs improvement. But again, the ability to get the ball out in transition. I think Kennedy Chandler works with Houston. I really do.
Kennedy Chandler would be a good pick here. I'd also love to see Ty Washington.
He could work.
Because I think Ty Washington's a better passer than what was let on at Kentucky last year. He played a lot of off ball last year at Kentucky. If he plays more on ball, I think he's a much better passer than what he let on. So either one of these point guards, Ty Washington, Kennedy Chandler, would be very good here for Houston.
I think what Houston is trying to do is that they're trying to make their team as athletic as possible.
Yeah.
So they're looking for guys that are just can be able to be interchangeable, whether it be at the 1 to 4 to 5. They want guys to be able to be in and out. So, are they going to go a traditional point guard? Maybe not. Maybe they don't look for that. Maybe they look for more of a hybrid model guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we'll see.
So we've got a little bit of development here. I'm confused as to where this is going. This is from Woj. I'm not going to say who the pick is, just for spoiler alert, but it says Minnesota is landing on blank at number 26.
Minnesota.
And then this says Houston is trading this guy to Dallas. So basically this pick, this is so confusing, dude. This doesn't even make sense.
So what? So they shop in the pick, and this pick is going to end up in Dallas?
Okay, Silver's just announcing one of the previous trades from earlier.
Wait, what?
He's just announcing a trade from earlier. It's Wendell Moore.
Hey,
and he's going to Minnesota. According to Woj, Minnesota acquired the pick from Houston via the Christian Wood trade with Dallas.
Okay.
All right then.
Okay, Barry, you want to take this one? You want to take the lead on this one with it being a Duke guy?
Oh yeah, I mean Wendell Moore, man. High upside. The one thing about Wendell Moore is that he did not meet expectations at Duke, in my opinion. Came in as a very, very highly rated player, but ended up becoming a very decent role guy. I think he can be able to fit in wherever he goes because he's a chameleon type of athlete. Can play above the rim, can defend a little bit. Not the best shooter, but he can shoot. But I do love his personality. I think he's a really, really good kid, and I think this is going to be a good pick for Dallas.
Yeah, his biggest issue right now is shot selection. I think
Minnesota, by the way.
It is Minnesota.
Okay, so he's going to Minnesota.
Yes, he's going to Minnesota.
Okay, this is a good pick for them. I mean, he could do a lot of things there, at the rim. I mean, we've seen him be really crafty at the rim. He finishes through contact. He's got a big athletic body, 6'5", 216, good player. He did average 13.5 at Duke last year, so he was a good player there. I love his all-around game. He's a good perimeter defender. He does a lot of things right. He's a great passer and a good playmaker, all of that stuff. But you're right. He's super inconsistent. His shot selection was really not perfect.
Yeah.
He needs to become a more consistent outside shooter. There's some stuff that he needs to work on, but he's a good kid. So I think he's going to be able to do all of that. Reminds me a lot of Lance Stevenson at where he is right now. So this is a good pick. I was hearing more and more that Wendell Moore was going to end up going in the first round. And I guess here he goes. Minnesota's getting a good player here. So they've done pretty well with Walker Kessler and Wendell Moore.
And listen too, Mike, the thing that's really, really important is that when a kid feels like Wendell Moore that has all of this pressure on them to succeed, a lot of times they don't. But when they go to a place that's very, very established, that has a couple of guys that are all-stars already, that has a go-to scorer that he can be able to just blend in, he'll find his way that way rather than being looked at as a guy that has to come in right away and kind of be the savior or a really, really integral part of the offense.
Yep.
And remember too, it looks like they're possibly shopping D'Angelo Russell as well.
Right.
So we'll see what they get from him. Again, they're completely building around Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns,
as they should.
Absolutely. And then again, I've never been high on D'Angelo Russell in terms of him being a part of winning basketball. And I get he made the playoffs this year. With we talk about in Brooklyn. We've been praising Kenny Atkinson. A lot of times D'Angelo Russell wouldn't play in the fourth quarter of those games. I mean, there's a reason.
He's who he is, Bryson. He's a guy that can be able to hit big shots, in times where you need him to, but he also has his limitations.
Nope, no question. And again, I will say thank you to D'Angelo Russell, because without him, there is no Andrew Wiggins in Golden State. So,
yeah, there you
actually.
Go. There you go.
So that's why you gotta like him. That's why
I guess I have to like him a little bit.
That's why you always have to give him praise, man.
That's it.
Yep.
That's true. That's true.
If it wasn't for him getting that max contract, there would be no Andrew Wiggins on Golden State.
Fleeced Minnesota in that trade. We got Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga.
Right.
I mean, that's
crazy.
That's Bob Myers doing Bob Myers things right there. But
so Bryson, let me ask you a question here.
Okay.
So Minnesota with now having 26 and picking Wendell Moore, do they still have 29 for Memphis, or did that end up going to Houston?
Let me check ESPN. They've got the draft right here. This looks like it is. I think it's still Memphis's pick, but let me make 100% sure. Yeah. Gosh, I'm confused. I can't. Let's see. It's not really saying who had the 25th pick.
San Antonio did.
Okay, who had the 19th pick?
19th was it was Minnesota, and then it went to Memphis. That was Jake LaRavia.
Okay, so I don't think this is Memphis's pick. It's not showing.
I'll be back
on this app.
Another beer.
What's that? Hey, have at it.
He's getting another beer.
I'll add him back, and once he's ready to go. Once he's ready to go, I'll get Barry back in this thing. The pick is in though for the Miami Heat.
This is their only pick tonight. Another team that forfeited their second-round pick.
Yes.
So their only pick tonight. I love a backup point guard here. Somebody like Kennedy Chandler, Ty Washington. I know we keep saying it, but this is not a deep point guard draft.
No.
So you can get one of them right here. That's good value. So.
And especially Kyle Lowry. He had a pretty good game 7 against the Boston Celtics, but injuries, the hamstring really that got him the first round. He's never really able to quite recover. We know the hamstring for point guards, especially once they get to an advanced stage, can be really, really difficult.
Yes.
I'd be really surprised because again, the thing with Miami too is they've got a ton of assets. I'm hearing that they, maybe they try to go get Bradley Beal. Maybe they try and make a move. And I think weren't they on Kyrie Irving's list for preferred destinations? There is no way.
Yeah.
There's no way Pat Riley's making that deal. Not in a million years.
Imagine trading Tyler Hero for Kyrie Irving. Like, stop.
No, that's never happening. That's never. Okay, let's see. They're going through the draft order in the bottom of the screen of ESPN. They're at 24 now. So I'll see once they get to 29, see who has that pick. But I don't think that's Memphis's pick. So that would go to who?
This right now it's with Minnesota.
Okay.
It was part of the Minnesota trade when Minnesota traded 19 for Memphis's 22 and 29.
Okay.
So
29 is to Memphis still. Okay.
It's to Minnesota?
Still this says Memphis because it'll say on the side proposed trade to blank. I'll get Barry back in the stream. You loaded up, my guy?
Yes, sir.
Let's see.
I had to make sure I get my candy too.
Hey, let me. Hey,
my man.
I got you. They went with Jovic.
Oh, Jovic went to
Jovic
Miami?
is going to Miami. Yes.
Wow.
Hey!
How about that?
I
was low key kind of hoping he fell to Golden State.
That's a good pick.
That is a good pick for Miami.
I like Nikola Jovic a lot. And again, he's at the draft tonight. So I think he's coming right over.
Yeah.
I do not think he is a draft and stash. This is a good player that the that the Miami Heat are getting. The number 18 player on my board, Danilo Gallinari, is my comparison for him. He is a phenomenal shooter from all over the floor. 6'10", 225, classic European stroke, great form, smooth, buttery release. He's got a high release on his jumper, great shot creator. He can also kind of play that point forward role, which is really interesting.
Wow.
He doesn't have high assist numbers, but he's great at moving the ball. He's got great ability to hit contested shots. And I got to be honest, he's extremely pro ready. I think he could play next year and really contribute. Again, there's of course the unknown of him coming overseas. He's also not an amazing athlete. He's not very fast. He isn't very laterally quick. Doesn't jump very high. But again, Danilo Gallinari is my comparison for him. Tall, lengthy, can shoot a little bit, can create his own shot. That's the kind of player that you're getting. So this is a great pick. Again, great value that the Miami Heat are getting right here with Nikola Jovic. So this is a good pick.
What do you think, Barry? I know you like this kid too.
This is a Pat Riley type of kid in regards to just being able to do everything. He can pass a little bit. He can rebound a little bit. Like you said, he's not a great athlete, but he fits exactly what they want to do over there. Eric Spoelstra likes guys that are multifaceted, that can be able to do multiple things. A little bit of Hedo Turgaloo in him without the jump shooting, obviously. But I like what he has. I like the ability to be able to create for other people, create for himself, be a little bit of a tweener. I don't know if he has a real position. Mike, what do you think?
I have him listed as a small forward.
Yeah,
but he is.
Okay.
You're right. He
I
is
can see
kind of a
that.
tweener. He's
Right.
a bit of a combo forward.
right.
I think you could play him depending on the lineup that you want to play. I think you could play him at both spots.
Exactly. Absolutely.
All right. So who has the 28th pick?
Golden
Again?
State. This is Golden State's pick.
No. Wait. Who? No. What did Golden
29.
State do last week? What did they do? Last Thursday,
Oh,
week anniversary.
you're
I
doing
want
it.
you to introduce
doing-
them as they are supposed to be introduced.
Can I go back and get another beer? Because
can have at it
I
already.
don't want to be here. I don't want to be here.
Hey,
for Golden
Barry, you're
State.
good. Barry, you're good. You've already.
I've
paid your dues.
already paid
Listen,
my dues, right?
Bryson, I already congratulated you privately on the championship.
No.
He doesn't want that.
You need
He
to
doesn't
do it
want
now.
that.
I want
He
you
doesn't
to
want
say
that.
it to the world.
The defending champion, Golden State Warrior.
Music playing.
Oh, goodness.
It tastes so bad.
Ah,
The words coming out of my mouth. It tastes so bad.
thank you,
Oh,
Mike.
this
I
is-
need my beer to watch.
But hey,
that.
listen, as a Cavs fan,
Gonna
I'm
need
very
it.
happy tonight because Ochai Agbaji is a great pick for us. So
Yes.
I can walk away very happy today.
Listen, I'm happy tonight because my Lakers actually
You have
have
a
a pick.
There you go.
35, baby. Hey.
Hey, you know who's the
Lakers
35th
have a
pick?
pick.
Who?
35th pick years ago, 10 years ago. Draymond Green.
There you go. Maybe
I'm
we'll
just saying.
we'll find our
I know you don't
Draymond
like
Green.
him much, Mike, but I'm just
Maybe
I'm
we
just
will
throwing that
find our Draymond Green tonight.
The pick is in for the Warriors. You know who I like?
Where do you think they go? Where do you think they
Jalen
go,
Williams.
Bryson?
Jalen Williams
Okay.
at Arkansas.
Okay.
Big.
This kid had
Yeah.
a phenomenal SEC tournament, had a great NCAA tournament. I think
I'd love to see them go big.
I'll tell you this: if they draft him, I think that tells you that Kevon Looney's walking out the door.
Yeah,
Because you obviously got Wiseman coming in. That's the guy, number 2 pick from a couple of years ago. I think this pick will tell you a lot about where they're at with Kevon Looney.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be among the Jalen Williams, Christian Coloco, those kind of players. Those
Draymond Green's in the draft room, by the way.
Oh, is he really?
He sure is. Well, he
Probably for the
texted.
podcast.
He's probably doing a podcast right now as we speak. But there's Steve Kerr. I think I remember I read last year that Draymond texted because he was on vacation during the draft last year. He texted Bob Myers when they had the 7th pick. He just said Kuminga, and then 14th he texted Moody. So Draymond may have some input on this. Here we go. The defending world champion Golden State Warriors are about to make their selection.
Chimes came in perfectly right there. Great timing, Bryson.
Patrick Baldwin Jr. Okay.
Oh my goodness, they are so good at this.
Tell me about this kid. Tell me about this
Warriors are
kid.
So good at this. So Patrick Baldwin is my number 27 player on my board. So I'm a little higher on Patrick Baldwin than most people, but you're going to watch this kid's jump shot, Bryson. The first clip you see of him, you're going to fall in love. This kid's jump shot is buttery. If you watch him shoot the ball, he played at Milwaukee last year, but this kid's jumper is so nice and buttery. 6'9", 220 pounds. He fits exactly what the Warriors love to do. One of these combo forwards. He's a lot like Kuminga. He's not as athletic as Kuminga is.
Right.
But great shot-making ability off the dribble. It gives them another dimension to their offense. This is really, really great. Really crafty with his shot creation ability. He finds ways to get open. He's got a really nice, refined Euro step. He can get to the rim really well. Solid off-ball defender. Really good player. Has some two-way potential. The thing is, though, is that he flat out cannot pass. This guy's not a passer. 1.5 assists a game last year at Milwaukee. So you'd like to see his efficiency numbers go up. He's a bit of a project, but listen, the Warriors love players like this, these big, long, 6'9" kind of forwards. They showed that with Kuminga last year. Reminds me a lot of Jabari Parker.
Okay.
This is a really good fit for them. I think this kind of tells you, this is another one of those like Otto Porter,
Nemanja Bjelica.
Nemanja Bjelica kind of role players. They could plug him right in and let him play. Probably it takes a year for him to really get it, but Patrick Baldwin was one of my sleepers. He was the number 27 player on my board. So
all right, I'll say I'll do
how good Golden State is in this drafting thing. It really does make me angry.
I'll do what I did a couple years ago, or I'm sorry, last year with the 2 picks, Kuminga, Moody. 2 things. Number one, I'll look right in the camera. Patrick Baldwin Jr. Go ahead and get ready to get your suits for next June. You're going to need them. And be ready to get fitted for a ring in the summer of 2023. So just get ready, buddy. The Kuminga and Moody will tell you how this whole thing works. You're going to have the veteran leadership of Steph and Draymond and Clay, and Iguodala's gone. He's going to be a venture capitalist, but everybody else is going to be in the building. Steve Kerr, welcome to Dub Nation, Patrick Baldwin Jr. You are very welcome to Dub Nation. All right, continue.
This is going to be unbearable tonight, Barrington. It's just going to be unbearable.
Listen, I said I would be.
Oh, so 29 right here.
This goes to Houston.
Yeah, yep. So that makes sense. So 26. So Minnesota moved from 29 to 26, and Houston got 29. So
okay,
good for them. Just for a little update for the listeners here, top 5 prospects for me right now, remaining with 2 picks left in the first round. Ty Washington, Jaden Hardy are still my top 2. EJ Liddell is number 3 for me, best available. And then it's Trevor Keels and Kennedy Chandler. Okay. So those are my top 5 right now. It's 16, 17, 21, 24, and 25 on my board.
It's very interesting if Hardy does not end up getting picked in the first round. That
would be interesting.
Wow.
He was such a highly rated high school recruit. He's got so much upside. I love Jaden Hardy.
I do
He's
too.
a really good player.
Yeah.
Well, we know this. It's got to be a guard for Houston. It's got to be. It's a point guard. Guard.
You know who Jaden Hardy reminds me of as far as talent? Not as far as career outcome, but as far as talent. He reminds me a lot of Dion Waiters.
Yeah.
Like he's that kind of player, really crafty scorer.
Just a bucket getter. Yeah, can get a bucket.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when early on in Dion Waiters' career, when he was in Cleveland,
he was a bucket getter.
He was
an absolute bucket, that kid.
Even in Oklahoma City when he was there for a brief minute.
Right.
Yeah.
When he was a role player there when they made the Western Conference Finals. Like I agree with you. If that's what they're getting without all the, the shenanigans that Dion Waiters pulled, that's a good pick for Houston. Again, we'll see what they do. The pick is in. Again, the ESPN showing it's Memphis, but again, the proposed trade to the Houston Rockets. So this is their 3rd selection in the first round. So we'll see what they want to do here. And then who's the last pick of the first round?
Denver has 30.
It's Denver. Okay. Right now. All right. So that where Boston's pick go? Was this
Boston's pick? I believe was with
San
Antonio in the Derek White trade. I believe.
Gotcha. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, Boston, I think, has the 53rd pick in tonight's draft. They still haven't picked.
Okay.
Tonight.
So they're probably not going to make a ton of noise unless they trade up.
Yeah, it'll probably be some international guy or something like that. That's what they like to do.
Ty Washington. Okay.
Oh, so this is going to Houston. So
this is going to Houston.
All right, then.
Houston
That's a good move.
Ty Washington. Okay, here we go.
Get that point guard.
Should have taken Chandler. But I do think this is a good fit. You know, again, they have their two guard who's the best, you know, one of the best scorers, young scorers in basketball, and Jalen Green. You got Jabari Smith, who I think we all pretty much agree is the best player in the draft. This is a good pick by Houston.
It's a great pick by Houston. I think Ty Washington has a lot of Cameron Payne in him as far as comparisons go. All SEC. He was SEC all freshman. His specialty right now is scoring the basketball. He's a borderline elite scoring point guard. He's got a great arsenal of simply just getting the ball in the basket. He's got a really great ability to just score the ball. He's a knockdown outside shooter. He's a real solid passer. Again, he played a lot of off ball at Kentucky last year. But listen, I think as a lead guard, I think if you let him be a lead guard, he's legit. I really think that he could make an impact that way. So I like it. He's good at creating his own shot. He's not known for his defensive prowess, but listen, if you're in a position where Houston is right now, and you earlier in the draft today selected Jabari Smith and Tari Eason, who are both very versatile defenders, I think you can get away with getting a point guard who can score and pass, and that's exactly what Ty Washington does. So this is a great pick. It's being selected by Memphis right now, but it's going to Houston. Houston's done a very good job tonight, and I mean very good. They got.
I give them an A-.
They got number 2, number 14, and number 16 on my board. So as far as I'm concerned, they're doing great. They did really, really well tonight.
So, don't they have a second round pick as well?
I think this might be it for them. It depends on if they got one of those second round picks from Minnesota in the trade, but I think all they had was 3 first round picks tonight. So they might be done, but I'm not sure.
So this is to Denver. Let's just see what they do here. What do you think, Mike?
They could do a lot of things. I mean, they took Christian Brown, so they could use another wing player, maybe somebody like Trevor Keels or maybe Kendall Brown out of Baylor. I mean, they could do a lot of different things. Jaden Hardy, again, would be great value. I mean, you never know. At this point in the draft, I mean, there's a lot of wings. The teams are going to be loading up on wings tonight. So, you know.
E.J. Liddell?
Yeah, that'd be a good one. E.J. Liddell would be a great pick. That's a good for throwing that out there. I actually didn't even think about him for Denver in this spot. E.J. Liddell would be great for them. Feels
like he's really fallen in this draft.
He has. I expected him to go at least in the 20s. Him falling all the way to the end of the first round, I think is a little interesting.
He may fall right to us, baby.
I don't think you need E.J. Liddell.
We need everybody. Okay, we need everybody.
You need to trade Russell Westbrook.
Look at Jaden Hardy. Should I not get you that excited?
Don't do that to me, because the last time I had a second round pick as a Laker fan and I got excited about Mitchell Robinson, they took him a pick before us. I don't want to do that anymore.
Is your last second round pick Taylor Horton Tucker? I think it is.
Listen,
he's special.
When it comes to draft picks, we knock it out of the park. We find guys.
You do. So just don't develop them.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're the Lakers. We don't develop anybody. We just
Here's the pick by
we
Denver.
Ship you off.
Peyton Watson out of UCLA.
Ooh. Wow, they went super high upside.
I like Peyton Watson.
Peyton Watson barely played last year. This is a really interesting pick. Peyton Watson is the number 42 player on my board.
But I mean, Mike, it's a perfect spot for him because they don't need him right away. They can G League this kid and just let him develop.
They absolutely can do that. Peyton Watson last year, again, he averaged like 3 points a game. Like he barely played at UCLA last year. 6'8", 200 pounds, great size, length, speed. He's a great athlete. Fantastic transition player, great explosiveness at the rim. He's a former 5-star recruit, so it's not
So
like
he's
this kid
legit.
can, he's
Right.
legit. He can really play, this kid. Good defender. He can cause plenty of turnovers. Got long arms. Again, doesn't give up on plays. He shows a lot of promise as a shooter. I mean, this is a super raw player. So you're right, Barry. I mean, Denver's got to have a lot of time with him. Look, he's at the draft tonight, which is really insane to me.
Right.
Like I said, barely played at UCLA. He only averaged like 12 minutes a game at UCLA last year. So you wonder if that's maybe due to his work ethic or if he's just that underdeveloped where he couldn't even play college last year. So you never know. He reminds me right now a lot of Josh Jackson.
Okay.
So this is not a bad pick. At the last pick in the first round, Denver can take a stab at a guy like Peyton Watson
Absolutely.
and see if they can develop him into something real good.
This is the perfect spot to be able to take a flyer on just raw potential.
Right.
You know, right here,
Especially when you're a championship contender,
especially
when
when
healthy.
you're especially when you're a Western Conference, contender like how the Nuggets are. There's nothing that this pick is gonna do for them. If he develops, great. If he doesn't, it's nothing. It's nothing to him. So, they can be able to take their time with him, make sure that they push him along and build his basketball IQ if they can, because that's what he needs. He needs experience. He needs reps, and putting him in the G League is going to give him those reps that he needs. Sitting on the bench at the end of the bench is not going to do anything for him. He needs to play, and wherever they can be able to get him to play, that's where he needs to go.
Yep.
This is.
I like your idea of G Leaguing him.
Yeah, right away.
Let him develop.
Right away.
So that concludes the first round. So Adam Silver's night is done. It's Mark Tatum's.
Let's go,
night.
Mark Tatum. You my guy.
Mr. Smiles.
Mr. Smiles, right. It was so weird, though, seeing him present the trophy and not Adam Silver this past week.
That's how it should be, okay? That's how it should be.
You're more of a Mark Tatum than an Adam Silver guy?
I'm sick of Silver because he's such a Golden State Mark. I don't appreciate him.
That's true. He is in an awful lot of trophy presentations, isn't he?
Yeah.
He is.
No, I'm not with him.
Tyson. Enough, okay?
It's kind of like how Stern was in all those bowls.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. I will still relish when we beat your 73-9 team, and that being the greatest finals. The greatest finals win, the greatest finals comeback of all time.
It was
when that 2016 Cavs beat the record-breaking Golden State Warriors.
Listen, man, that
finals I've ever watched.
That championship pushed LeBron to GOAT status.
It definitely did, and it pushed Golden State to Kevin Durant.
It did. It did.
Oh my God! Listen, once the Warriors got Kevin Durant, everybody else was playing for second.
It was over.
That was it. It was over. Nobody was
greatest team ever assembled.
Listen, the fact that we have
I can agree with you on that. That team with Kevin Durant is the greatest team ever.
The fact that we have a little break here in the second, until we get to the second round.
Yeah.
What are you guys' thoughts on the Kyrie Nets situation right now?
I mean, you want to go first, Mike, or?
I mean, I think the net, whatever happens, I think the Nets are screwed. I really think Brooklyn is in real trouble, because if Kyrie Irving goes and they're left with just Kevin Durant, even if they're left with just Kevin Durant, and that takes away a lot of their firepower, and it doesn't even, like, they don't have a lot of room to get better. They don't have draft picks. They don't have assets. They don't have anything. So I'd really be interested to see where they go, but I don't know. If I'm Brooklyn and I lose Kyrie Irving, I'm almost to the point where I'm dangling Kevin Durant and seeing what I can get. Like, it sounds crazy. I understand that, because, like, how could you trade Kevin Durant? But, it just might not be.
Do you bring Beal in, though?
For
because
what? What are you trading for Beal?
I mean, here's my take on this whole situation. Let's say Kyrie's gone, because I know there's a lot of reports from anonymous GMs and all that saying, like, if Kyrie's gone, then so is KD. My thing, if I'm Brooklyn, is I'm not trading KD unless he wants out. If he does not go to my desk and tells me, I don't want to be here, there's no way I'm moving off of Kevin Durant. Kyrie listed his teams for a potential sign and trade. Said they included the Clippers, Heat, Knicks, Lakers, Mavericks, and Sixers. Although Woj did say he wants to go to all those teams, but not all those teams necessarily want him.
Right.
Which kind of sounds like Baker Mayfield. Obviously, Kyrie's better than Baker, but it's kind of similar, scenarios.
Yep.
I think he ends up staying in Brooklyn. If the Lakers are probably the number one suitor, I don't know. Did they trade Anthony Davis? I'll say this. Let's just say hypothetically, Kyrie for Anthony Davis trade. That's a win for the Lakers. Because I heard somebody point out, I'll take 41 games of Kyrie over 78 or whatever of Westbrook. I would.
Yeah.
What you need to do, though, is you need to make sure you load up on a good backup point guard. Is that Kendrick Nunn that you already have in your roster? Is that somebody else you can bring in?
Kendrick Nunn can play. I'm
He
surprised
can. No, he
played more
can.
last year. I mean, think about this for a minute. What if you just went Kyrie for Westbrook and then Durant and Westbrook play for Brooklyn together again?
I would love that.
That would be awesome.
You live for chaos, Barry. That would be the topic of your show every
Oh my
day.
goodness.
You
Listen,
want to talk about madness?
I would do a segment on that team every show. Every show.
You would.
Every show. but here's the thing. As a Laker fan, I can tell you the Lakers are not trading Anthony Davis. There's no talks right now. They're not trading him for any packages. It doesn't matter who's available. They're not moving him. I agree with this. I agree with you, Mike, that the Nets right now, they screwed themselves royally because what happened, it started last year when they quote unquote put their foot down after he didn't get vaccinated. And then they went right back and crawled back to him without him being vaccinated to put him back on the team. And they bent to them. So once they did that, there's nothing that they're going to be able to say to him at this point to be able to make him think that they're not going to bend, because he's already let them bend over the one of the biggest things that was out there, right? So if Kyrie's one of those guys that he may just do the craziness. Like for anybody that says that, somebody, who's going to walk away from $200 million? Kyrie Irving will do that. Why would you ever want to play for the vet men? Kyrie Irving will do that. He's one of those guys that is just very, very unpredictable. Mm-hmm. So because of that, the threats that he may make with Brooklyn, they have to take seriously because you really don't know what's in his mind. So because of that, he knows that. And now the Nets are going to have to pony up that $200 million. I have one of my friends who's a big Nets fan. And he said, listen, we have to pay him and just see what happens. They weren't healthy. We got to see what they have. Blah, blah. They have to pay him. They have to pay him, and it is what it is. But if they don't pay him and he ends up opting out, or he ends up agreeing to sign and trade and go somewhere else, opt in and then get traded, I don't see how the Lakers are not the number one spot for him.
Sure.
I just don't. And the thing is, they're not going to be able to make a trade straight up. But I do think that they can be able to pull off a 3 or 4 team trade and get that done.
Probably so. I've got a point on Brooklyn to make that I actually think they screwed up earlier, but Andrew Nembhard went to the Indiana Pacers.
I like that.
So that tells me that I think Malcolm Brogdon's probably done there.
Yeah.
What's your?
Well, I mean, think about it too. I don't understand why they love to play Brogdon at the point anyway. He's not a guy. I think at this stage.
Well, didn't he play the one in Milwaukee?
He did. When he was a rookie, he won Rookie of the Year playing the point.
Yeah.
But the thing is, at this stage of his career and all the injuries that he's had, I think he's more suited to play a 2 or 3 at this point. He's big enough to play 3. So I don't see why they need to put him back in point guard. So whatever team gets him, they need to make sure that they put him in the right position so he's not exerting himself too much and gets hurt again.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on Nembhard?
Andrew Nembhard is passing is his thing. He averaged almost 6 assists last year at Gonzaga. Really good playmaker. He's great in transition. Good ball handler. He's a solid defender on and off the ball. He's never going to be a volume scorer, but again, that's okay. Indiana's going to be getting a point guard that is a traditional point guard who's committed to getting his teammates involved. Tyus Jones was my comparison for him.
Oh, okay.
6'4", 195. You can play him in a couple different ways. It's a good pick. I expected Andrew Nembhard to kind of go early second. So this is exactly where he lands. He's the number 43 player on my board. So good pick by Indiana.
Yeah. And again, they're going young.
I'm surprised Nemhard went before Kennedy Chandler.
I am too. So, but you've got Nemhard, you've got Tyrese Halliburton, you've got who did they take earlier, Mike?
Indiana.
Yeah,
they took Benedict Mathurin at number 6.
So no, they got a nice young core. But let me tell you this: while Orlando's pick is in, I don't think the Nets' first mistake was the whole Kyrie Vax thing. That was kind of what shut the door. Their biggest mistake was giving up all that depth. Karis LeVert, Jared Allen. You're muted. Yeah. Obviously, they let Dinwiddie walk out the back door. Taurean Prince.
Right.
If they keep that together, that team could have won the championship a year ago.
I agree.
And we saw what Dinwiddie did in Dallas alongside Luke. I mean, he had stretches where he was better. He had stretches where he was better than Jalen Brunson.
Right.
So that to me is where they really screwed themselves over because they robbed themselves of any assets for the future. I get, going in all in now. But the thing about going all in now is you better get a sure thing, superstar player. The thing with James Harden, sure thing and James Harden does not belong in the same sentence when it comes to the postseason. It just doesn't. Let's see. Here's Orlando's pick. Caleb Houston.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So Caleb Houston, that's interesting. I expected them to go with another forward. So this is not terrible. Out of Michigan, good size. He's 6'8". He's projected as a very good shooter. He's going to be a very good 3-and-D kind of player. He really underwhelmed last year at Michigan. He only averaged about 10 points a game. Shot 35.5% from 3. He's a very coachable kid. He's got a high IQ. He was a highly touted prospect at a high school, so he's got some upside here. He can consistently knock down jump shots. He's going to be very good in the catch and shoot game. Might be a little bit of a corner sitter as far as his upside is concerned, as far as where his role is going to be. He's a solid defender, plays with a ton of energy. Reminds me a lot of Jordan Nwora out there in Milwaukee. So, look, if he can, keep his feet out of the mud and, gain a little bit of consistency, then Orlando's got a pretty good contributor right here with Caleb Houston. He was where was he on my board? Caleb Houston was, let me find him. Hold on. 40. He was 40.
Okay. Well, that's not terrible value. I'll tell you what, this is an interesting pick coming up for Toronto because I was thinking Kennedy Chandler, but then I'm thinking, man, if you put Van Vliet at the 2, that is a small backcourt.
Yeah.
So, but then you've already got Scotty Barnes and Pascal Siakam. How about Jalen Williams?
Jalen Williams wouldn't be terrible. I've had them going guard here for a little bit, more of like a shooting guard. I mocked Bryce McGowan's out of Nebraska here, but again, with what's on the board, there's better options. They could go with another crazy athlete like Kendall Brown. Jaden Hardy is still on the board. But Jalen Williams would not be a terrible player. He's kind of, he's not really a center strictly. He can kind of play power forward, a little bit of a Bobby Portis vibe that you get out of Jalen Williams. So I think they can go in a couple of different directions here. Ryan Rollins out of Toledo is another guy that you should look for early in the second round. I've heard his name thrown around a bunch either also. So could be interesting here for Toronto.
And Toronto's kind of in a weird spot. I don't know if anyone really expected them to be the 5 seed in the postseason this year. So they're in that sort of weird spot where they got some guys they want to develop. They've got a board, they had obviously Van Vliet was an all-star. Siakam was an all-star a couple of years ago.
Yep.
So they're in this, it's like, you never really know what to make of Toronto post Kawhi Leonard because they still have some pieces from that championship team in 2019, but then they have some of these young guys that they've done a pretty good job of developing. But yeah, I mean, like you said, I remember last year we thought Jalen Suggs was the shoo-in, and they go Scotty Barnes, guy wins Rookie of the Year out of Florida State. So, and I'll tell you this about Scotty Barnes. He really earned my respect with that, with what he did in the postseason, playing on that bad ankle, and that. Yeah. Obviously he's playing on the bad ankle, and that was right around the time that Ben Simmons backed out of playing Game 4 for the Nets, and it was kind of like, well, one kid wants it and the other really does not.
Right.
But there's other issues with Ben Simmons that so they're showing their starting lineup now for Toronto. They've already got a small backcourt as it stands now with Trent and Van Vliet.
They need a big.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think Jalen Williams would be a good pick.
Yeah,
for them.
they need a big.
We'll see where they go. It's a versatile two-way wing. Well, again.
Yeah, Jalen Williams. If they went big, Jalen Williams and Christian Koloko are the two best centers on my board. You got Khalifa Diop, another international guy.
So pick one, either Kolokolo
or Jalen Williams.
Or Williams. Which one you got?
I mean, Jalen Williams is 32, Koloko's 33. They're both kind of different. Koloko's more defense. Jalen Williams is more offense.
Here's the pick. Christian Koloko. Okay.
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah. Listen, they defense, you can never go wrong with defense first. You know what I mean? So, especially with the interior guy, go get the defender, go get the rim protector, go get somebody that can be able to create fast break opportunities for you with block shots.
Yeah,
so,
that's like 3 blocks a game, I think.
Yeah, that's what you need, man. You need guys that can be able to – he has the ability to block shots and keep it in play. That's when you know that you have a really, really good defender that can be able to block shots and allow the offense to get running. So, that's fine. The fact that they have an up and down type of offense, get a guy like Koloko that can be able to solidify the paint.
Yeah, he's a spitting image of Clint Capella. That was
right.
They're showing it on ESPN. That's the comparison that I had for him too. He's very much like Clint Capella.
Right.
Great interior finisher.
Right.
Finishes with explosiveness. He's a good athlete. He's a great rim protector. He averaged about 3 blocks a game last year at Arizona.
Yep.
I listed him as a center. He's big. He's 7 foot. There are some people that listed him as a power forward, but good defense, good rim runner, solid transition player. He's never going to be able to shoot, but this is a good player. This is Toronto's getting a good player in Christian Koloko right here.
Hey, listen, he don't need to shoot. He don't need to shoot. Just dunk the ball and block shots. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
Well,
Koloko was 33 on my board, and there he goes, 33.
That's good.
I love when that happens. It makes me feel good.
Well, I'll tell you this. Is he similar to Capella in that he's good in the pick and roll? Because remember, he was great in the pick and roll with James Harden, and now with Trae Young. So,
yeah,
is that strength of his?
Big, long arms. He's going to set a mean screen. And again, he can finish in traffic. He's good athlete, a lot of strength. He's a good player. He should be able to do well in today's NBA as a traditional big.
It's interesting. Oklahoma City now for the 34th pick, so we're coming close to the
Laker pick at 35.
Team in LA.
And look who is still on the board.
Oh, Hardy, Keels, EJ, either one of those 3, I'm fine with.
Watch them.
There's a lot of players I think.
Let's see who OKC goes with. Here we go.
Even Kendall Brown, I want.
Jalen Williams. There we go.
Jalen Williams. Okay, back-to-back bigs.
Solid.
All right, Mike. I like this kid a lot.
Here we go, baby. Here we go, baby.
Should we?
No, Bryson, go ahead. Talk up Jalen Williams, please. Talk him up.
No, he's an excellent rim protector. You compared him, Mike, to Bobby Portis. I see the comparisons because even his attitude, dude is a high energy player, high motor, plays his tail off. He can space the floor, can shoot the 3. I really like this pick for Oklahoma City. I kind of wish he went to a team that's maybe more ready to win now. But I think this kid can play at Arkansas.
Yeah, the Thunder needed a player like this, one of these kind of bigger kind of players that can slot right in. He's an outstanding defender, great versatility. He's got a nice, well-rounded offensive game. He can shoot, play underneath the basket. He's money. Played great against top-tier competition. That's a really important part, too. When he went up against Mark Williams and Chet Holmgren and Drew Timme and guys like that, he matched up really well against those guys. So plays 100% all the time. I'd like to see him get more blocks statistically for as good of a defender as he is. So, he protects the rim, but he doesn't really deny shots very much. So, His upside takes a huge hit if he doesn't expand his shooting range out to the 3-point line, but I think he could. So he's the number 32 player on my board. Bobby Portis is his comparison. I expected him, again, another player to go, 30, 34 to 39-ish. I expected him to go. So this is a good player.
Okay, so moving on to the team that's occupying the basement with the Clippers. Sorry, it's just true. At the what's it called? The Crypto.com arena. The Crypt.
Disgusting.
That's terrible. God,
really that's awful.
Staples. That's the Staples, man.
It is.
That's ridiculous. Okay, so they're picking 35th. Again, I suggested this, that if you're not confident, say, in the health of what's his name now? I'm forgetting his name. The point guard didn't play last year. What's that?
Wait.
You're talking about what's my man name, man? No, yeah, Kendrick Nunn.
Kendrick Nunn. If you're not necessarily confident in his health and availability, and if you were to say make a Kyrie Irving trade, do you take a Kennedy Chandler to just to shore up that when Kyrie's off for whatever reason? No. I mean, I agree with you. I don't want Kennedy. I don't want to root against my guy.
No, it's not even the fact that I don't like the kid. I just don't feel that we need a point guard. We need wing lengthy defenders. That's what the Lakers need.
EJ?
That's what it can. EJ, give me Kendall Brown. Those are the two guys that I'm looking at. Keels. Yeah, Keels. But if it's not Brown, it's Keels. If it's not Keels, it's EJ. One of those three, I'm all right with.
Jaden Hardy?
No.
You don't want Jaden Hardy? You love Jaden Hardy.
I like him, but we don't need him.
Okay. Why? Because you're bringing back Monk?
We might bring back Monk, but the thing is, if we bring in Hardy, he's going to be a project, and he's going to be somebody that's not going to be able to play right away, and that's not what we need. We need somebody who's going to be mature enough to be able to step in there and help right away. That's why Austin Reeves last season was so valuable to us because he picked the Lakers. He could have got drafted. He could have went somewhere else, but he chose to be an undrafted free agent and sign with the Lakers because there was opportunity there. A lot of teams, a lot of undrafted players are players that are dropping in the draft. They're going to want to play for the Lakers because there's opportunity. There's space here to be able to have an impact so they can be able to get paid earlier. So this is a very, very good spot for whoever gets drafted, as well as any players that don't get drafted. The Lakers are our destination.
I know who the Lakers are picking. I'm sorry. I know it, but I'm not gonna say it.
Am I gonna be happy?
I think you are.
Am I? You said I think. Am I gonna be happy, Mike?
Here we go. Let's see. Never mind. Mark Tatum hasn't gotten to the stage yet. So you know who they're taking, Mike?
I do.
He looked at his phone.
Good player. A really good player.
Okay, here's Mark Tatum is taking the stage. Here we go. To welcome the next member of
the Lakers.
It better be EJ.
It's not.
Max Christie.
Okay.
I think you're okay with that.
Okay. Go ahead, Mike. Give me the rundown.
All right. So Max Christie, he's the first player on the second page of my big board. He's the number 38 player on my board. He reminds me a lot of Gary Trent. He's that kind of a player for me. So let me see if I can find his scouting report. He's a very good scorer. So I think, as far as offensive identity, I think you should be happy with that. Good score. He's a Big Ten All-Freshman a number of years ago. He's an incredible slithery finisher at the rim. Great length, good ball control, a very good all-around scorer from all over the floor. He's a solid shooter, multiple ranges. He's got a good three-point shot. He's a fun offensive player to watch. I think he's going to be a really good NBA player with a long career. Solid defender for his size, so it's not like he's all offense. He can actually play a little bit of defense here. Again, very average ball handler, not a great playmaker. He'll probably be restricted to just playing the two guard in the NBA. There's not a lot of positional versatility with him, but he needs to fill out his frame a little.
Very, very slim.
He's a good player. He's going to be a good shooter, good scorer, and he might have some two-way ability as well. So I actually really like this for the Lakers. Max Christie going to the Lakers, very developed, nice player.
What do you think, Barry?
I like it, man. It's about, like I said before, it's about maturity. It's about somebody who can be able to step in and have an impact now. Have the ability to, like Mike said, has the ability to be a two-way player. Can be able to be able to shoot right now. Does need to fill out a little bit, yes, but there is a role for him here. The fact that we need wings, we need active wings that are linked, that are long, that have the potential to do other stuff. He has the potential to do that. And when you have LeBron, you need guys that can shoot. And Max Christie fills that void. So I like the pick.
You should be happy with this.
Yeah,
Barry.
no, I'm
Very
good with
mature
this.
kid,
I'm good with this.
Experienced. He'll be able to play right away. He's a good player.
With this. And that's what I was looking for. I was looking for guys that can be able to be plug and play right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a good one. I'm good with this.
So this pick is going to Detroit. This was part of the Jeremy Grant trade.
I'd be surprised if it's not EJ right here, because good replacement for Jeremy Grant. Gabriele Procida.
Oh, wow. Wow. So they did
Italy.
take Procida. So Procida is a very good shooter. Gabriel Procida is he's a Italian guy. So you do pronounce his name Gabriele Procida. But a very good shooter. Played with Fortitudo Cagliari Bologna in the Italian league last year. Big time perimeter shooter. He's one of the best 3-point strokes in the entire draft. I love the fact that he can hit contested shots with ease. I was actually hoping he'd kind of be there when the Cavs were there. I really like him as a scorer. Good athlete, really good athlete with multiple facets. He's a good transition player. Great feel for the game. He's not a big assist guy, but the ball doesn't really stick to his hands. You know, he's a good player. He reminds me a lot of Ben McLemore, a little bit more of a better shooter than Ben McLemore was, but that's the kind of player that you're getting. Not a great defender, but he should be able to translate to the NBA style of play fairly quickly if he comes over right away. So this is a great pick by Detroit. He should be able to contribute very, very soon. Look at how emotional Jaden Ivey is.
Yeah.
That dude has been crying ever since he got drafted.
That's awesome, though. I mean, listen, I know a lot of people clown these guys. I remember, Joel Embiid, after that Game 7 loss to Toronto, has become a meme for when he was crying walking back to the locker room. But, yeah, listen, I'd rather my dude cry than be emotionless like his guard teammate after that game. That's what I'm saying. Like for example, when I compare Steph winning the championship this year and the emotions that kind of poured out of him to kind of, not to say it meant as much or anything like that, but similar emotions to when LeBron won in 2016, Giannis last year, if we're going back further, when Jordan won his first title in 91. If the tears are flowing, that, I'm pretty high on you, because that means you care.
Yeah.
But man, he's still crying.
He is still crying. By the way, Procida was the number 44 player on my board. So
okay.
This is a good spot for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, Bryson. If it matters this much to Jaden Ivey and he's this emotional, I mean, that's one of the things I loved about it. Like, I didn't say this with his scouting report, but you can tell by the way he plays the game, and I'm sure, Barry, you agree with this as well. Jaden Ivey loves basketball.
Passionate.
This guy loves basketball.
Passionate.
So, very passionate. Again, he was the number 3 player on my board. I had him ranked over Banchero. So the Pistons are getting a really great player.
The thing is, these kids, man, they invest so much of their time. They sacrifice their childhoods. They sacrifice hanging out with friends and all of these things.
Yep.
And when you finally get to that level of hearing your name get drafted because you're in the 1% of kids that you've played with in your life that you felt were better than you, or you felt that should be right where you're at, and you've seen guys that flush out and some pass away and stuff like that, and you'll get drafted. It's a lot.
It is.
So it's a journey that really is very rewarding for these kids, no matter where they get picked.
Your guy Hardy went to the Kings.
Oh, he went to NBA Siberia. Oh no. Jaden Hardy went to the Kings. What a punishment.
What a punishment.
Like what did this kid do wrong? He had a bad year in the G League at night. I understand that, but to be punished like this,
That's brutal.
Yeah, it's cruel. I don't know why the Kings would draft such a good player. It's terrible.
What's your breakdown on him,
Why
Mike?
did we do this? Jaden Hardy was the number 17 player on my board. He was BPA for me. So this is a great pick by the Kings.
Yeah.
I really like this kid.
Yeah.
Listen, he averaged about 18 points a game in the G League. World-class finisher. This guy can really slash and get to the rim. Super finisher. Shows a lot of shooting promise. He did have a bad shooting year last year, but I really think that this kid's going to score at the NBA level at multiple levels. He's a good athlete. Go ahead.
I've got good news for Jaden Hardy. He's going to Dallas.
All right.
All right, there you go. He's going to Dallas. Okay. So really good ball handler. He aggressively tries to make moves to break down his defenders. So look, if you just see his talent, I mean, he was a super high. It was the number 2 recruit in high school. So again, he went the G League route. It didn't really work out for him as far as value is concerned, but so much talent. So Dallas right now, if it is going to Dallas, they are getting a super player with great upside. Like I said, Dion Waiters was my comparison for him. He can get a little sporadic.
Yep.
But great player.
Yeah.
I love Jaden Hardy. Again, number 17 player on my board. Super upside.
Goes to 37, so 20 spots later.
Wow, that's a steal.
Yeah, so Dallas didn't have a pick tonight after they traded for Christian Wood, and they end up getting Jaden Hardy anyway. That's a good get. That's
good.
A very good get for them.
Very good.
And we know about Dallas; they have a lot of scoring guards, so that's a good place for him to develop. Under Jason Kidd, Spurs pick us in again. ESPN is not being clear as to whether as to where these guys are going.
I always hated the way that the NBA themselves did trades because they don't approve trades right away.
Right.
They have to go through the whole system. Like if you go to the NBA draft, they happen right out of the gate.
Here's the pick. This is going to Memphis, by the way. My guy, Kennedy Chandler, is staying in this great state of Tennessee.
So Kennedy Chandler is going to Memphis.
Wow, that's fit.
That isn't that interesting that he doesn't have to leave the state.
Yeah, there you go. He's got to go west.
Right.
Well, listen, I'm sure that I'm sure the University of Tennessee ain't that far from Memphis, so they've probably watched this kid play.
A lot. Right.
I am amazed by how fast this kid is. This kid flies down the court. He's small. He's 6 foot, 172. Unbelievable speed running down the floor. He's got a great first step. He's a really good mid-range shooter. He's not as much of a three-point shooter, but he's a good mid-range shooter. Incredibly pesky defender. He's a good passer. He's a good ball handler. He's really undersized. So he's just
has a little Chris Paul in him.
Yeah, I compared him to Jameer Nelson. Like that kind of a player is a smaller point guard. If he can develop an outside shot, then he's got a long career in the NBA. He's a really good player. So another Memphis now kind of made up for it. They got the number 25 player on my board in Kennedy Chandler.
Nice.
After reaching for LaRavia and reaching for David Roddy. They're now getting Kennedy Chandler at a good value spot. So good job by them.
And him and John Moran, I think, are tight. I know John talked about him a lot when he was in high school. So you already have that relationship going there. So
if the Cavs take EJ Liddell right here, I would lose.
Is this Cleveland's pick, though?
Mind. This is Cleveland's pick right now. So if Cleveland takes, because again, he's Ohio State. So he's right down the road.
That's true. I think we have set 2 straight picks. Right.
If they take Ochai Agbaji and EJ Liddell, I would lose my mind. Bryson, you'd have to calm me down, brother.
I'm going to remove you from the stream, and me and Barry have to take it the rest of the way.
Oh, my goodness.
They may, though.
Jay Billis's 2 best available players on ESPN, I just saw it right now, are EJ Liddell and Trevor Keels. And that's exactly what I have. EJ Liddell and Trevor Keels are the 2 best players left on the board for me. Then it would be followed by Kendall Brown, Bryce McGowens, and Ryan Rollins as the best remaining players. So, but every player in the top 20 has been taken.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'll tell you that, and I told you this when he came on the show a few weeks ago. I really like where Cleveland's going. I think the injury to Jared Allen really hurt them in the long run.
Season, yeah.
And so, I mean, look, they put up a fight against the Brooklyn Nets the first playing game because it could have easily been if Trae Young doesn't go off in the second half. They beat Atlanta, get to the playoffs, and maybe they take a game off of Miami. But
yeah, right.
I mean, for a team that I remember, I picked the Cavs had the worst record in basketball last year, and for them to make the run that they did, as a Warriors fan, you gave my worst.
You had the Cavs with the worst record in basketball last year? Wow.
I've got the graphic right here if I can find it. Let's see.
Wow.
There it is. Let me remove this. Hold on.
Yeah, you did. 21-61.
There it
you
is.
Disrespectful little
look where you had the Nets.
I said they'd be a regular season team. I said they'd
Shows
be a regular season
know.
team. I had the Knicks. Man, I had a bad. I mean, I had Boston tonight.
Listen, most people did. I expected the Knicks to be better.
I have the West. Let me see where I have the West.
Nobody expected the Celtics.
Okay, all right. So you weren't far off in regards to the Suns, the Golden State Warriors,
Lakers disappointed, the Clippers disappointed.
Lakers didn't even win 40 games, so you were.
I was way off on the Lakers.
Way off.
Minnesota exceeded their expectations last year, so
they did. Portland Portland. The injury to Dame. They traded CJ. Yeah, it wasn't terrible in the West.
It wasn't terrible.
East, was bad. East was really bad.
Yeah, East you had some misfires.
So I'll look to correct that in whenever we do. Let's see. I had John on the show last year. Shout out to John Rivera. I can have him back on and maybe you two back on when we do our NBA preview show on opening night. I'll do that on ring night so I can. I'll get my.
Oh gosh.
Wow. Cavs took Khalifa Diop.
Okay.
So this is a good pick here.
I like that kid, Mike.
I do too. I think he's a super defender. Khalifa Diop was the number 37 player on my board. Where did I have? 7 foot, 250. Is an unbelievable athlete for his size. And listen, the Cavs this was the best center I had on the board. The Cavs needed a backup center. So I really like this pick for them. Serge Ibaka is my comparison for him because he actually does have some offensive upside. He can shoot a little. So you're going to see it right here. Offensive game can be absolutely scary. He finishes at the rim with absolute explosiveness. He's a defensive menace on the inside, could be a big-time shot blocker. If he's coming over soon, I mean, as a backup center, I mean, he's a really good bet. So Khalifa Diop is a good player for the Cavs to pick up right here at 39. Really solid value.
Yeah, and again, we talk about the size that Cleveland has. Obviously, basically starting 3 big guys in their starting lineup. Bring a guy off the bench to kind of keep that tempo on the floor. That really works. This Minnesota pick belongs to Charlotte now.
Oh, this is going to Charlotte now. Okay,
this is going to Charlotte with the 40th pick. I don't know where are you leaning here? Where are you thinking for the Hornets here at number 40?
So Charlotte who is Charlotte taking tonight? They took Mark Williams, and it looks like that's it, right? I believe it is just Mark Williams right now. EJ Liddell would be fantastic here.
That'd be a really good move for them because they need some interior, or not some interior presence, but some front court presence.
Yeah, EJ Liddell would be insane.
Washington and PJ Washington, who's the other kid? Bridges.
Miles Bridges, yeah.
No, that would help them big time for sure. I mean, listen, they need whatever defensive help they can get if they get Mike D'Antoni, because we know that guy does not emphasize that end of the floor whatsoever. So we'll see. So this is going to Charlotte. So JaMychal Green was just traded to OKC, by the way.
Wow.
Bryce McGowan.
Okay.
That's a good move for them. Although I think they probably should have went front court, but that's a nice pick. Where you had him pretty much higher than this in your board, didn't you, Mike?
35. I had him at 35. So he's not too much higher. He's a good player. I mean, Bryce McGowan's is one of these guys that you're going to have to be a little patient with. He's not all that ready yet. So you're going to just have to, wait for him to be ready. He's a good slithery finisher at the rim, good athlete. He elevates above the rim when he's attacking. So, he's got a thin frame, though. He's 6'6", he's 180, averaged 17 points a game last year at Nebraska. He shows a lot of versatile scoring promise. So, I mean, he was really inefficient last year, but again, he played for not a very good team. He played a very big role on a not so very good team. So he could develop into a very dangerous overall scorer. Thin frame, not very strong, but again, he reminds me a lot of Terrence Mann. So yeah, if you can get that kind of player out of Bryce McGowan's, then, you have something here. I am shocked, by the way, at how many players are at the draft tonight. That makes me so happy. That's so cool that a lot of these players are here one way or another.
They want to enjoy the experience, man. It's something that's really, really important for prospects to just see the whole process, how it works. You know what I mean? And be in the building, because it's motivation.
No, for sure. Especially when you're seeing these guys that you're better than taking over you.
Right.
Let me ask you a question. What would you? I'll start with you, Barry. What would you do if you were an NBA draft pick? Did you go or celebrate at home with family and friends?
I would go. I think, because it's a once in a lifetime experience, and if you can be able to be there with your close friends and family, I mean, there's nothing like that. Obviously, being at home, you can be with everybody, but for me, just kind of drinking in the atmosphere in regards to the crowd, in regards to your feelings mentally, how are you gonna prepare for a drop? That you don't get drafted in the spot where people think that you were going to get drafted. You thought you were going to get a phone call, you don't get one. So these things prepare you for the next level. Kids that are still waiting around, they can use this as bulletin board material for the rest of their careers. So this is something it's a really, really great experience.
That's a good point. EJ Liddell went to New Orleans.
Wow,
that's a good one.
All right.
Wow,
with the young guys.
That's solid.
Three young guys have the impact that they did last year.
That's solid.
And Willie Green, Steve Kerr disciple. That's big
solid.
time.
That's very solid.
What you think about that, Mike?
Of Belleville, Illinois, where my family dawns from. My dad's side of the family dawns from Belleville, Illinois. At least they live there right now. He's a really good player. They're getting a fantastic value here. Number 21 player on my board. Best overall player. Reminds me a lot of Robert Covington as kind of like that combo.
And I love Covington.
I do too.
Very efficient shooter from all parts of the floor. I mean, he really used to be an only back to the basket kind of player, and he really expanded his game. Good shot blocker for his size. He lost some weight also as he went on at Ohio State. So he's much more athletic. He's much more athletic looking.
Right.
Listen, he's not a great athlete, but he's just he's going to be a good role player for somebody. I think he's going to be a real solid guy. Could be a starter at some point in his career. Big-bodied bruiser, plays with a ton of power. I love EJ Liddell. He's a really nice, polished player. He's pro-ready. He's going to play next year. So, good pick here by New Orleans.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially when you talk about, again, the young guys. Jose Alvarado was a defensive pest for them, as was Herb Jones. Again, the veteran leadership of McCollum, the development of Brandon Ingram, Zion's the big question mark. Obviously, Valanciunas was really good for them. I mean, this team is going places. Like, they feel a lot like. Remember, they're almost in some ways a carbon copy of the Memphis Grizzlies, because remember, Memphis was the 9 seed and got in the playoffs, and gave a little bit of trouble to Utah. Pelicans were the 9 seed, get in the playoffs. They gave some real trouble to Phoenix. So. Right. I mean, it took Chris Paul not being Black Cat Chris in order to advance the Suns. What do you go 15 for 15 or something? It was like the greatest game he's ever played.
All right, so we got the Knicks here. This is the Knicks' only pick tonight now.
Yeah, they're gonna trade out of this one too.
Yeah, maybe they might.
Oh, they are? Or you think?
Let's see.
You never know. I mean, the Knicks are big fans. They made a ton of moves last year too. So. You never know.
Wow. Knicks take Trevor Keels.
Wait, really? Did you
Ooh.
just find? Is that a Woj bomb?
Mm-hmm. Sham.
Shams reported it
Shams.
first. Yep. That's a good pick.
Wow.
That's a damn good pick.
So let's hear Mark Tatum announce it, and then
That's a good pick.
then I'll buy it.
That's solid.
Here you go.
Great pick. Great pick. Good
Listen,
for the Knicks, man.
That's solid, man.
They're getting a first-round player after all of those moves. It's a great job by the Knicks. Great job by the Knicks. This guy is just a battering ram.
Yeah,
to the rim. I mean, Barry and I both really like this kid. I mean,
that's
I was
my
watching
guy,
him
man.
in the Final Four with you, Barry, and I was just like, dude, this guy can play.
Yeah,
He's just a bulldog player, super tough.
Not scared, man. Not scared.
He's a really good perimeter defender. He's going to make his living as a defender. Gives you some positional versatility. 6'4", 221 pounds. He can score a little. Listen, if he can get his 3-point percentage up, I mean, I think he has the makings of everything that Lou Dort has done in the NBA. So if he could be Lou Dort, I think, that's amazing. I think he's going to shoot in the NBA. He's never going to shoot more than 40%, but he'll be able to do stuff. He just isn't a playmaker or a ball handler, but as a finisher and as a defender and as a potential 3-point shooter, I mean, you're getting a really nice player that's got great toughness, big-time glue guy. I love Trevor Keels. He's number 24 on my board. I love
agree.
Trevor.
Oh, wow.
I agree.
I like the Lou Dort comparison. He's kind of built like them. Like Lou Dort's kind of built like a football player.
Yeah, he is.
And he's a very physical guy. Plays his behind off defensively. He's pretty good defensively. I like that comparison. I've always liked Lou Dort ever since he had that Game 7 against Houston in the bubble. And he's always given star guards and the other teams issues. I like that kid.
Here come the Clippers. Your favorite team, Barry.
Yeah, we can turn the TV off now.
Clippers. So right now, so that officially makes the top 30 on my board all drafted.
Okay.
Kendall Brown is the best remaining player on the board for me.
Love that kid.
Ryan Rollins out of Toledo. John Montero, the Dominican kid who played for Overtime Elite, is the third best player on my board. Then it's Travion Williams out of Purdue, and then Colin Gillespie out of Villanova are my 5 remaining best players. So only 2 guys. It's only Kendall Brown and Ryan Rollins left on the first page of my big board. So we'll see here. Who
Diabate from Michigan to the Clippers.
Who?
Diabate.
Musa Diabate. Wow.
Ooh.
Musa
He fits
Diabate.
He fits the Clippers well.
Ooh.
Dude
Diabate.
is relentless.
Wait till you hear where I had him on my board. Wait till you hear that. Oh, you want me to just tell you?
Yeah, I would like to tell you. You can tell us, yeah.
78.
Wow. So he was very close to the bottom.
He's deep. I gotta go back here a little bit for Musa Diabate. I mean, he's a good player. But I'm very surprised. I'm actually very surprised that he got drafted tonight. I did not expect him to be a player on very many people's boards. Out of Michigan, 6'11", 210 pounds, really solid athlete, runs the floor really well for his size, plays above the rim most of the time. He's a real defensive problem on both the perimeter and on the inside. That's where he's going to make his living, is going to be on the defensive side of the basketball. He moves well laterally. He'll play well in the pick and roll. He shows some offensive upside, but right now, he is a liability offensively. He's just not a good offensive player. He's not a great finisher. He isn't a reliable shooter. He's got a long way to go. He reminds me a lot of Chris Boucher of the Toronto Raptors, so of where he could get to. So, again, this is a bit of a reach for me for the Clippers. But, listen, there are a lot of people that like Musa Diabate a lot in his defensive ability. So, not a terrible, terrible pick, I guess.
This Atlanta pick is going to my Warriors in exchange for cash. And Ryan Rollins. There we go.
Okay.
Oh, so Ryan Rollins is now going to Golden State?
Yes.
I hate you, Bryson. Ryan Rollins is good.
Dude averaged 19 a game at Toledo.
He did. He is a good scorer, that kid. I don't like how they're in commercial right now, but
Yeah,
listen,
they're going quickly.
yeah, they're getting all these sponsors in.
Yeah.
19 points a game roughly at Toledo for Ryan Rollins. Very good all around scorer, good finisher at the rim. He absorbs contact well. He was clearly Toledo's best player, so that says something for you. And he was actually kind of a triple double threat while he was at Toledo. Good rebounder, actually a pretty good assist man. You just wonder if the competition that he played last year will hinder how he translates into the NBA right away. So we'll see. He's got to channel his skill set to be a little bit more of a winning player and not just a stat stuffer. So you kind of worry if he can play within a system. But listen, Golden State's a great player, a great place to go if you are just a versatile player that can stuff the stat sheet and you need to learn how to play in a system. So
Exactly.
what a destination for Ryan Rollins to go.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man, they're the new San Antonio Spurs. So whatever system, whatever players that they get, they know how to fit that system. They know how to be able to incorporate them into that system.
Yeah.
And it's pretty seamless. Like it's very odd that you see a Golden State player kind of look out of place. Every guy that they bring in, they fit. You know what I mean?
That's
So, it's
Steve Kerr for you.
that's it. And where did he learn his stuff from? So,
Ryan Rollins reminds me a lot of Monte Ellis.
Okay.
Ooh, there you go. We believe for you.
And Monte Ellis was one of the greats, one of the good ones.
Remember, what was it? Was it Monte who said in 2009 that Steph Curry and I can't work together? It's like, all right, then we'll ship your butt to Milwaukee for Andrew Bogut. This is Charlotte's pick. I don't know if this is Charlotte's pick or not. This is Minnesota's pick. Josh Minot from Memphis.
Oh, wow. Okay. So Josh Minot is one of these really high upside power forwards that's going to have to find the thing that he does well in the NBA. 6'8", 205 reminds me a lot of Brandon Clark. He projects more as a combo forward. He's an upper tier athlete. He's got great verticality and great lateral quickness. His numbers are really deceiving since he didn't get much playing time. But again, he's a well-rounded skill set. He can knock down shots from all over the floor. He's a decent passer. He stuffs the stat sheet with pretty much everything. Relatively versatile defender. The thing that kills him is his shot selection. He is not a great he's not a very smart player yet. So, they're going to have to develop him pretty hard, but not a bad pick here. This is going to Minnesota, you said, Bryson?
That's what Sham said. He said Minnesota will pick. This is Minnesota's, and then this Detroit pick is going to Portland. So we'll see what they do there. But
yeah, this is the pick swap from the Jeremy Grant trade. So, so Detroit has Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren tonight. How about that? How about that?
Good. That is a heck of a draft.
Duren, holy moly! So good for the Pistons that they're getting guys in Portland now with Shaedon Sharpe. Have they picked anybody? I don't think so. I think it's just Shaedon Sharpe so far.
I think so.
Yeah, Josh Minot was my 54th overall player.
Let me check and see. I think that's who Portland took.
Still Kendall Brown is my top overall player. Really good athlete. Jumps out of the building.
Bulldog. He's a dog too. I love him.
Yeah.
Question, Mike. Do you think that Kai Soto gets drafted?
I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. I had Kai Soto ranked pretty low. He was the 85th overall player on my board. I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah.
But if he's, somebody wants to buy into his upside with that crazy size, then maybe.
Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if the Lakers call him.
Portland took the Italian kid too. Gabriel Procida, is that his name? Procida.
Well, Procida went to. Wait, no, Detroit took Procida, right?
But I think did Detroit that go to Portland? Because I just checked Portland's ESPN, and it's got like a highlight reel of this kid. So,
Oh wait, hang on, I'm so confused now.
This might have been the Jeremy Grant trade.
I think it was. I forget which.
And then this is also Portland's pick too. Up right now.
So, because Detroit was supposed to have 30. Wait, Detroit was supposed to have 46, and then they
46.
swapped with Portland. So Portland should be up now, and Detroit should have gotten Procida. Am I wrong? I that's what I thought, at least.
Let me check. Once we get deeper in the draft, man, it gets so freaking confusing.
It does. It does. It's really tough. But I think Portland is right now, and I think Detroit was 36 where they took Procida.
No, it's Portland.
Portland too?
Yes, and Portland traded this pick to Denver.
Okay, so Portland's trading 46 to the Nuggets.
Yes.
Okay.
That's according to Shams.
So much movement, man.
Man, this is brutal. Okay, so you're actually, I want to say it like it's a no-hitter. I'm not going to say anything. Let me make sure I'm saying his name. Well, I'll let I'll let Mark Tatum say it. It's Ismail Kamagate.
Yeah, Ishmael Kamagate is a legitimate center. Real legitimate center. He was Kamagate was the 49th player on my board. He is a shot blocking machine. He reminds me a lot of Bismack Biyombo. Just a big time defender. So, big, strong athlete. He can finish through traffic. This guy can dunk on anybody. I mean, he's got a big time explosive side to him. He's 6'11", 230. Like I said, big time shot blocker, runs the floor well, has solid speed. His offensive game may never develop. I mean, that's really his problem, is that he's not going to be a post player. He's not really a shooter. So his upside is limited, but he's going to need some time to develop too. He's a pretty raw prospect. So that's if Denver is getting this pick right now, then what they're getting in Ishmael Kamagate is a big time shot blocker, at the very least.
And he's probably, does he sort of replace Boogie Cousins in the role that he played last year? Obviously, Boogie's not really a shot blocker, but maybe that role in the rotation, because I thought Boogie was really good in the postseason last year for Denver.
He played well, man.
He did.
Played well.
I'll tell you something. There was, I think it was game 5 of that series when my Warriors closed them out. Boogie gave us fits in the fourth. It was actually weird because early in that fourth quarter, I was actually glad that they took Boogie out for Jokic, because Jokic was kind of hobbled, and I was like, okay, thank God they just took him off the floor, because he was giving it to us.
Boogie Cousins is one of the talented guys that we've ever seen in this league, man. And
that Achilles got him.
Injuries have just riddled his career, but he still can show you certain things in spurts. Yeah. So he'll if he wants to continue to play, he will be a good role player for somebody. Yeah.
I agree. I remember when Golden State signed him in 2018. Everybody's
like, "Oh my goodness, he broke the internet." I remember that he broke the internet
because that was they were calling that like the greatest starting 5 ever. Is like, yeah, well, Boogie's like half of himself. Like this isn't. This is more like Andrew Bogut who can shoot. And this isn't really blowing anybody's socks off, but those were the days. Vince Williams Jr. out of VCU to the Grizzlies.
Oh, wow. Vince Williams got drafted. Okay.
Was he on your board?
He was. Vince Williams was on my board. Just got to figure out where I put his scouting report. It's towards the back. Vince Williams, where are you? Where are you, buddy?
Average 14 a game.
Yep. No, he's a good player. He gives you a little bit of versatility. Come on, where are you?
This is concerning.
No, he's here. He's here. He's here. Just gotta, man, how deep did I put him?
You
Jeez.
probably put him all the way to the back.
Yeah, I was
All
gonna
the way
say.
to the back.
I was gonna say I'm like running out of room here, man. Oh my god. But anyway, yes, Vince Williams is the 70th player on my
Ooh.
board right now. It reminds me a lot of Justice Winslow. Good defender. If he can really, here he is. Good catch and shooter. If he can find a way to consistently hit outside shots, then he's got a career in the NBA. He's got a big body, 6'6", 210. He does a little bit of everything. He doesn't really jump off the page, but again, just a good overall basketball player. Not a great athlete. He's a bit of a tweener. Again, he's one of these combo forwards that's, not super athletic, but he's also not super strong. So you kind of have to find a role for him. But if he can, defend a little bit, he's a versatile defender and he can hit his outside shots, then you can find yourself with a good 3-and-D player.
Yeah. Again, I'll tell you, Memphis is building that depth. I mean, they've done a great job, developing young players over these last couple of years. Obviously, it kind of started with Jaren Jackson. Obviously, Jackson was drafted in 2018, right?
Who?
Jaren Jackson Jr.
Yes. Yep.
And then Ja went the year after.
Yes.
Number 2. Yeah, I mean, Taylor Jenkins is I don't think he gets enough credit for being one of the best. We talk about developmental coaches. I mean, that guy's probably at the top of the list.
Oh yeah.
So he's done a phenomenal job.
He's a developmental coach that has transitioned into being just a regular coach. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he is at that point where he can be able to kind of shed that moniker. So
I mean, in my view, I think in the West, in terms of best teams, I think it goes Golden State, Clippers, Memphis. That's my top 3.
okay.
Where y'all at on that? Because I think Denver's making a push.
I think Denver's still up there. Listen, honestly, you still got to keep the Phoenix Suns somewhere there.
Yeah,
I know they want to say that, DeAndre Ayton is going to be gone, but I think regular season wise, Phoenix is
they'll
still
be fine
gonna,
there. But
yeah. Phoenix is still going to be there. Clippers, I think the Clippers have a very talented roster. I think that the thing with the Clippers that separates them from everybody else is the fact that Ty Lue is a really good coach. And
coach.
Ty Lue is going to be able to keep that team afloat even if they don't have much. And that's why they're going to be there, somewhere there in the end, whether it be in the second round, conference finals. They're not getting to no NBA finals, the Clippers. But
not through us.
It's not through anybody. Okay, it's the Clippers. So is the pick in? Who is it?
Kendall Brown from Baylor is going.
All right. That's my guy.
It says Minnesota, but who knows? This is Indiana's pick. This is going to Indiana.
Okay.
Kendall Brown to Indiana, and then the Cavs, Mike, are making the next pick.
That's exciting for me. So Kendall Brown was BPA, 31st player on my board.
I can't wait till you see who the Cavs draft. This don't check Twitter. Please don't check Twitter. Okay.
Is it good or bad?
It's good. It's good.
Oh, is it good? Really?
You're gonna like this one.
Oh, okay. That's got me all excited. So let me tell you a little bit about Kendall Brown before I get too excited about who the Cavs pick. But Kendall Brown, you can see his verticality. I mean, he's just ridiculous athlete, top shelf guy, world-class dunker and finisher at the rim. He plays above the rim 100% of the time. Good cutter and slasher. Here's a fun little stat about him. Kendall Brown last year at Baylor shot 78% around the rim.
Dang.
So he can really be efficient there. Great transition player, solid defender, good size, lateral quickness. He just needs to become a more consistent shooter. So he reminds me a lot of Corey Maggette as far as his athleticism is concerned. So Kendall Brown is a really solid player for the Indiana Pacers. He's going to fit in well there. And they got 2 great athletes at small forward now with Mathurin and now Kendall Brown. This is a good pick for the Pacers.
Did you see who they picked, Barry? He's
See my
okay.
face.
He's
Is it that good?
my face,
Jeez.
Red.
don't check Twitter. Don't
I'm
say
not
anything,
checking
Barry.
Twitter, but is it that good?
I mean, it's
The
nice.
best player on my board is John Montero.
It's not him.
Okay.
You're gonna like.
I am. Wait, why are you this upset? How good is this pick right now?
I don't know why Barry is this upset personally, but
I love SC and the fact that this kid is, I might have gave it away.
No way did they do that. No way did they take him.
Tatum, hurry up. Tatum,
No way. With this pick, no way.
Tatum. Announce the freaking pick.
No way. I think I know exactly who you're talking about. Because it's the only guy from SC that I think is worth getting drafted today. Or possibly worth getting drafted today. I'm not going to say it, but I know who it is. I'm actually kind of upset. I'm actually kind of upset. It's because it's a reach. It's a reach.
But you can afford a reach.
Listen, I don't know. That's a reach. If it is who I think it is,
or deputy commissioner.
if it is who I think it is, it's a reach. Yeah, I knew Isaiah Mobley.
You spoiled it, Barry.
Isaiah Mobley is a reach. Isaiah Mobley's the 82nd player on my.
Whoa! Wow! What are you not high on about him?
So Isaiah Mobley is look, he's a polished offensive player. He can play. I like the fact that he's Evan Mobley's brother, and they're probably going to have a great time over there in Cleveland. I think that helps them both. Good rebounder on both ends. He's just not a great athlete laterally. I think he's going to get beat on the perimeter too much. He doesn't have a great first step. I mean, you'd like to see him play a little bit more inside, given his body. I mean, he's 6'10", 235. So, again, very polished offensive player. Moves well without the basketball. He can put the ball on the deck and drive to the rim with fluidity. Good rebounder, like I said. So, I don't know. This is a reach for me. He reminds me a little bit of Drew Gooden, former Cavalier.
Hey, Drew Gooden was solid, man.
So I don't know. We'll see. Isaiah Mobley, if they had taken him with 58 or whatever it is, 56, I don't think I would have been upset. I think you could have gotten some real value here, and I don't think Isaiah Mobley's that.
Do you think they did it just to pair them up?
I mean, they probably did it just to secure it, but I don't know. I'm not in love with Isaiah Mobley in this spot. But what are you going to do? I mean, he's a solid enough player, but I will say he is the lowest guy on my board to be drafted right now. He's the lowest guy on my board.
We scouted 90 players. Where did you say you had him?
82. 82.
Wow, that's dumpster diving right there.
So, yeah, it's a bit of a reach for me. I don't know why you would get my hopes up like that, Bryson. That's mean.
Yo, he was so excited. He was like, "Really? Really?
Really? Is that good?" I thought you were going to tell me they got I don't know. Who's somebody on my board that I wish they would have got, that I would have allowed them to take. I don't know, somebody like Iverson Molinar or
Matteo Spagnuolo went to Minnesota.
Nice.
Oh, good player. Good player. Matteo Spagnuolo can really shoot. Yeah, let's see. Let me find him. I think I scouted too many players. It's taking me too long to find everybody.
Hey, you're trying to go perfect, though.
Mateo, so far I am. Matteo Spagnuolo is more of a shooting guard. He's not really a point guard. 6'5", 180. Great perimeter shooter. He's got a really smooth release. Plays with a ton of aggression and heart. He dribbles really aggressively. Pretty good finisher, despite not being a great athlete. He really doesn't excel as a defender, though. He's not really going to play a great defense. He's going to be more of an off-ball guard. He reminds me a lot of Marco Bellinelli, as far as where his position goes. So Matteo Spagnuolo is a pretty good pick. Is this staying with
This is staying with Minnesota. That's what it
Okay.
looks like. And this next Golden State pick is to Atlanta because they had the trade earlier.
Yes.
that brought
tra-
Ryan
they-
Rollins to Golden State.
Yeah, they traded that with cash to get
$2 million, I think it was.
to move up to 44. Yeah.
Trade to chill, $2 million.
So Matteo Spagnuolo was the 67th player on my board.
Look, at this point, we're in the 50s. This is just a guessing game at this point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, people are just kind of taking who's high on their board, or if you're in the you're the Cavs, you're taking somebody's brother. So I don't know,
Taking somebody's brother, somebody's cousin.
I'm a little salty, a little on that last Cavs.
How can you
pick.
be salty? It's the last pick, man.
I wouldn't get too messed up about a 49th pick, dude.
Exactly.
I'm a little messed up right now.
Okay.
They traded for that pick today. So I was, but listen, I do think it's funny how I'm a Cavs fan. My number all my life was 49, and they end up taking Evan Mobley's brother with that pick. So
there you go.
Listen, if good luck is on my side, if there's luck in the stars right now, if the Lord from heaven above is shining down on the 49th pick of the NBA draft, then Isaiah Mobley's going to be an all-time great. So we'll see.
Oh man,
how many Hall of Famers have come in the second round though?
They've been
Mobley, Draymond. Those are the first two that came to my head.
Well, listen, if you want to talk about, like the 60s when they had 15 rounds or whatever.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah.
You had Hall of Famers that were picked in the 13th round or something.
Yeah, but I'm talking like the modern draft era.
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine it's that many, but you get good players in the second round, man.
I'm just curious. I'd like to see like the best players that were drafted in the second round.
Fellas, I have to get up early tomorrow morning, so I am out of here. But I love y'all. This has been great. And I hope that you fall one pick short, Mike. I hope you fall one pick short.
That's not nice. I don't know
of getting perfect.
Come on, Barry.
Because it's just something that I can be able to make fun of you about. So,
Listen, so far I'm good.
Knock on wood.
Well, listen, man, I appreciate y'all. I told y'all, man.
Appreciate you. Thanks for coming on, man.
Later.
All right.
You and me, Bryson.
See you and me. Remember last time when Barry's system like glitched real bad? That was terrible.
That sound is still in my head.
I know. I was listening to it the other
awful.
day.
Oh my goodness. So this is going to Atlanta. Atlanta took AJ Griffin before. So
Tyrese Martin.
Okay. I mean, again, this is the point in the draft where you're finding guys where, these are the guys that are a little higher on your board than I guess I would have them. Tyrese Martin, a UConn player, 6'6", solid athlete, runs the floor well. He developed a really nice jumper this past season. If that holds up, he could be a really effective scorer at the next level. Listen, he shot 43% from three last year at UConn. Excellent rebounder for his size, average about 7.5 boards a game. Reminds me a lot of Bruce Brown. I mean, if he can be a little bit of that kind of a role player. Problem is that if this year's shooting was a fluke for him, that's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for him to find a little bit of a role in the league. He could be a little passive on offense, but not a bad player. Tyrese Martin was I believe, the 79th player on my board.
All right.
So far, so good, Bryson. I'm so far, so good. I've not missed yet. We have how many left? We have 1, 2, we have seven picks left. 7 picks. We can make it.
You're almost there.
And one more Cleveland pick.
Should we put an they put the asterisk next to the Lakers championship at the bubble. Should we put an asterisk next to it since it's 58 picks?
Why would you say that? That's just that's mean.
That's mean. Hey, if you watch Carving It Up, I hate asterisks.
Milwaukee and Miami broke the rules and they don't got picks this year.
I'm just saying that is messed up.
Oh, jeez.
I am exhausted. All right. Though. I'm not even gonna
lie. So again, John Montero, best player left on the board for me, my 39th ranked player. Then it's Travion Williams, Colin Gillespie out of Villanova, J.D. Davison out of Alabama, and then Michael Foster who played with the G League Ignite this year. So I still have some top 50 players left. I do not have any top 30 players, and I only have one top 40 player left.
Who's the 40?
John Montero is 39 on my board. He's the only guy in the top 40 that's left.
Okay.
So I don't know. We'll see. We've got 7 picks. And so far, I think there's a few teams that have done very, very well tonight. Houston's done very well. I do think that
Detroit
has done well tonight. Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren is just a phenomenal draft. And then if you talk about, because I guess they're not getting Procida, right? Procita's going to Portland.
He's going to Portland, yes.
So
because they got him and Shaden Sharp.
Oh boy.
Because then for the Pelicans, Parlo Makovic out of Croatia.
Oh wow, Carlo Matkovic.
Matkovic.
Yeah, Carlo Matkovic was a player who had taken his name out of the draft, and he was going to spend another year overseas and then maybe declare again next year. But no, he decided to stay in, change his mind. Played with Mega Mozart last year. He was the teammate of Nikola Jovic. Big body, 6'11", 222. He's a great pick and roll player. Solid screens, nice smooth roll to the basket. He finishes pretty well. He's great at finishing in traffic. He's got above average athleticism. Finishes above the rim. He's a solid rebounder, good low post player. He's not a three-point shooter at all, so he's not going to be able to stretch the floor. So he might be a hybrid power forward center, even though he's not an amazing shot blocker. He's not an amazing rebounder, but he'll carve out a role if he can post people up and score in that sort of way. But reminds me a lot of Andrei Kirilenko.
Okay.
So Carlo Matkovic is a good player. I was assuming that it was going to be one of these teams that has multiple second-round picks that was going to take Matkovic in the draft. So New Orleans is where he goes. Not a bad fit.
Yeah, New Orleans, I think, has done a pretty good job in the draft as well, given the guys they've selected. The runner-up, Boston Celtics, had the 53rd overall pick.
You love saying that, don't you? The runner-up, Boston Celtics. The
runner-up. I know Barry, if he were still in this, he would love that because his hate for Boston far exceeds his hate for the Bay Area, as it should.
Yeah, I mean, the Celtics, yeah, there's a special place in Barry's dungeon for the Boston Celtics.
See, the Clippers get the basement. I don't know what the Celtics get.
Yeah.
Because the Clippers is just an eye roll. The Celtics is a true disdain because they have taken championships away from Los Angeles. So whole different story. But this is their first pick tonight. I don't know who they go with here.
Celtics, I mean, they could go in a lot of different ways. I mean, knowing them, they could go an international player, draft and stash. But there's a lot of good players left. I mean, if you can get somebody that's a little bit versatile, maybe somebody like Justin Lewis out of Marquette. Reminds me a lot of Marcus Morris, one of those stretch forwards. We'll see what they go with here.
J.D. Davidson from Alabama.
Oh, wow. So they went with the point guard. So that's really solid. J.D. Davidson, I mean, he lives off of his speed. Really sensational athlete. He's actually got some pretty good hops, too.
Dang.
One of the fastest players in the entire draft. Real solid finisher for his size. Finishes through contact. He shows some shooting promise as well. Shot about 30%. So he's going to have to improve in that area a little bit. But, listen, 30% on threes. He shot about 33% from the mid-range this year. So he's got to become a little bit more of a consistent shooter. But speed, finishing, I think he's going to be, a really solid player. Definitely in transition as well. Plays with a lot of heart. Celtics like these players. So I'm big into J.D. Davidson. He was J.D. Davison was the 47th player on my board, and he reminds me a little bit of Dennis Smith Jr.
That kid is crazy athletic. I think Dennis Smith is more athletic than JD.
Yeah, a little bit. Yes,
but I can see the similarities. Kind of a small guard.
Right. Right. So this is where Milwaukee would have selected. It would have been Milwaukee and then Miami. So this is skipping all the way to Washington here. So, man, there's still a lot of good players on the board. I mean, listen, I did scout a lot of guys. So there's going to be some guys that I'm surprised don't get drafted tonight. But, you know, there's a lot of good players left on the board that I'm surprised haven't gone yet. Travion Williams is one of them. He's one of the best rebounders in the whole
From
class.
Purdue, right?
Yeah, he played with Jay Nivey last year. He's got a sick handle too. He actually kind of plays like a guard. He's
Okay.
He is the Sandro Mamukelashvili of this draft from last year, if you remember him.
Gosh, where he
wrapped
going?
all the way around the numbers.
Yes, right. Well, I'll tell you this though. Yeah, I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, it's gone. So what was it? It is late. I'm so tired, dude.
I get it. I get it.
Okay, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Yeah, Yannick. I hope I don't butcher his name. Yannick
Nzosa.
Yannick Nzosa. Okay.
Yeah, I had a feeling he was going to get drafted tonight. I mean, he's super high upside center. I had him as the 62nd player on my board. Reminds me a lot of Nick Claxton. A big, long athlete, runs the floor really well. Great speed for his size. A good finisher from underneath the rim. He's a really mobile defender. He's going to really excel in the pick and roll. Very active shot blocker. He's got long arms. He makes his living off of cutting on screens. I mean, that's really what he does. Sets a mean pick and rolls right to the basket. Good finisher, like I said. He won't stretch the floor, and he isn't much of a playmaker, but he projects as a very good traditional rim-running, rim-protecting center. So not a bad selection here. It's relatively safe. You're going to have to develop him a little bit, but I had a feeling that Yannick Nzosa was going to end up getting drafted today. There were a lot of people that thought he was going to end up going in the lottery as far as preseason
Really
concerned. Yeah.
Wow.
So, he got hurt and he had a bad season last year. So, it really kind of tanked his stock, but it's good for him. Good for him for getting drafted today.
Maybe he can get some minutes off the bench for Porzingis. Obviously, like again, it's a young team. Obviously, Hachimura from Gonzaga from a few years ago. I like him.
Right.
Good 3-point shooter. Good defensive player. Well, that's what they need. Washington's not a great defensive team, so if they can add that, if he does, turn out to be a Nick Claxton type guy, I've always been mad at the Nets for not giving Claxton more minutes. I think he's a phenomenal shot blocker.
Yeah, he's a really good player. He projects as a really athletic, long shot blocking kind of player. I'm not sure the kind of role he plays early in his career. It might take him a couple of years to really, fill out and get his feet out from under him. But Washington's really taken a nice player here. He's got some upside.
Okay.
So is this staying with Golden State here, Bryson?
This is going to Milwaukee.
Oh, so the Bucks are getting back in.
Yes, they're back in the draft. So the two teams that will meet in next year's finals just made a deal.
You're disgusting.
That's good.
You are so annoying.
Hey, listen. If we had been in this business back in 2016, I know you'd have given me hell.
Absolute hell.
Oh my gosh,
I would have relished every second of it.
And you'd have deserved it. I'm not even gonna. It was a great comeback. I will say this though, Mike. I think there's one really bad misconception about that series. People talk about it was a great series. It was a great game 7. The first 6 games were blowouts. It really wasn't that good of a series up until game 7.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was that thing was. Oh my! So I remember. I did not sleep that night after game 7. I was just mad. That one hurt. That one stung, man.
Yep.
I'm sure it was a great night for you, though.
Oh, it was amazing. Listen, I've had a pretty good night tonight. I mean, Isaiah Mobley was a reach, but listen, Ochai Agbaji was exactly the perfect fit for Cleveland today.
Yep.
And Khalifa Diop in the second round accomplishes exactly what they needed. They needed a center that could play legitimately behind Jared Allen, and they got a super athlete in Khalifa Job. So I'm very happy with that.
Especially
and
given
now-
the injury history of Jared Allen, too. That's huge to add that depth.
Yeah, exactly. And he plays exactly the way that you want him to play. Rim run, and he's got some offensive upside. If he learns how to shoot, I mean, my goodness, you got a really good player there. So it looks like Milwaukee's going to make this pick, and then Cleveland's on the clock again.
Okay.
So it's going to be really interesting to see what they end up doing. I was really surprised, when they traded for this other pick. I was just like, there's no way they're taking on 4 rookies. But they might. I mean, they really wanted to gear up for DeJounte Murray, and I don't think they were able to make the deal happen. So I don't know. It might have determined, depended on where the board ended up. If Abaji wasn't there, maybe they were targeting Abaji and we're just like, listen, if he's not there, we might as well just try to trade that pick altogether. But he was there, and they're just like, you know what? We'll take the winning. We'll take the shooting.
Well, but listen, though, I still don't think that they're necessarily out of the running, because maybe you could send a package that's got Markkanen, Okoro, and maybe some draft picks from next year. Because again, look, the Spurs are in a rebuild. They're going to try and load up on picks for next draft. I still don't think the Cavs are necessarily out of it. Are we saying
where does Murray play though? I mean, because Garland is too small to play 2.
He is.
So do you play him? Do you play Murray at the 2? And then have another 2 guard who really isn't a great shooter?
That's not his natural position, though. That's the
thing,
thing,
right? I mean, you're bringing LeVert back for another year next year. I mean, you're not bringing Murray off the bench. I mean, at least I wouldn't imagine so.
No, he's an all-star. There's no way you're bringing him off the bench.
That's what I mean. I don't know. To me, it's not a natural fit. I wouldn't have liked it. I mean, if they can make it happen without giving up any serious assets, I guess I would entertain it. But
he fits. It feels like he fits better in Atlanta, because you could. I feel like Trae Young could be an effective 2 guard.
Yeah.
Of course. Here's the thing, though. Trae Young's led the league in assists, hasn't he?
Trae Young is a very good assist man,
and he's again, he's kind of a ball dominant guard. So I don't even know if that works that much. I'm just trying to think of a playoff level team. Let's see. This is the selection from the Warriors. It's going to go to the Bucks. Hold on. Kid from Brazil, Santos.
Guy Santos. So Guy Santos. This is amazing to me, because Guy Santos I scouted 90 players. Guy Santos was 89th on my board.
We dodged a bullet there, Mike. I'm just saying.
It's true. It's true. They almost got me. But he really isn't a bad player. I mean, he's a good ball handler for his size, decent perimeter shooter. He can get pretty streaky at points, but he genuinely cares about the game. He's a solid kid, solid team player. He'll fit well in a system. 6'8", 185, kind of a small forward, combo forward kind of player. Reminds me a little bit of Wilson Chandler. He's not as athletic, but he's kind of slow, and he'll get beat on both ends sometimes, but a good developmental draft and stash kind of player. Guy Santos is pretty good.
I always like Wilson Chandler. He's a solid shooter. What's that?
At least for Milwaukee, he's pretty good.
Yeah, I always like Wilson Chandler. He's a good shooter. Sad. When's the last time he played? Last time I remember him, he was in Philly, I think. I don't know where he ended up. I remember the days of him in Denver. But
he hasn't been in the league for a while.
Okay, this is your Cavs. Again, this is late in the draft. Who you leaning?
I mean, look, they could always use another point guard. I mean, when Garland got hurt last year, and they needed to really scrap for a point guard. I mean, I would love John Montero, somebody like Colin Gillespie. Makes a lot of sense. Iverson Molinar is, I think, one of my sleepers at a Mississippi State. I'd love to see him get drafted tonight too. Kind of a combo guard, plays a lot of point guard. We'll see. I mean, some of these guys, you never know. Alondas Williams could very well get drafted too at a Wake Forest. So it'll be interesting. I'm very interested to see what they do for this. See if they can make up some value for what they did with Isaiah Mobley.
Don't be too hard on them, my guy. Okay, never mind. That was something different. My bad. I saw proposed trade too, but that was on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, they trade it for cash or something like that, and we get
Yeah.
nothing. That would be horrible.
Selection. Okay, this is during an Indeed commercial. This kid's gonna win MVP one day.
Sure is.
It is. And we're still waiting.
I hate when they do this.
Luke Travers. Out of Australia.
My own team did it to me.
Oh, no.
Travers. Oh, it's terrible.
Only Cleveland. Oh, my God. Well,
Barry
called it. Oh, my gosh.
I studied 90 players, and Luke Travers was not one of them. How terrible is that?
That's brutal, Mike. Oh, my God.
And my own team did it to me. How terrible is that?
We call that a Cleveland sports moment where I'm from.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, my God.
How do you do that?
I can see the pain in your eyes right now.
I'm heartbroken.
That's
heartbroken.
Awful. That's awful, dude.
So I know nothing about Luke Travers. I'm sorry. Here, I'll do a quick little Google search.
We're not gonna hold you. We're not gonna hold that against you too much, Mike.
Yeah,
you dodged the bullet earlier with whoever it was who went 89th. Luke Travers is the death of your attempt to go perfect.
Looks like he's a solid scorer. Needs to improve his shooting a little. Very unselfish. He's a good passer. Looks like a solid rebounder for his size. It looks like 6'7", 208. I'm so disappointed.
You need to scout 100 players next year.
Seriously, what do I got to do? What do I got to do to get them all right? Do I have to fly to Yugoslavia in order to scout point guards? I don't need to go to Dusseldorf, do I? Jeez.
Oh my gosh. At 12:39, that's a bad place.
Come back. He's watching the show right now. I bet you.
He probably is.
He's going to come back. He's on his way down to his lair right now just to come and laugh at me.
Oh my God. He may call you in the morning. He may watch the end or check the end of the draft and say, "Did you miss any?" Just I don't know, just mess with him. Say, "No, I went 58 for 58." This is Portland's. Is this Portland's pick? Yeah, this is Portland's pick. Jabari Walker.
I have.
From Colorado.
I don't even care anymore, man. I'm so heartbroken now.
You done?
Whatever.
Finish strong, Guido.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Jabari Walker's a good player. 6'8", 200. Big-time shooter from outside. He excels really well in the catch-and-shoot game. He's an outstanding rebounder for his size. He averaged almost 10 rebounds a game last year. He can attack the basket really well. Gets up easy, pulls down boards. He won't do well defending on the perimeter if he doesn't gain a step. He's kind of a slower player. Reminds me a lot of Kyle Kuzma. So he'll, again, another one of these combo forwards. Portland's getting a good player here. It is a solid pick this late. Jabari Walker was the 61st player on my board.
All right. And this is Is this Indiana's pick?
This should be. I mean, it's really hard to trade the last pick in the draft.
I'll tell you this though. Woj and Shams are. I'll tell you this: the Lakers just got two really good players undrafted.
Oh yeah, who'd they get?
And they're both the sons of NBA legends. Scottie Pippen Jr. just signed a two-way deal, and Sharif O'Neal is going to the Los Angeles Lakers.
Oh wow!
How cool is that?
How about that? So Scottie Pippen Jr. is going to the Lakers.
Yes,
as an undrafted guy.
As an undrafted guy, signed a two-way deal.
Scottie Pippen Jr. is a good player. He's
and Sharif is going to play in the summer league.
71 was where I had Scottie Pippen Jr.
I like this kid, dude. He would go on these one-man scoring stretches at Vanderbilt. Dude could score the basketball.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of Eddie House. Good ball
Oh, I like
handler,
that.
good shot creator, 6'1", promising shooting stroke, good downhill speed. He's a solid player. He can get a little dribble happy, though. I mean,
He can.
Can be a little turnover prone. So Indiana, they better pick somebody I know. I'm not missing out on 2 again. I'm improving.
You got to
improve.
finish strong.
How many times do I have to do this in
It's
order
so
to
weird. Like the whole
get it all
arena
right?
is just like empty.
My own team.
That's brutal.
My own team did it to me. It's
They
terrible.
should have called you in advance.
I know. What are they doing? Luke Travers wasn't even good enough for me to scout him. That's terrible.
I think Mark Tatum left.
Yeah, his draft over.
He's got this is last. Oh, there he is. There he is. One less dramatic entrance. Here we go. Hugo Pesson.
Oh wow,
out of France.
Hugo Besson is a pretty solid player. Where did I have him ranked?
A lot of French players in this draft.
Yeah. 55 was where I had Hugo Besson.
Okay.
Reminds me a lot of Jose Calderon.
I liked Jose.
Let's see where I can find it. Yeah, here he is. 14 points a game last year for the New Zealand Breakers. He was Ousmane Dieng's teammate. Exceptional ball handler, overall playmaker. He didn't have a lot of assist numbers, but he's a great passer. He really is. He's a flashy little point guard. Shows promise as an outside shooter. Really smart player. Attacks the rim when the opportunity presents itself. He's just not much of a defender. He doesn't really create turnovers. He's not really going to do much on that end. But 6'5", 196. He's a true point guard. So they're getting a pretty solid player here in Indiana with Hugo Besson.
All right, neat. He was actually there at the draft, believe it or not. So, like, the last pick in the draft was in Brooklyn at the Barclays Center.
Yep.
I
am shocked at some of these guys that didn't get drafted. Dominic Barlow didn't get drafted. I didn't talk about him at all tonight, but super high upside with him. Michael Foster, Travion Williams. I'm really blown away.
Well, here's some guys. Let's see. Trevor Hudgens is signed with the Rockets. Colin Gillespie is signed a two-way deal with Denver. I like him. Let's see. So okay, that's about all we've got right now. So again, the summer league deals will come through. But look, for those that think the second round doesn't matter, here's some of the names guys have been drafted second round: Lou Williams, PJ Tucker, Draymond Green, Chris Middleton, Jokic, Malcolm Brogdon, Jalen Brunson. I mean, and even previous guys who played in the previous era: Dennis Johnson, Alex English, Mo Cheeks, Danny Ainge, Doc Rivers, Dennis Rodman, Steve Kerr, Tony Kukoc, Steven Jackson, Manu Ginobili. I mean, this is Gilbert Arenas, Kyle Korver.
It all
players.
matters, man.
Patty Mills was the 55th pick back in 2009.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, listen, Manu Ginobili is one of the most famous second-round picks ever.
Yep.
What a career he ended up having after being the third to last pick in the second round.
Phenomenal.
So,
okay, Van Pelt is on. So
you know what that means.
It's time to go to bed.
It's bedtime. It is bedtime. This is always fun. I cannot believe that I have to end my night on heartbreak.
Oh my gosh.
Simply because my own team picked a kid that I did not scout.
Let's see.
I'm blown away.
Well, you got 98% correct. So
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't. Okay.
Doesn't matter. I was certain. I scouted 90 players, Bryson, and I missed on one. How terrible is that?
Oh, I'm sure it's brutal. It's like doing your homework and then you forgot you got a boatload of homework and you got like that one paper you forgot, and then the teacher asks you to turn in. You're like, oh crap.
That's my thing. I forget it. I'm upset.
Hey, let's give Mike Guido. I don't even know if anybody's watching right now, but let's give Mike Guido a round of applause.
Well, I appreciate you.
Hey, listen, you put in the work. You got a step closer. You missed 2 last year, missed 1 this year. Hey, if the cycle continues, you should go 60 for 60 next year. That'll make it even more sweeter that you get 60, not 58.
Yeah, listen, next year I am due for 60 for 60. And I think we are getting 60 picks next year. This year we were trimmed to 58. We got robbed a little.
Yep.
But I don't know. This was fun, man. I think a lot of teams did really well. Memphis, I think, really kind of reached. Houston did incredibly well. Houston might be my overall winner of the draft. Houston had a great night. But yeah, there were a lot of teams that did really, really well. And I got to say, man, these 5 hours flew by. They really did. It did not feel like it was 5 hours.
No, so, I mean, listen. That's 2 straight years of 5-hour coverage right here on Carving It Up Live. Mike, you're a trooper. You did some great work scouting players. Don't let the 1 overshadow the 57.
It will. Don't worry.
It will. Hey, let this be motivation for 2023. Hey, listen, you just lost the championship. That only fuel you to go win it next year. All right, that's got to be the mentality. You got to scout 100 though. You got to scout 100 players next year. Got to up your game.
I guess I got to scout 100. I guess I have to scout 100.
You got to ensure. You got to make 100% sure. I know
okay.
Barry's not going to let you hear the end of this though.
No, he won't.
He's not.
He won't. It's going to be unbearable.
Oh, you know how he is. You know how he is.
I know it.
Shout out to Barry though. Appreciate him joining the stream as well. Mike, hope you get some sleep tonight. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, Bryson. It's fun.
That was Mike Guido, our draft expert on Carving Up Live. 5 hours. Not quite 5 hours. We went just a touch over 5 hours last year in part because there were 60 picks. So, like I said, the great Scott Van Pelt is on Sports Center showing highlights. And that means it is bedtime. So, I'm not going to be doing any shows tomorrow. Like I said, I'm on vacation, but I had to do this draft show with my guys, Guido and Barry Grant Jr. So, shout out to everybody who tuned in, everybody who commented, liked, share. Be sure to catch Carving Up Live on Monday. We're coming close to NBA free agency now, so it's gonna be exciting. So you're not gonna want to miss that. So until next Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific time. By the way, the Carving Up U.S. Presidents Edition is available. The whole series available on all podcasting platforms on YouTube. My co-host Isaac Loss and I put a lot of work into that series, so shout out to him. And we've got a lot of positive feedback on the series, so be sure to go check it out. Episode 10, we ranked the presidents, so that was fun. So be sure to go check that out. So till Monday, have a great morning. It's good morning, Friday morning, and God bless you all. Stay safe out there. Peace out. Good night.